Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon to all the distinguished guests who are joining us for this very, very special IOD India Global Virtual Session. This is Ritika Jhanti Jagtiani once again, and it's always a pleasure to be a part of the IOD family and host the really valuable sessions that IOD, especially ever since the lockdown started hosting. And once again, it's an absolute honor to welcome all of you to this very, very special global virtual session on behalf of Institute of Directors India. So today's session, as you all know, is on environment management and climate change. I would like to welcome our very esteemed and distinguished IOD members, our associates, our IOD India global family who are joining us here. And I'm told that you're joining us from various parts of the world right now. And big thank you going out to all those people who are joining me despite a very, very different time zone that they're in. I believe I have members joining me from the US, from UK, from Europe, from UAE, from Australia, from Maldives, Singapore, South Africa, Bahrain, Sudan, Turkey, Uganda, and many other places. A big, big thank you for a great attendance. Now, during the ongoing pandemic, just as I said before, IOD India took this really special initiative of hosting a series of global virtual sessions. The idea was to discuss the opportunities and the challenges that lie in front of the boardroom and the role of directors in tackling all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Glasgow Climate Pact and the COP26 are already a moment in history. Countries have struck a deal at COP26 Climate Summit, which has been the world's biggest climate summit. Now, today's global virtual session is actually going to be focusing on key takeaways from this and also steering the boat towards effective climate governance. And not to forget, we're also here to celebrate the Golden Peacock Awards. So later in the afternoon, we'll be celebrating and felicitating some of the well-performing organizations based on the Golden Peacock Excellence Model as the winners of the famed Golden Peacock Awards for environment management, eco-innovation, energy efficiency, and occupational health and safety for the year 2021. Not just that, we're also having a very special session on sub-theme, creating a cyber-secure ecosystem for the power sector. A big thank you going out there to all our partners and supporters for the overwhelming support for this very special program. Starting with, we would like to express our gratitude towards our principal partner, that is Greenco Group, India's first dispatchable renewables company. Our principal strategic partner is ACCA Global, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, which operates in 180 countries. Our knowledge partner for today is Ernst & Young, one of the largest professional services networks in the world. Our gold partners for the event today are Borosil Renewables Limited. It's the first and the only solar glass manufacturer in India and part of the powerful brand Borosil. Gujarat Maritime Board, first maritime board of the country, which was created up in 1982. Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Solar Group, globally recognized industrial explosives manufacturer, Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited, hydroelectric power generation and transmission public sector and undertaking, and Bihar State Power Holding Company Limited. That were our gold partners, and our silver partners for the event are Odisha Forest Development Corporation Limited, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, Damodar Valley Corporation, SR Global Fund Limited, Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, Gujarat State Forest Development Corporation Limited, and Delhi Pollution Control Committee. And our associate partners, Odisha Agro Industries Corporation Limited, Odisha State Cashew Development Corporate Limited, Avada Group, PTC India, that's Power Trading Corporation, NHPC Limited, and Odisha Hydropower Corporation Limited. So a big thank you going out to all the partners helping us making this event successful. And now, without further ado, may I please request Mr. Ashok Kapoor, retired IAS, Director General of Institute of Directors India, to please deliver the opening remarks. Over to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Ritika. Friends, good morning to all our India members, company directors and associates, and good afternoon or good evening to all our members, directors and associates who have just logged in today from across the globe in large numbers in various time zones. On behalf of IoT India, I welcome you all to the global webinar today, that is 22nd World Congress on Environment Management, virtual, and presentation of Golden Peacock Awards for Environment Management, Occupational Health and Safety, Energy Efficiency and Eco-Innovation 2021 in the context of deliberations of COP26 in Glasgow. As a very astute observer recently said, very pertinently, that there was a lot of talk, some notable absentees, differing interpretations, but not much of glow. India's role was commendable. Today, IOD welcomes and felicitates all the winners of the Golden Peacock Awards for Environment Management, Occupational Health and Safety, Energy Efficiency and Eco-Innovation. First of all, we are really grateful to Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatchalaya, former Chief Justice of India and Chairman, IOD Council, who has, even during the current pandemic, spared no effort to chair the eminent jury comprising some of the top names in India and public service to select and declare the winners amongst the well-performing business and industry groups in India. On behalf of IOD, I have great pleasure in welcoming today some of the top global experts who will apprise a global audience about the key takeaways from the recently concluded COP26. I hereby welcome Professor Thomas C. Heller. He's Pre-Code Energy Institute, Stanford University, and Senior Director Risk, Willis Towers Watson and Board Chair, Climate Policy Initiative from USA. He is a doyen of the Ivy League professionals who has contributed substantially to the emerging concept of effective climate governance. Welcome, Professor. The other main international expert it's my pleasure to welcome is Mr. Owais Sarmat. He is the Deputy Executive Secretary, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. He will apprise a global audience on the perspective from the perspective of UNFCCC, which is monitoring the efforts of the global community towards the common goal of humanity today, that is limiting the average rise in temperature globally to 1.5 degrees Celsius from the pre-industrial levels. I welcome on behalf of IOD Ms. Lucia Real Martin. She is the Executive Director Markets ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants UK, who is with us today and represents the world's largest professional body of financial experts in around 200 countries with nearly 250,000 members worldwide. She is a panel expert with IOD India and has been enlightening our members regularly about the crucial role of finance in climate change, both in India and abroad, in London, in Dubai, and Singapore. I especially welcome the eminent industry leaders and speakers, in particular the Government of India's top experts, Mr. Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi of the IAS, Secretary, New and Renewable Energy, Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, IAS, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Power, and Dr. Ram Babu, he's Advisor and Chief Sustainability Officer of the famed Greenco Group of India. We have with us today one of the leaders of Indian industry who's aiding the national environmental effort, Mr. Pradeep Kheruka, Chairman, Borosil Renewables. He was with us in our last annual convention where he highlighted Borosil Renewables' efforts in the benchmark low energy consumption in manufacturing process in glass, the first in India. Some of the top experts from the central public sector include Mr. Abhay Kumar Singh, is the Chairman and Managing Director of National Hydropower Corporation, and Mr. Ram Naresh Singh, Chairman, Damodar Valley Corporation, and several other public sector leaders in India. I welcome the state governments of Gujarat, Telangana, and Bihar, represented at the highest levels by Mr. Pankaj Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, and Dr. Deepak Kumar Singh, Principal Secretary, Environment, Forest, and Climate Change Department, respectively. People talk about vibrant Gujarat today. We have with us one of the most vibrant chief secretaries in India today. That is Mr. Pankaj Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Gujarat. I also welcome the governments of Orissa and the government of NCT of Delhi, which are represented by some of their most well-performing PSUs in environment management. Dr. Graham Wilson, Professor, Leadership and Organization Development, University of Oxford, UK, will also be participating from London. He's a renowned expert internationally on the functioning of the corporate boards. Our special knowledge partner today is the famed Ernst & Young India, which hardly needs any introduction. We have the debut appearance today by Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director, Solar Group India, which are second to none in their commitment to green growth. He is a leading expert in India in their micromanagement of environmental pollution by one of the least noticed and discussed chemicals publicly, that is, explosives used for industrial purposes. Some other renowned experts in India today who enjoy an Indian international reputation are with us. That is, the historically famed Mishra community of India, who are mostly born scholars. Mr. C.K. Mishra, IS, former Union Secretary, Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Dr. Rajiv K. Mishra, Chairman and Managing Director, Power Trading Corporation of India. And Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Efficiency Services. All Mishras logged in today have reason to chair. No conference on energy can ignore Mr. Sunil Jain, Operating Partner, Energy Transitions, SR Capital, the famed SR Group of India, who had a very successful innings as CEO of Hero Future Energies. The loss of Hero Future is the gain of SR Capital. Friends, the COP26 was basically the latest edition of earlier such international conferences on the issue of climate change. The fundamental foundations of what has been termed climate ethics by the global community, I'm glad to inform, was laid by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and I quote him, "Respect for nature was inextricably embedded in our culture at home, so much so that we were told by our mothers to fold hands and ask for Mother Earth's forgiveness after getting up in the morning before putting our feet down on the ground." He further quoted from the famous Vedas of India, and I quote him, We are all reared up in the lap of Mother Earth, unquote. IOD is regularly organizing the Global Sustainability and Environmental Management Conferences, both in India and in London, Dubai and Singapore, for the reasons noted in our great Vedic thoughts of India. And I quote the Vedas, knowledge shared globally would assure greater mutual understanding and create greater willingness to share global resources equitably, unquote. I end by quoting the father of the Indian nation, Mahatma Gandhi, who has the last word on the subject. And I quote Mahatma Gandhi, climate has not changed. We have changed. Man has changed. The way we work and the way we live and the way we eat. Thank you, friends, and welcome to all of you on behalf of the Institute of Directors, India.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for that warm welcome. And as Mr. Kapoor welcomed Mr. Heller, so let me just take you on to that very special address to start this Congress with, which is on accounting for climate risks, navigating the road to net zero. May I request Professor Thomas C. Heller, Freeport Energy Institute, Stanford University Senior Director Risk, Willis Towers Watson, and Board Chair Climate Policy Initiative, USA, to please take this forward. But just before he starts speaking, just a few words about him. He's an expert in law, economic development, and the performance of legal institutions. Professor Heller's work is focused on policy effectiveness, international climate control, global energy use, green growth, and the interaction of government and non-governmental organizations in establishing legal structures in the developing world. We are very delighted to have you with us, Professor Heller. You're joining us from the US despite the timelines. Thank you so much for making time for this. Over to you.
The transmission all right? Can you hear me? Just to check at the beginning.
Yes, Professor Heller, we can hear you very well.
And let me then first begin by, in spite of the late hour, as was just mentioned by the hostess, my great pleasure at being with you. It's an honor to be in the lineup that was just introduced of most distinguished corporations, government officials, and of course, directors. It turns out that until I just traveled to to Glasgow for my first time outside the United States. The last time I had traveled, I was in Delhi, just at the time of the beginning of the pandemic. And I'll say at the outset, I hope everything and all of us who are participating have a secure and healthy future that will allow me, for one, to return to Delhi as soon as I possibly can. I wanted to talk this evening in the wake of COP26 about where we are now, a bit about how we got here, where we are going as a collective, and then very importantly, to take the time to speak to the directors in particular of corporations with the substantial responsibilities that they face in both the commercial, industrial, and financial world in moving the climate agenda forward. I do that under the title of my talk, Accounting for Climate Risk, Navigating the Road to Net Zero. I have just completed with a co-author and a number of very distinguished contributors from around the world, a book called Settling Climate Accounts, Navigating the Road to Net Zero. And many of the things that I'll talk about are discussed at greater length in that book, which should be available through Springer. I'm not trying to sell it, but these are very complex matters. And obviously the depth with which one can go into them in a single address is small. But let me just begin with the title of the book and my remarks this evening. When I say accounting, I mean three different senses of that word, at least as it's used in English. In the first sense, an account is a narrative. When one gives an explanation of something or a plan for action, we say that he or she gives an account. And that sense of a narrative or a framing of how we think about climate is very strongly represented in what I want to say. But accounting, of course, is also a technology. It is a keeping of ledgers, a keeping of records and recording of performance. And I want to talk about climate accounting in that sense as well, particularly the different sorts of ledgers or different sorts of recordings, compliance systems, and duties, particularly duties of management that are implied by thinking about climate accounts. But finally, I want to remind you that climate accounting for climate may also refer to the question of who is accountable for climate. And that is a question that is very much on the table these days. It was on the table at COP26, and it will remain on the table before us as we think about who is the accountable or who are the responsible parties for solving this problem that has such global weight. And the basic idea that I want to leave you with is that we have been through a number of different accounts or narratives or ways that we frame the climate problem. And those various narratives have over the past 30 years been thought about, but have also been institutionalized in relatively siloed organizations. And these different accounts with their different ledgers and their different theories of how you comply and their different theories of who is accountable potentially contain quite a bit of friction between them, and I think create a very confusing landscape in which actors like the directors who are sitting at the heads of major corporations and financial institutions in India and around the world think about these problems. So I'd like to begin by just doing a very quick run through of these different accounts or narratives that create different accounting technologies and in turn imply different account responsibilities or accountabilities because these are the ones that are all active in the climate landscape today. So a very quick sketch would suggest that we started around 1992, but certainly by Kyoto in 1997, with a framework that was essentially multinational and was conducted through a series of repeated negotiations among states, nation states who were the key parties to these structures. And the idea was consistently that climate was a global problem and it demanded both global and harmonized solutions around what we might call planetary and national accounting books. And by that I mean what the fundamental idea of the multilateral regime was to be was that we could only emit certain amounts of carbon as a globe, as a single world in the future without creating a variety of risks, physical risks, and risks that might be associated with trying to move away from the industrial sectors that produced as a byproduct of their activities the carbon that created destabilizing ecological conditions. And so the planetary idea was simply we could say with scientific evidence that if we emitted a certain number of gigatons of carbon or its equivalent gases into the atmosphere, that we would either we would create probabilities that we would grow either at rates that might be 1.5 degrees of increased mean temperature around the world, or 2 degrees, or 2.5 or 3 degrees. And the idea of the negotiations was simply that we would take these budgets and assign them to various national players so that they would be able to emit carbon and would have a legal right, if you will, to emit carbon up to the portion of the budget that was assigned to them. And this would create a carbon price and indeed could create a system for trading these legal rights to emit carbon on a global basis if that were the choice, the way of optimizing a country's national income and in the use of these assets. But in effect, we never were able to solve two questions that have been on the table ever since 1992. The first was how to divide up that carbon budget, scientifically established, but politically to be assigned to different countries around the world. And in addition, because we have never been able to decide who gets which allocations, and that is a complicated question of both historical responsibility to which India and Indian diplomats have contributed, and also a question about the rate of development that might be impeded or altered in some fashion going forward, depending on the way in which one managed these carbon risks. There was no resolution of the fair share problem. There has been endless discussion of that question. There have been attempts to create financial transfers to somehow mediate between the differential wealth of nations and the share of these carbon budgets that they may have been allocated. But in effect, we have until this day, and certainly through COP26, not really been able to reach that question of how to share this carbon budget, nor have we even been able to agree on the way in which we calculate any financial transfers that might compensate countries for their different positions in going through this transition from a high to a low carbon system. And my suggestion is that in the inability to solve these questions, to resolve the fair share and the appropriate set of financial transfers that might be associated with these global carbon budgets and their allocation, we created a series of substitute narratives or substitute regimes that currently are active within the climate landscape at the present time. My point about these different regimes, which I will simply list in a quick inventory, is that each of them arose out of valid insights about things that we were unable to negotiate successfully in the multilateral regime, but that each one of these different accounts, which I'm going to call green finance, net zero, and climate risk, have very different accounting systems or ledgers in which they try to rate performance and evaluate the state of climate progress. They each have alternative accounting systems, and they each have somewhat different theories of accountability. So just to give a brief sense of how this works, the first thing that we came up with in the absence, after the Copenhagen regime, of a compulsory and mandatory allocation of fair shares and financial transfers associated with a global carbon budget, was many people became aware of the fact that many technologies that were low carbon technologies were falling in their relative price to high carbon technologies very quickly. The most obvious of these were renewable energies and also increasingly electric vehicles. The idea was that as long as the world was growing quickly and we had competition between the supplies of various of these new technologies, that the declining relative prices under a competitive market with high growth would cause the substitution of these rapidly declining price technologies for the existing technologies, and so lead to a market-driven transition from high to low carbon that would resolve the climate problem. A number of issues have come up that have both confirmed in some areas this idea that markets alone would drive the transition that we are seeking. But on the other hand, we certainly see there is uneven technology development, that there are problems with investment in the various systems that allow these different technologies to create high productivity for continuing growth. And perhaps most important, we have seen continued low growth that in many ways has inhibited the public infrastructure finance that is part of a transition to a low carbon. So the ledgers of green finance are investment ledgers, but they remain highly contested, largely located within the multilateral banks or the official development agencies, but certainly have not blossomed into general ledgers of the type that could be mainstreamed in corporations. The second insight that followed from the failures at Copenhagen are around the narrative or the framing that we have come to call net zero. And the great virtue and the valid insight of net zero is that it saw climate as a problem that had to be mainstreamed and privatized. It had to engage not just the states, nation states, or international regimes, but had to be made much more general. And the bulk of the book that I have just written with co-authors is about the various ledgers or accounting systems that have arisen under the net zero framework. And those issues that attend the compliance obligations that many of you are now thinking about when you begin to make net zero pledges. And of course, the idea of net zero pledges is they may be made by governments, but they are made by corporates, they are made by asset managers, they are made by asset owners, they are made by banking and institutions and pension funds. And this is a wonderful process with great potential to engage everyone and to mainstream the general reporting on climate. The problems that exist are discussed at some length in the book. Many of you who have tried to implement them may know that they have to do with data. They have to do with the so-called scope 2 and 3 reporting obligations that are not the emissions of the company itself, but the emissions of your supply chains or the emissions of the investment chains in which you may be operating as part of your normal business operations. There are great complications discussed in the book again on the so-called transition paths and how countries will lay out a pathway, not just countries, but companies will lay out a pathway between now and 2050 when the net zero commitment is supposed to be completed. And these actual pathways are filled with, when we actually examine them, very risky promises of technology to be deployed, of offsets to be used until such technologies can be deployed. And all of this adds up to a series of corporate and financial pledges and ledger books to demonstrate their performance against these pledges that are basically counting up emissions and have a number of problems within them that need to be solved before the maximum contribution of net zero can be imagined. My own sense is that even with the maximum contribution of net zero, there are certain functions, particularly functions that need to be performed by the states, by nations, whether these are in infrastructure finance and the mobilization of funding for infrastructure finance, or whether they're in diplomacy, so that the various national transition plans can be made consistent with what different companies are proposing, or whether they are simply in the creation of standards out of the very chaotic situation we see in data. Net zero is both a terrific contribution that will occupy many people within your companies, but it is not sufficient in itself because it is responsive to only one part of the failures at Copenhagen. The last major line of thought that I want to simply indicate is very active in the world is not about either emissions or investment and the accounting ledgers for what companies are doing on emissions and investment, but is about climate risk. And here is something that takes a bit more thought, but I think certainly the financial and risk management people who may be in your companies are thinking about this all the time. When we fail to price climate risk through the type of systems that the multinational negotiations imagine, whenever you misprice a risk, what happens is behavior changes strategically with respect to the mispriced risks. And what we see, as we saw in the financial crisis in the period between 2008 and 2013 or 14, is that when you have mispriced risks, very often those risks migrate, often from the private sector to the sovereign accounts or the sovereign balance sheets, which are the responsibilities of the central banks. And many of the central banks, including the Reserve Bank of India, have recently joined what's called the Network for Greening the Financial System, implying that the central banks are thinking about how to manage these risks because they may destabilize either the financial economy or the economy as a whole. And my organization, my analytics group in Willis Towers Watson, was contracted to look, for example, at South Africa and where the risk appeared. And while the risks initially seemed to fall about 15% on the corporates and investors of South Africa, when you understood the constitution of production in the risky sectors, the state enterprises, the state banks, the development banks, the tax and licensing offtake from the industries that were under these risks, which flowed into government accounts. The fact that when you have substantial risk of failure, there often are government programs to subsidize or bail out these activities. When you got through looking at the risk dynamically, instead of 15% of the risk falling on the government, 65% of the risk fell on the government. And so this becomes a great concern of the central banks, how to manage these risks. But it's not clear that their mandates, which are generally for price stability and full employment, or the models they use, which are macroeconomic models, really have the capacity to deal with risks at the granular level where they appear in assets and in the financial accounting of the companies that you organize. And we are doing work right now in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance in India, thinking about how these problems are actually manifest in India, which of course has many state banks and state enterprises, substantial questions of market power that allow risks to shift. And my point that I want to leave you with is you are facing an environment where we not only have changed multilateral negotiations, but multiple ledgers, multiple accounting systems, some accounted in investments, some accounted in emissions, some accounted in risks, which is a very challenging type of activity for you to face. And I think that's where you need to go. Now, very quickly, what is the overall state of play after COP26? The net zero or the private action narrative is certainly the dominant one that has emerged from with momentum out of COP26. At the same time, when we look at the way corporations are beginning to implement their net zero accounts, what we find very quickly is a proliferation, an exponential proliferation of companies offering data services, various types of accounting performance ledgers, scorecards, financial products, and that is not going to go away because when information becomes valuable, then people organize that information and its increased value behind paywalls. And that is what we are seeing right now. And as a result of this chaotic situation in implementation, we find a number of leading companies thinking about whether emissions accounting, which is what net zero does, whether offsets, which is a principal way of satisfying the obligations for compliance purposes, whether renewable energy credits are really moving us down the path to a low carbon system, or whether we should be thinking more about the risks that you all are facing as directors of companies with fiduciary liabilities for managing the risk of your companies, or whether we should be thinking about actions that are essentially associated with a direct support of the industrial transformation that we're going through. And if I can just, I know we must be running late, so if I can just conclude with what I would call the change in toolkit that you're all facing with these directorial responsibilities. And I want to say that there are two major points to think about. First, the industrial transformation that will lead to a low carbon system is going on at the same time as a second transformation of production, which is associated with the transition in information technologies. And in many ways, the value of the information that will allow the shift from high to low carbon is very much intertwined with the second major transition we are all undergoing, which is a transition in analytics. And that transition in analytics and control systems allows you to undertake certain types of understanding of your own risks and the possibility of managing your own risks along a number of fronts that I will just list now, and would look forward to the opportunity to discuss with you in much more detail later on. What are they? The essential directorial problem that you face is that you are looking at increasing risk, not just in climate, but in cyber, in technology, in trade. In the climate world, that risk is both physical. Much of it is already loaded into the system from what we have put in, and has to be managed because it is already manifest, whether through sea level rise or various hurricane and other storms, or through changing temperature conditions. At the same time, you are facing transition risks, which are the risks that policy or technology will impact the value of your assets and the associated revenue flows if there are substantial movements that advance our capacity to move toward low carbon, or the policies that drive us toward low carbon. And like any increasing risk that you face, there are three ways to deal with it. You can mitigate it, you can reserve against it and try and pool that risk, and you can socialize the risk or hope that it is taken up by the government. So all of these measures are tripartite measures that involve the state, the company, and the financial system, rather than any one of those, the way some of the new regimes have emerged. So as a closing remark, what I want to say is the way I think one deals with these types of new risks is you try and break the new risks down into familiar, operational, and manageable risks that you may are already doing. And so this implies not just thinking about the net zero compliance, but thinking very seriously about the risks, the physical risks that your company is facing, both in the short term, because you need to insure in a variety of ways against those short-term risks, and the longer-term chronic risks. But the longer-term chronic risks that will manifest themselves in 20 years, of course, are really a function of how well the transition is managed in your region and in the areas where you do business. If we manage the transition risk well in an orderly fashion, the residual physical risk in the long run will really decline very sharply. So the main point that I want to drive is beyond the insurance products, you have to think about short form transition risk products. And to manage that risk effectively, I think there are a series of financial products and investments that are out there but the most important of them are hedges, so that no matter what your risk appetite is, you will be in a position to say, I am long or short on climate risk, and with your investment advisors can be in a position to manage that. And my final point for looking forward into the future, there is no question that the rise of climate risk that falls on the sovereign will create a long position in the sovereign balance sheet. And as that happens, the sovereigns will have to take up risk management to a much greater degree than they have right now, which will appear as regulation. In the longer run, under that regulatory regime that will come, what you need to think about are integrated risk analytics, very differentiated scenarios that affect your company in your region and in the areas where you do business, a customized portfolio of transition options, and very bespoke financial management tools, many of which are just beginning to appear. Now, this is a long and difficult set of things to cover, so I will close by saying I hope this has given you some sense of where the system is going and some of the products and tools that will be relevant to your management of it and your fiduciary responsibility as directors. And I'll just finish by saying I look forward in the very early part of 2022 to being with you again in India. And I invite you to reach out to whomever your financial advisors or your risk management consultants are. Certainly WTW in Mumbai and Singapore has made great strides along all of these lines, and you can certainly reach out to me through those vehicles. I wish you all good health, and thank you very much for putting up with this difficult but hopefully useful presentation.
Very useful, rather, Professor Heller. It is really nice to hear you diving into your experience and sharing such deep insights on a rather complex issue of climate change. If you could just allow us a little bit of more time, I would like to briefly take up just two questions that have come from the audience.
Be a pleasure.
Sure. So the first one is, of course, from the board's perspective. The question is that are the international sustainability reporting standards for the corporates helping in actually building climate resilience? And how can some of the impediments to adopting the standards be overcome by board of directors?
Yeah, an excellent question. I spent much time on this in the book. As the momentum in climate regulation and climate action has shifted toward the private sector, the private sector has responded through a series of attempts to self-regulate and to create standards internally that will allow comparability for investors or for companies to understand performance of their competitors, for example. The IFRS has now succeeded the TCFD on doing many of these attempts to do standardization. I would predict that these will remain at a relatively high level, that they are focused more on emissions, whereas a director's responsibility is about risk that are incumbent in his or her corporation. And so my sense is there will always be a somewhat competitive and chaotic multiplication, proliferation of different ways of implementing these standards. And like many other areas, it's going on in cyber right now. Are we thinking about self-regulation, or are we thinking about national regulation? Or are we thinking about other means of creating these ledgers? I suspect that it will be a continual movement to create more standardized structures, but one that I think over the next 10 years will be one that does not sort itself out into very, very clear structures. And indeed, if it did, they would be counting emissions. Whereas emissions, I used to be a tax lawyer for some time, and I spent my time moving tax profitable company income streams into low carbon jurisdictions. I think I can probably move emissions around into low price jurisdictions as well. So I think it's a highly gameable structure, And my answer is, it is a useful contribution, but it will not resolve the problems that the attendees are facing, which will ultimately need to be looking at risks and the division of risks between sovereigns and corporates in terms of both the distributional effects and the question of who can best manage these risks.
Sure. And very briefly, Professor Heather, especially from India's perspective, if you were to ask you, considering India's commitment to net zero emissions by 2070, how is the climate policy initiative working with corporates and the Indian government in catalyzing this journey to net zero?
I'm sorry, would you just repeat the last part of it? The internet didn't work. The last part of the sentence.
The question is that how is the climate policy that we're talking about initiative working with the corporates and the Indian government in catalyzing this journey towards net zero that you're talking about?
Yes, I mean the Indian government made it's a position that has been consistent, I would say, since 1992, somewhat clear, and in the 2070 commitment and in the request for aid to meet that commitment that the Prime Minister delivered and clear, consistent, and realistic in terms of how the development costs of dealing with the low carbon transition are to be borne by countries at different levels of economic growth. How should it be implemented? I think what needs to be done at this point is to think about the way India will manage its internal risks out to 2070. The trade-off that is being made in the period between now and 2070 in the transition risks that India will bear as it has to wind down and eventually close critical parts of the Indian economy that are dependent on fossil fuels, the India rail situation, the ports where this goes, and the very high fiscal dependence in India. So what is needed is a winding down to implement a transition plan that recognizes the trade-off between the transition price to be had and the residual physical risk that will be remaining after the transition out to 2070. Once that is done, then the alignment of both international and Indian sectors with those risks and with that winding down becomes the critical issue. And there I will only say, I don't know of any situation, really, where a transition of the magnitude that is being discussed in India, even over the 50-year period that is described, has been managed in an articulated way. I don't know. I don't think this is the job of the central bank. The question is, how is this to be institutionalized? And then how is that institutionalized wind down plan for India to be efficiently and equitably funded by the various components where the knowledge of how you wind down one industry and wind up another, that is to say, in energy, in transport, in agriculture, and in heating, the four parts of where climate emissions are created, those sectors have to be redone, but in a managed and coordinated fashion. And in my sense, that calls for both an understanding of the risks involved in winding down the old system and bringing on the new system with productivity potential that keeps India's growth going in a coordinated fashion. That problem is the one that we have neither conceptualized nor really analyzed and worked through. And for me, that is the work of the next decade, while India and the other great emerging markets in Asia think through this process, which is probably more difficult in Asia than anywhere in the world, because so much of the existing system is a very modern, very young fleet, whether in the energy sector or the others, that has not been amortized and that sits largely on the books of the state. So for me, if I were a young man again, which I'm not, the opportunity to work on that would be both the most interesting intellectual problem and the most important moral problem that I could imagine. But happy to talk about that at much greater length, and that's some of the work we're doing with the Ministry of Finance now.
Thank you so much, Professor Heller. Thank you so much for detailing it out so well for the audience, and of course, joining us despite the late hour there. Thank you again.
It's been a very nice evening, and I'll listen in for a while, but thank you once again for the opportunity to speak with you, and I'll look forward to more opportunities in the future.
Absolutely our pleasure. Thank you, Professor Heller.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, Energy Efficiency Services Limited India, who will be joining us for a special address now. Mr. Mishra, of course, is a veteran in the energy sector. He has over 3 decades of experience spanning planning, design, implementation of power systems, information and communication technology integration in power utilities, SCADA, and smart grid applications, including designing complex communication networks. Mr. Mishra is here with us right now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Mr. Mishra, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning to all the distinguished panelists and, of course, the participant to the seminar. And a special thank to Professor Behela, who has brought on table the impact and the reality of information asymmetry, the gameability of the accounting ledgers, and of course, the fallibility of organized market or even shifting of the risk between markets, or for that matter, institutions as well as the sovereign. So I have listened to him with intent, and really it was some insight as to, on a macro level, what all is going to impact the entities in terms of economy of the global green mission. I am to share with you what are we doing in the perspective of the national commitment of Government of India, where we have just passed the conference of parties, where there was a major announcement from Indian side, and of course it's a matter of pride that we are having. We would like the world to share the vision of one sun, one world, one grid, along with, of course, our key enabler for some of these transitions. Why? Because we are not looking for a change to the time gone by. We are looking for a change with all our niceties built in, where we are heavily dependent on and energy intensity as well as the sources to be addressed. And currently what we think is that one sun, one world, one grid is an initiative which aiming at interconnected global power grid, where renewable energy from solar, wind, water, from the geographical diversity of the earth will be available in abundance where it is needed, and together with the connection at electrical level, it will also force, or for that matter, create pathways for collaboration, global coalition of national government or financial and technical organizations. But of course, the critical will be legislation and knowledge leaders for accelerating this kind of an infrastructure for world powered by clean energy. For the country, well, that remains our dream. For the country, our leader has set a target for 2020 for achieving net zero, committing a 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity and a billion ton cutting carbon intensity by 45%. That's an ambitious goal, and I'm sure that all the entities will put their might together to bring it to the reality, where we as an Energy Efficiency Services Limited are making a difference, and where we stand in terms of contributing towards these initiatives. I'll take a few minutes of yours by underlying the fact that the central government's CPSUs in the power sector have promoted this Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and it is what we believe is the energy efficiency is the key enabler behind achieving some of the ambitious goals which we have set for ourselves. IEA says that up to 49% of energy related carbon dioxide emission can be reduced, and that can spur more new users to switch their energy choices. So we have industry where there is more dependence on fossils as on today, but if we can unlock the potential in energy efficiency and make their business worth doing even through the grid connected or otherwise electrical energy, then we would have contributed our fair share of responsibility. Energy efficiency thus can be the leading change for global climate change mitigation. That's the belief with which Energy Efficiency Service Limited was set, and that's the belief on which we are working. And how we have made a difference is, and why it is so critical is, we see that there will be an extreme rise in power demand, and as far as India and Indians' ambition for development is concerned, and the urgency for reducing the carbon footprint will remain. And the balancing is not trading one with the other, but creating pathways so that we achieve our development goal as well as we we contribute and maintain our commitments to reduction. And I'll only give you three examples where Energy Efficiency Service Limited is active. So we initiated, the first one was on individual level, where the market transformation initiative of Unnat Jyoti by Affordable LED for All, the Ujala, was founded, and that was a carefully crafted approach for bulk procurement for stimulating a new market for energy efficient LED bulbs. Given our huge appetite and pent up demand for these products, prices did fall to the consumer's affordability level, and these were affordable for every individuals at the bottom of the economic pyramid. So much so that when we started with a modest target, but ultimately with 360 million LED bulbs were consumed, and it remains the preferred choice for urban. This has enabled more than 47.7 billion tons of 7 billion units to saved in demand, as well as greenhouse gas reduction of 38.6 million tons. That's on individual level, how market transformation can enable energy efficient choices for individuals far and wide, and the potential of a billion people's choice is always the big in compared to individual entities effort in reducing their carbon footprint. The second where we have made a difference is enabling the institutions of urban local bodies through our national street light program, where more than 12.2 million LED street lights have been installed, and they have mitigated more than 5.6 million tons in terms of carbon dioxide reduction and more than 8 million for a billion units of energy consumption. So that's on reaching out to even the institutions where there is a need, where there is a demand, and where we can enable them. The third point where we are focusing now is the entire electricity sector's economy, enabling a transformation in terms of removing cross subsidies, enabling participants' choice, and timely, or for that matter, collaborative control, so that the subsidies which are class dependent as on today, they are actually leveraged on time dependence and availability of renewable energy. So bringing in the flexibility in energy production as well as energy consumption, and creating markets around that between the institutions of electricity producers and consumers. And that initiative is through the smart metering initiative, where energy ecosystem, we have already begun moving through advanced metering infrastructure, which is the first step for creating a smart grid and process of our collaboration of various players in the energy eco chain, where how, electricity side, how they can enable more and more renewable energy to be integrated, and that requires a power of data to be unleashed, the power of timely management, dynamic adjustment to the demand, forecasting of the demand itself, and giving the signal to the all market participant. And that's the entire potential will be enabled through availability of real-time data through a smart meeting initiative of the Government of India, where EESL has taken the first foot forward and is active in making available more than 5 million smart meters to the big utilities so that they can actually accommodate more renewable energy. They can unleash the potential of their consumers in contributing towards green energy consumption. So those are the three initiatives I wanted to share, that how within the framework of Government of India's direction, as a responsible entity in the power sector, we are enabling an energy efficient future, which is much more critical in terms of enabling individual choices, a wider footprint, or making sure that the contributions are not only material, but they are lasting and sustainable. And of course, they are not something which can be transferred from A to B, or they can be game around. These are not the initiatives which are only for accounting purpose, but these are the initiatives which are making a real impact in terms of reducing the carbon footprint for the electricity consumers and the electricity supply, both industries. Thank you for the patience of listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for sharing all the details and lots of points for the board of directors to follow from here, but then lots of questions for you too. Can I get started with them, please? Sir, I can't hear you. I think you've muted yourself.
No,
Can you
I
please
did
check
unmute it.
Yeah, sure. So the first question is, of course, you touched upon the topic of EVs there. So the question that's come for you is that how can corporate boards drive increasing use of EVs?
There is no magic wand around. It's very simple. The corporate boards can go ahead and enable their employees by making available a least lower cost or subsidized fund available for EVs, and enable them that yes, their demand, their consumption, or their requirements can be met through EV by simply enabling a dialogue around the use of 90% uses of a corporate executives are fixed, predictable, less than 100 kilometers a day, and having a charger either at the office or at the home, and having the fund available, he should be ready to switch. He will be happy to switch. He may not be ready to switch midway for his current committed IC engine or car, but he definitely would be, at least I'm a firm believer, given the trend I've seen in my people around me, that 40% of the executives will definitely be ready to switch. But is there a talk around it? Is there a visibility of those choices? Is there an endorsement of those kind of choices? That's where they can make the biggest difference. Everything else can fall in place. So I would urge all directors to go ahead and make it a point that at least start a dialogue before 2021 closes.
Sure. And Mr. Mishra, what about the larger Indian populace? What policies and incentives can be extended to the larger Indian population to transition and adopt a more energy efficient lifestyle?
The best for widest coverage, the best the best initiative I see is because we have far too long made people to look towards economy only. So the best thing is we operate through economy. The way we have taken initiative in making energy efficient bulb available at cost effective prices or making available energy efficient choices for urban local bodies through financing and giving them a timeline for paying back. So it's a trade-off. If you are looking at if you are looking at economic choices, there is always energy efficiency pays back, but it pays back in time period. And the time period is the choice is something which requires a confidence. That confidence comes from sharing the success stories, that comes from making available data dynamically to the end user, that comes from endorsing the joys periodically. So you have to reward them every month, every week, every year for the choice, and by bringing down their outgo while maintaining the energy efficient, while creating a market big enough for energy efficient appliances companies to give a run for the money for the products which currently are available and they are not so efficient. But that requires a that these kind of big interventions, and economy being the primary driver, and of course the institution of directors is all about managing economic entities. So I would like to focus that we give enough economic signals and take leaf out of ESL books or these three initiatives, so to make the choice of energy efficiency the choice of individual and corporate first choice. The barrier of economy has to be handled by all of us.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for that address and addressing our questions in such a detailed way. Thank you so much again for making time for this very special global virtual session.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, IAS Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor to Ministry of Power, Government of India, was to actually join us as a guest of honor. But we've been told that he's been called in for a very urgent meeting at the PMO, but he sends his best wishes for the event, and we are very thankful to him for that. And now moving on further, we were to go across to Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kheruka, Chairman of Borosil Renewables Limited India, who was to be with us to deliver special address, but we're being told that he's been pulled away due to a medical emergency in the family. So he has for now requested to be excused, but he said that he will try and join us once he gets free from there. So for the time being, we would like to move forward to another very, very special address for which we're being joined by Ms. Lucia Real Martin, Executive Director Markets, ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants in the UK, who shall be delivering the special address. She is an executive team leader and global player who is leading the development across ACCA's regions and markets, including Asia, Africa, China, Eurasia, and new markets, Europe, Americas, India, and MESA, as well as ACCA's market partnerships and recognition globally. With over 27 years of experience on international business and market development, working for organizations developing their global footprint and strategy, she has been instrumental in the upskilling of finance and accounting professionals globally. Today, ACCA, world's most forward-thinking professional accountancy body, operates in 180 countries and serves a community of over 233,000 fully qualified members and 544,000 future members and students worldwide. We would also like to mention, ladies and gentlemen, that ACCA is an integral part of IOD India Global Family, and we are very, very delighted to have Ms. Lucia Real Martin with us today. Over to you, Ms. Lucia.
Rutika. Thank you very much, Rutika, for that warm welcome. Can I please check that you can hear me okay?
Yes, very well, Ms. Lucia. We can hear you, we can see you very well.
Fantastic. Well, it's always a pleasure for me to be able to join the IOD family, and certainly I'm delighted to be able to join you for this very important event, the World Congress of Environment Management and Climate Change. And just to offer my congratulations to the Institute for the drive that you've had for many, many years on this important topic. And obviously this is also a very special celebration where you're celebrating the winner companies of so many that are driving climate change practices. I also want to extend my thanks to Lieutenant General J.S. Aliwala, the President of the Institute of Directors, for his kind invitation, and Dr. Ashok Kapoor, Director General and an old friend. It's wonderful to see you. And I really hope to also have the opportunity to meet you in person in the future. But for now, wonderful to join this event and the Institute of Directors family, which is so important for ACC, as you said. We are very, very grateful for your ongoing support and partnership. What I would like to do is to spend the next 10 minutes or so just discussing in broad terms 3 areas, and I think we have some slides to help with that. That's great. So first, some takeaways from COP26 from ACCA's point of view. We have the privilege not only to be there, but also to participate and offer the voice of the profession. So I'd like to share that with you. Also, why boards and organizations need to continue, I will say, to take climate action right now, and we see many doing that, many of them here today, so that's really good. But the urgency continues to mount up, and the steps that we need to continue to take to build effective climate governance within organizations. So let me start straight away. And about COP26, it's fair to say, I'm sure you're all very aware of this, that there's been mixed views about this event. Some thought it was a fantastic success, others that more needed to have been achieved. And its own president, Mr. Alok Sharma, said on the closing day of the event that while he was very pleased to have in place the Glasgow Climate Pact amongst all the parties and the agreement that he reached, he admitted that it was a fragile win. And in fact, we do know that this took many rounds of negotiations and deliberations. But the aim of COP26, which was to keep 1.5 degree target not only alive, but committed, is a fragile win. And I think what was said around the pulse of 1.5 being weak is as accurate as it can be. And while the Global Climate Pact will speed up the pace of climate action, the summit really concluded with a clear agreement that countries need to not only commit, but revisit and strengthen the current emissions targets to 2030. And in fact, to be able to do that on a yearly basis. So in 2022, we'll have to come back to ensure that there is that continued commitment and a yearly political roundtable to ensure a global progress and reporting on that with a leaders summit 2 years later in 2023. So it's clear to all of us that more needs to be done and that this work cannot be in isolation. We were asked at ACCA recently to also give some consideration to the takeaways, and I just wanted to share those with you. From the profession perspective, it was truly wonderful to see finance, accountancy and accounting standards play a very significant key part on not only the global event, but actually how we will demonstrate that we're taking this forward. And a number of announcements were made in relation to their profession, and I just wanted to recap them and share them with you today. In case you missed it, on what's been called Finance Wednesday, which was the 3rd of November, the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero, which is a group of bankers and insurers and investors, over 160 of them, all committed to put climate change at the heart of their work. And their co-chair, Mark Kearney, made a very significant announcement. And in their press statement, they said that all Alliance members must use science-based guidelines to reach net zero. And in fact, these announcements are really, really important because Kearney warned organizations that we need a plan in place to reduce not only emissions, but also to say that those companies that will do so will find the capital, while others that don't won't. Kearney also talked about the importance of more accurate, responsive, and planet-aware corporate reporting. And what is very important is that we will be able to report on these and therefore actually understand which companies are doing better and which ones are not. There was also another very important announcement that was made, and that was in relation to the IFRS Foundation Trustee Chair announcement about the creation of the International Sustainability Standards Board. ACCA was very pleased with this, as we've been involved with global sustainability for many, many years. And our own CEO is a vice chair to this new board, so we are very, very committed to it. This development really offers a very significant opportunity to shape global reporting standards for the benefit of investors, but also more widely to economies and the public good. And it will play a very significant role in tackling the global environmental and social challenges that we need to tackle together. Businesses will align their lending and investing with net zero goals. And this is, as I said before, using science-based targets. So these announcements, from our point of view, speak to the very essence of what the accountancy profession does. And as such, accountancy skills are very much in demand to steer an ethical and sustainable course ahead. We see more than ever before accountants turning to sustainability as one of the main practices, and actually also more people wanted to take the route to be an accountant because of that aspiration as well. So this is not only very important for what we have to tackle, but also to ensure that we can entice new generations to join their profession. So to the question of why boards and organizations need to take climate change action right now, belatedly, but with increasing urgency, organizations across the world are finally really starting to understand the scale of the climate emergency that we're facing. And I know many speakers have talked about that before. We know the risks are immense, and therefore we need to put really accountancy and finance professionals at the heart of climate action strategy and implementation so that they can really guide organizations through that. And to illustrate this and to offer solutions ahead of COP26, ACCA published a report that we called Climate Action and the Accountancy Profession, Building a Sustainable Future. And I will invite you all to download that report from our website, but I just wanted to share with you a few of the highlights of that report. It says that both large and small organizations need to set zero targets and the pathways more so to achieve them. And that while good intentions are already in place, the commitment are already in place, many of these organizations are disconnected from the pace of climate action and the urgency that is needed. This research reached more than 3,000 accountants and finance professionals. And as you can see from the slide, only 15% said that their organization had set targets to be net zero compliant by 2050. And about 38% said that their organization were willing to invest more in addressing climate change. So there's a real need to not only focus on the what, I think we're all very aware of the what needs to be done, but how. And this is ACC's commitment on supporting our members and organizations with practical steps on how to achieve that. The key findings and the opinions that we had from the participants of, as I said, all different sizes of organizations really allow us to see the gap of that good intention with the urgency that is needed. And therefore, we are also calling out on leaders, not only in governments, but in organizations to ensure that we can grasp the scale of this challenge and we respond to it. So in this report, as I said, we're looking at practical ways of how we can do that. We also highlight in this report how we can bring an integrated approach that places sustainability at the heart of organizational decision making, and obviously that is also the ethos of the IASB, so that we can really consider business and sustainability decisions together. And this approach will continue to link strategy and governance to ensure that we have data-driven decision-making and rigorous measurement of performance using science-based targets, coherent reporting, but also trustworthy assurance of information. So as you can see, we really feel that there's many aspects to how a professional accountant and a finance professional can really add value in this area. And despite the appetite that we find of finance teams being able to support their organizations, there's really a number of barriers to overcome. And as you can see from this slide, the one that was most cited were internal organization perception that climate change and action is not viewed as a responsibility of the finance team. More than half of a finance team viewed in that way. So that's a significant barrier that we need to overcome, and we take that upon ourselves at ACCA to ensure that we continue to educate organizations and the profession itself on the vital role that we can play. But also a significant 36% said that there's a lack of incentive in the organization to actually take that action, which is really concerning and something that we need to ensure is widely understood of the actual incentive in the long term. And as we said before, Kearney himself said, well, funding won't be available for those organizations that don't act on climate. An important 32% said that there's still a clear lack of support from the leadership. So again, at CEO level, C-suite level, ensuring that both board and executive teams are very united in this agenda is going to be really important. And data was also cited as a significant barrier, and that's something that's going to be very important if we're going to obviously use science-based targets. And finally, at 23%, so their own preparation and their own skills needed to be upgraded. And for us, this is very important because as a professional body, we really emphasize, and through our own qualification, we are absolutely bringing not only the latest updates, but ensuring that for already qualified members, there's an opportunity for them to be able to upskill. Now, while some of these findings could be concerning, we have very clear and uplifting steps that can be taken right now. And if I can go to the next slide, I'd just like to share with you briefly. So obviously very much connected to those barriers. These are the steps, as you can see from the slide. So absolutely get that executive level buy-in. The tone has to be set from the top, and it really matters to the whole organizations. We know that to attract the new generation of leaders and talent into organizations, this is very important to them. So it actually will be able to address more than one agenda. But it's really, really important that boards and directors actually have that role in leading the way to 2050 and preferably earlier. We need to ensure that climate-related risks are absolutely fully integrated in the business strategy. And we all know that the days of treating them separately are gone. And so from now on, climate risk, ESG, net zero will be very much at the heart of how we set strategy in organizations. And again, being able to build communities that allow for how that can happen, best practice, and awards like the one that you're celebrating today becomes very, very important. Of course, integrating all of this ESG, climate KPIs, and risk considerations into decision making, not only at strategic level, but also operationally, will continue to be crucial. And of course, reporting, and this is where accountants continue to be crucial. Ensuring that we merge both financial and non-financial reporting, so that organizations can really bring the real value that they present to society. Assurance becomes also a very important part of how accountants can support, and having robust and trustworthy processes will be really important. And finally, as I said before, educating and raising the level of knowledge and expertise, first and foremost from the profession, so that the confidence around how to tackle the challenge can be there, but also to the wider organization. And to that effect, we are seeing a very significant uptake, for example, at ACCA on certificates that we have around sustainability, and also, as I said, people coming into the profession to actually have that specialism on sustainability. So we really see a renewed and enthused purpose for organizations in the way they operate, and an opportunity for accountants and finance professionals to provide that leadership that is much needed at the moment. Finally, I would like to also share what ACCA is doing as an organization. So as well as being able to educate our members, and through research like the one that I've just shared with you, being able to participate in this global discussion that is so important. ACCA has committed to the UN SDGs, and we aim as an organization to become net zero by 2030, reporting progress annually on our integrated report. And as a member of the A4S accounting bodies network, we've also joined another 12 professional bodies that have committed to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions within their own organization, as well as guiding our members so that they can do that in their organization to do the same. So I really hope that that gives you an idea of the important role that professional accountants have to play in sustainability, and how we can take a much more central role in this very, very important space. And before I conclude, I'd just like to extend my thanks again for this invitation and the ongoing partnership with the Institute of Directors and the great work that you're doing. We really value our partnership, and we look forward to continuing. So with that, I'll go back to you, Ritika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucia. We at IOD India family also really value our association with you. Thank you for your address. There are a few questions for you. If you could allow a few more minutes, I could take them up with you.
Absolutely.
Sure. So the first question that's come in is that most recent with the formation of the International Sustainability Standards Board, what are the opportunities and the challenges, or any risk that you see for finance and accounting professionals?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And look, we probably need to see that on the round. The fact that the ISSB has been formed, it's really good news, because what it means is that a number of boards that, while still all going towards the same goal, were operating separately. And so having now the International Sustainability Board means that there's going to be a much more global approach to it, and that white investors are really at the center of how these standards will be progress. There's a much wider view about how economies and organizations will have to go towards this goal of. So from our point of view at ACCA, we're really hopeful that this signals a real unity within the profession to be able to tackle this important challenge, and therefore maybe standards that were much more national, that were had slight differences, will be really all come together under one board, the IASSB.
Sure. And Ms. Lucia, how can the global community of accountants aid boards in transitioning to net zero by prioritizing ESG into strategic business decisions?
That's fantastic question, and for sure it'll be an accountant that would have asked that question. Look, I think first and foremost is education, as I said before,
Sure.
is educating ourselves and educating our organizations. I think this is a real opportunity for finance professionals to not only be able to provide the data, but actually really be part of the strategic discussions that happen in an organization in terms of strategic decisions, future trends, future growth for organizations, and be able to see that by putting ESGs and environment at the forefront of the future of an organization, they're going to be able to make not only sustainable, but actually future-proof decisions that will make them more relevant, more profitable, and where the society at large will want to be part of those organizations as consumers, as employees. So it's I think a fantastic opportunities for accountants to be at the forefront of that strategic discussion that is much more futuristic rather than only the discussion about reporting, which was obviously a much more traditional role for accountants.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ms. Lucia Ariel Martin, for your learned address and addressing all the queries that came your way. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into our keynote session 1, the key takeaways from COP26 and steering the board towards effective climate governance. We have a very, very special keynote address on this. And to take this further, let me welcome Mr. Owais Sarmat, Deputy Executive Secretary, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, who shall be delivering this address. Just a few words about him. Mr. Sarmat, in his over 30 years of rich and varied experience, he's worked with many international organizations, including International Organization for Migration. He has played a pivotal role in several policy and management areas, which have strengthened the organization's operational effectiveness. He was instrumental in the establishment of IOM's Ethics and Conduct Office and was a key team member negotiating the agreement which brought the IOM into the United Nations system. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sarmat.
Thank you very much, and for the very nice introduction. And at the outset, great pleasure to be back at the IOD, and it's a pleasure to address the IOD's 22nd World Congress on Environment Management. And I thank the Institute of Directors for the opportunity to share our perspective on the outcomes of COP26, which you'll hear about in a minute. And I thank also the government of India for hosting this event, and especially like to say my special tribute to Lieutenant General Ahluwalia, President of the Institute of Directors, and very happy to see some familiar faces here online. I wish it was in person. Mr. Mishra, good to see you, sir. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Anyway, distinguished panelists and participants, it's again, I very much appreciate this opportunity. and like to thank the previous speaker from ACCA, from a sister organization, if I may call that, as an ACMA member. So a lot of what you said is very relevant, especially the last point about education, and I'll say a few more words about that. Look, sincerely, the health of our planet and the world our children and grandchildren will inherit is at stake. Climate change is the biggest challenge of humanity in the long term, and we need to work together to address it. 6 years ago, with the adoption of Paris Agreement, Mr. Mishra knows this very well, the world received hope. Hope for better, greener, cleaner future. But as we know, hope is not the only ingredient in keeping the environment safe and healthy. And over the last 6 years, what was felt as a distant threat became a reality. In 2021 alone, we have seen climate change impacting millions of lives across the globe, in Europe, in Central Asia, in South America, and many other regions. Last month, after 2 years of online work and waking up in different time zones around the world to conduct events, virtual events, and attend discussions, nations came together in Glasgow at COP26. Now, what happened at COP26? And some of you might have been there. With the highest number of registrations, more than 35,000, 120 heads of state and government, including our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, were present at COP26. We also saw a very high level of media outreach and observers and many other stakeholders, which made COP26 one of the largest conferences in the history of the UNFCCC. And this was particularly noteworthy as it was held in the middle of a pandemic, which demonstrated the urgency and commitment of everyone to address climate change upfront. And at the end of 2 weeks, with arduous negotiations, almost 200 parties agreed on the way forward by adopting the Glasgow Climate Pact. As the media reports on the outcome of COP26, many of you might ask, was this a success or was this a failure? The answer is not a simple yes or no, but rather it moved the needle in the right direction, especially to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target reachable. That was very significant. Negotiations or intergovernmental negotiations have geopolitical issues that concern the humanity or the world at large are never easy. And while we seek an outcome that is acceptable to all, only some return home completely satisfied. But this is the nature of consensus and what we refer to as inclusive multilateralism. Now, let me share with you the main outcomes of COP26. The first, the phasing down of coal. In the overall COP26 decision, the phasing down of unabated coal power was mentioned for the first time in the UNFCCC process, and also for the first time, a reference first time to phasing out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Second, an adaptation. At this COP, adaptation has been central in all conversation and texts that were adopted, which recognize the relevance of adaptation. Parties agreed to a work program to define the global goal on adaptation, allowing more specific identification of the collective needs and solutions for the climate impacts already happening now in all regions of the world. Third, the finalization of the guidelines and the so-called Paris Rulebook, and in particular Article 6, which is very, very relevant to this audience as well. The so-called Paris Agreement Rulebook was completed at Glasgow after 6 years of intense negotiation, which means all aspects are now fully operational, all aspects of the Paris Agreement. After 6 years of intense negotiations on carbon markets, which is what represents Article 6, parties reached a compromise. This compromise ensures now the rules on carbon markets are the same for everyone and ensures trust and transparency. This agreement will now allow parties and all governments around the world, including private sector, to scale up their cooperation, mobilize additional finance, and private sector engagement, an important aspect of our audience today. Fourth was transparency. COP26 also finalized the So just 1 minute. I'm trying to deal with the technology here. Finalize the enhanced transparency framework, which provides a framework for transparent reporting of the measures taken by parties and stakeholders. But they agreed to common reporting formats and how this is extremely important because the implementation of the Paris Agreement and all the actions the parties and governments and all stakeholders do is all about transparently reporting, which builds the trust and the integrity of the system and the process. Fifth was ambition. Some nations have made progress and submitted their nationally determined contributions prior to COP26, but we have seen a strong pledges during the World Leaders Summit, the first 2 days of the conference. The NDC synthesis report that we produced confirms that while there is progress that has been made, but a lot more need to be done. And I'll come back to that, looking ahead to COP27 and what are the next steps. So the next steps, despite the COP26 accomplishments, we are still far away off the trajectory of stabilizing global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. And that is an absolute urgency and a critical decision that not decision, but the implementation of the decision that needs to go forward. And in that regard, finance was very, very important. The parties at COP26 expressed disappointment towards the 100 billion pledge that was made several years ago and remains outstanding. The $100 billion a year that to be made available to developing countries to deal with the impacts of climate change. And that's still not forthcoming. Although the parties did recognize, and there is a commitment to make it a reality in 2022 or and soon thereafter. In finance and the private sector, every country, city, company, and financial institution, as was mentioned by my previous speaker, must now credibly and verifiably reduce their emissions and decarbonize portfolios starting now, if, especially in the private sectors, if companies are not to become the Kodaks of the future. Our Secretariat is working through a couple of very important campaigns. The first one is the Race to Zero campaign, to mobilize governments, businesses, civil societies to achieve carbon neutrality as quickly as possible. So I invite and welcome everyone to take a look at that Race to Zero campaign and share your comments and thoughts, or to use it as best as possible. Second is the Race to Resilience campaign, which is a sibling of the Race to Zero campaign, but it helps the most vulnerable to build resilience and adapt to the impacts of climate change. Now, looking ahead, after COP26 and COP27 will happen in Egypt later in 2022, we must see more climate action this decade. If we are not only to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, but ultimately the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. Here we are talking about mitigation, adaptation, finance, and so on. Now, in conclusion, let me highlight that organizations such as IOD and the networks that you represent and the enormous influence that you have with the customers, the clients, the supply chains, you have a huge and enormous capacity to influence businesses at large scale and inspire positive changes. And there, I must say, it's not just a change for the sake of change, but here we are talking about transformational change, radical changes that need to happen. And the businesses have always been at the forefront of that. And we need more non-state actors such as IOD to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the supply chains of all the representatives of IODs, the directors who represent, and to promote green economy, capitalize on the availability of renewable sources of energy, which is a huge opportunity for everyone. But to do it in a way which provides a just transition from coming out of the fossil fuel era to the renewable era, which is absolutely necessary and urgent. All of this can be a major driving force for businesses to remain credible and also to be ethically profitable on the long run, keeping up with the increased demand for greener economies. So with that, I'd like to conclude and once again thank the Institute of Directors and all those who have organized this event, and wish you a successful discussion. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samad, for your knowledgeable address. Before we actually let you go, we have a couple of relevant questions that have come in from our guests. May I take them with you?
With pleasure. With pleasure, yes.
Sure. So the very first question that's come for you is, of course, from the board's perspective. The question is that what should be the most important considerations that boards that wish to set up an effective climate governance framework consider?
A very good question. And at the outset, what I should say is that what they need to do is to fully include the SDG targets and Agenda 2030 in strategy planning exercise. Identify the metrics. Incorporate, as I said, just transition as a catalyst of green governance. Adhere to the International Forum of Networks. One example is, as I mentioned, to Race to Zero, it rallies non-party stakeholders to commit and deliver on net zero emissions as soon as possible, and to take immediate action to halve emissions globally by 2030. And another platform that we have in our organization is referred to as the Marrakesh Partnership, in which the high-level champions develop the climate action pathways, setting out sectoral visions for a 1.5-degree climate resilient world by 2050, identifying levers to transform the economy and society specific to tipping points in each sector. Fashion, sports, there are all the different sectors. And please do take a look at that, and that would be very useful.
Sure. And so the second question is that what would be the essential constituents of a climate competent board?
Well, look, yeah, this is also very, very interesting. Some of the futurologists, as they are referred to today, predict we will see a great deal of rapid changes going forward. And I have a simple answer to this. Learn, learn, and learn. Those of you who have read Lenin from 1917, that's where it comes from. Only through continuous training, reliable businesses and boards of directors can keep up with the constant changes and increase their capacity to drive competitive response to environmental and social challenges. Everyone, especially these days, and especially the youth, which are the future customers and clients for many of your companies that you represent, are asking that question now. And if that is not delivered in an honest and ethical way, then those clients will move away, and those companies will have great problems. So the board of directors need to demonstrate personal commitment. Every board member to uphold the goals and targets of the Paris Agreement, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and move to renewable energy.
Right, sir. And last of all, sir, how can the board drive transformative climate action through the C-suite and senior leadership?
Very simply, walk the talk by restructuring supply chains and their processes using the Paris Agreement goals as a guiding star. Raise global business ambition and mobilize action at scale. That has to be transformative, radical, and it's urgent.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Sama. Despite your very, very busy schedule, you made time to join us for this global virtual session. We truly, truly value your presence and the insights you shared. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we were to actually have Mr. Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to join us for a keynote address. But we've just received the news that he's been pulled into a last-minute ministerial meeting. So we really hope that he can make time out of that and join us later in the day. For now, we would like to move further with our agenda of the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming another very, very special guest. We have with us Mr. C.K. Mishra, retired IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India. With more than 30 years of public service, Mr. Mishra has served as an administrator, policymaker, and public health strategist, holding a wide range of assignments in the fields of health, education, industry, and power. As former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, he has led Indian negotiations at important forums such as United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, and various other multilateral events. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you so much. Very good morning to everyone, or good afternoon rather. And it's a pleasure joining this event this afternoon. And such a pleasure to see some of our old friends who we did not get to see thanks to COVID. Mr. Sarma, welcome. It was great hearing you. And thank you, Mr. Kapoor, and everybody else for having me over. And I have been somewhat associated with IOD in the past, having attended a couple of their functions. And in one of the events, if I remember clearly, there were awards being given to industries for clean, industrial action. And the one thing that I thought was that as we go along in this world and we move ahead, there will be no award for production and productivity. The award will be for green technology. And that is the way the world is looking at us, and that is the way the world needs to look at us. When we had the COVID situation, everybody was very happy about the clear blue skies that we were seeing. But I was always asking one question to myself, given the number of deaths and casualties that we have, and the morbidity and mortality that we had, is this the price we need to pay for blue skies? The problem is that globally and individually, we've failed to recognize that we have a problem. And unless you acknowledge a problem, I think you will never be able to find a solution. So at least what I look at Glasgow and what I heard from Glasgow is there seems to be some kind of a renewed urgency in acknowledging the problem that we have. We are here to discuss largely two issues. And one is, of course, about climate governance, the other being the takeaway from COP26. I find the takeaways from COP26 to be very interesting. So let me take that first. And let me prefix what I'm going to say, that this is with apology to Mr. Samad if some of the things I say are incorrect or perhaps not what the world believes, because I look at them slightly differently. COP26 was actually a culmination of a process. From Kyoto to COP26 being a long journey. And I strongly believe that Paris was a turning point. And I also believe that the world refused to turn. Not much moved after Paris. I don't know how much the needle will move after Glasgow. But congratulations to UNFCCC and the leadership for some major achievements, as mentioned, particularly with reference to coal. And of course, I'm so happy Article 6 is settled. Because at Madrid, I thought it will never get resolved. But thank God it is. Compromises, negotiations always are about that. But at least we have some clear thinking on the way forward. So that's a very good achievement. And we need to celebrate that achievement. But the point I'm trying to make is that we had made certain commitments at Paris. Commitments relating to action, commitments relating to finance and various other things. My question to all world bodies is, have we assessed who did it, who did not? If we have assessed, what have we done? Those who did good work continue to languish, and those who didn't do not have a problem today. So my point is, where are we heading? And as Mr. Ahmed was saying, it's a critical situation currently. Some of the studies, as he himself mentioned, at 1.5, limiting it to 1.5 degree, the tracker says that not more than 5 or 6 countries are headed towards that. I am not very sure if we have an adequate and proper analysis of why the others are not. Yes, we've moved ahead with commitments in Glasgow, which is a very good thing, including our country. Several countries have joined in announcing net zero. The developed countries, which should have done it in 2030, are now promising 2050. And somewhere in this entire conversation, we are losing the concept of differentiated responsibilities. Where is I would be extremely happy if the next meeting actually comes up with projects to handhold countries who are not able to do it, rather than merely saying that we will together do it. We need a system in place globally where those who do not do it, those who cannot, need handholding, those who do not need some kind of a, knock on their knuckles. What can we create that system? I don't see that system happening. I do not, believe me, doubt multilateralism. But the way I look at it, it is merely commitments which no action. So if there is one takeaway from COP26 that is action on the ground, in the field of finance and everything. The two critical elements are finance and technology. 100 billion, we couldn't do it. Technology, we are unable to break the barriers of technology transfer. At times it raises doubt among many people as to the seriousness of the entire problem. UNFCCC can push countries and is pushing countries. But unless the countries themselves decide to get pushed, I don't think we are going to have results. And all this talk about finance, according to me, has 3 specific elements. It must be identifiable finance. It must be quantifiable and specific finance. And it must be new finance. Unless we have this, people who are struggling to move to green technologies will not be able to move to green technologies, and the climate solutions will be far away from us. So we need to, I think, change tactics. And in these international negotiations, where we spend hours on one comma or one word, we need to move to projects and programs. As a global community, let us implement projects and programs in some part of the globe. Those who cannot afford to do it themselves. That is the kind of handholding that I feel we need. I don't know whether it is possible, whether, anybody would be willing to do it, but as a thought, I think that is something we can put on the table. And we cannot beat this climate crisis unless Any individual country may do extremely well. But unless the world does it, you are nowhere. Because it's not about boundaries. But can the world do it today? My answer would be, in many parts of the universe, they're just struggling in not being able to do it. I still remember a conversation I had with the president of Marshall Islands once. And he said, you know, one of our biggest worries is that when the world goes down, we will be the first to go underwater. So like a naive person, I turned around and asked him, then why don't you do something? His response was, where is the resource to do it? Realization is there, the pressure is there, the threat is there, the resource is not there. Therefore, those sitting on technologies, those sitting on resources need to react, need to act. If you look at the Indian context in particular, India's responsibility to this entire deteriorating situation of climate change has been less than most of the countries. The per capita emission in India is among the lower side in the world. But India has announced ambitious targets. That is because the country believes in responsible growth. You cannot deny fruits of development to people in remote corners of the country where development has not reached. But with responsible growth, we can ensure that while we do the development, we do not further aggravate matters relating to environment and climate. And I am a strong believer that this entire debate between development versus conservation is a useless debate. Technology today helps you ensure that both go hand in hand. It's about commitment, it's about passion, it's about action. And, you know, the world sounds so serious about everything. I'm so happy the registration was the largest, which means people are concerned. But with so much of global concern, why are we not able to break walls of technology transfer? These are things that make me wonder where we are heading. But at the end of the day, to be very honest to you, I see a hope at the light at the end of the tunnel. Because of these growing concerns, because of organizations taking up UNFCCC, other organizations, IOD also for that matter, it can bring about a rapid change on the ground. And unless we do things on the ground, it will be difficult for us to move ahead. And I must also congratulate UNFCCC for that bit on adaptation. Something that I have been speaking at all forums. Mitigation is not the only solution. We need to pay equal focus at adaptation. Climate change is a reality, therefore adaptation is perhaps one of the better answers to it. India, incidentally, is one of the few countries which has a national adaptation fund. Having said that, what is the kind of governance that we are looking at? You know, governance is about synthesizing, synergizing your action plan, your identification of issues, and creating a credible program, as also setting aside finance for that. It's a whole chain. I mean, climate change, there's a bit of climate in everything that we do, every ministry, every department, every action of ours. So we need to make sure that in our governance structure, that synergy is there, where before we take any decision, we think about the impact on climate. If that is the governance structure, then green technology will automatically come in, greener production will automatically come in, and then we'll be moving towards what the world calls, I would say rather loosely, sustainable development. So this is an ideal opportunity for this discussion. Must thank IOD for this, and must thank IOD for the opportunity that they've given me to be a part of it and share what I feel looks like happening. There could be various views, and I would be very happy to learn from other views and other comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. C.K. Mishra, for laying it out in such a detailed way and calling it out that it's time for action. And of course, hearing that, we have managed to source quite a few questions for you. With your permission, I would like to take them up, sir.
Please go ahead.
So the very first question that's come is that what should be the three main thrust points for boards in climate governance to really move the needle for combating climate change?
Well, I think the first is acknowledging that you have a problem. The second is putting together a plan to resolve that problem. And the third would be finding effective technological solution to a green technology. And I would add a fourth one, and that is, which I also mentioned earlier, synergize your actions towards this. Otherwise, we are going to lose out.
Sure, sir. And you did touch upon Paris Agreement. So there's a question that starts that Paris Agreement was 2015, that is 6 years ago, and countdown to 2030 is still 9 years ago, is still 9 years ahead of us. And like you said, that it is now that the time for action is. So what major actions can the boardroom community take today, now?
I would go back to the issue of learning, which Mr. Samad was. We need to educate everyone on the adverse impacts. But supposing, as action by the board, all members were educated about the adverse impact, but you did not offer any solution or an alternative to that impact, it would make no meaning. Therefore, along with acknowledgement, the action point would be finding solutions. And the third and critical element would be handholding. You know, we finish off with discussions. Climate actions require a regular handholding approach through and through. And that is what we should provide.
Right. And Mr. Mishra, the buck seems to stop at climate finance, while it is also a $1 trillion opportunity. What are your comments on that?
I won't say the buck stops at climate finance. I think the process starts with climate finance. And the opportunities are immense. There are two things that are not happening. We are not channelizing it in the right direction, and we are not generating enough. You know, the developed world often talks about the capacity of the developing and the least developed countries to absorb finance. I mean, this chicken and egg story can go on forever. Have you tested their capacity to absorb finance? Let's try it out and see what happens. But we seriously, and if they do not have the capacity, I think it's also incumbent upon us to create capacities in those countries. So there is a huge opportunity ahead of us. We just need to focus on channelizing it in the right direction.
Right. Mr. Mishra, you spoke of the boards, but what about the government? Since you were in the government, how do you think government can actually support to turbocharge climate investments?
See, one thing that government must do is take a lead in the direction that the countries are going to follow. And When I say take a lead, I also mean lead by example. At least in your actions, climate must take center stage. Government also should facilitate finance, according to me, even if it means cutting strings somewhere. And third, and which is very critical, is there are n number of people, including industry, who want to do it but are unable to do it because they don't know how to. So it is, I think, the government's responsibility also to do that how to. If you can't give finance, at least let's do the how to so that the people are able to do it.
Right. Very right.
If I may just come in just for a quick comment, and it's a great pleasure to hear from Mr. Mishra. And we missed you, Mr. Mishra, at the COP, and I hope to see you soon. Everything that you said is absolutely spot on. Fully agree with you. And yes, we definitely need to do more. And we look forward to maybe having another discussion with you and seek your experience and suggestions on what more we can do as an organization. Back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarvad. And before I let you go, actually, Mr. Mishra, just one more question, because there's just so many of them coming in.
No, please.
How do you see the future of ESG investing bandwagon in India with the rise in shareholder activism?
That's a technical one, but let me just take that on. See, if there is one buzzword in industry today, it is ESG. Now, the problem that is coming around is how do industry and stakeholders in industry define or think of ESG? It's a responsibility, and it is actually a compulsion, if you ask me. So investing into ESG is the only way of an organization's future. And let me also tell you, since I had another committee on sustainable finance, the key would be not just ESG thinking, but ESG financing. Unless you are able to fund green technology, I don't think you will move ahead. Yes, Ritika.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. Thank you so much for enlightening us with all the answers you shared and your deep insights on the issue. Thank you so much for making time for this global virtual session.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the next distinguished keynote speaker for the keynote session. That is Dr. Deepak Singh, IAS Principal Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change Department, Government of Bihar. Dr. Singh is a distinguished civil servant of Indian Administrative Service of 1992 batch. In his around 3 decades of rich and diverse experience, he's held very important portfolios in state as well as central government. He has also led important portfolios earlier in Government of Bihar, like Principal Secretary, Labor Resources Department, Secretary Water Resources Department, and Managing Director, Bihar State Industrial Development Corporation. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Bihar Skill Development Mission as well. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Deepak Singh.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you, Kapoor sir, for giving me this opportunity. I'm audible, Ritika?
Yes, you are, sir. You're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashok Kapoor sir, for giving me this opportunity. And it is a very pleasant experience and a good opportunity to participate in this global virtual conference. I would first start and thank my senior in service from my cadre, Mr. C.K. Mishra sir. He has given a very articulate manner. He has given the issues why we are not progressing despite all our commitments shown in the various conferences. He has very rightly pointed out that our actions, our decisions must be accompanied by firm decisions and visible actions on the front of technology, finance, and handholding those who are not able to do it despite the appreciation of the problem and despite their commitment. There is one thing more which I feel after having served in this department now for almost 5 years in 2 terms. This is my second term in the department. And that is that about climate change, although most of the people would say that the climate is changing, they are facing either more rainfall, extreme events, what we call drought and flood at the same time. And we in Bihar, this state of India, is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, particularly not so much cyclones, but definitely the floods and droughts. The one thing which I feel is very essential for the climate change action to succeed is demystifying the climate actions, demystifying the climate change. Because the words which we speak, the words which we use, the terms which we use in the conferences, in our documents, when we talk about the climate change or the impact of climate change or the mitigation or the adaptations, we are not able to demystify, and these are still, the understanding of these words are limited to the scientists or maybe to the top bureaucrats or to the top governance of the country who are participating in the various conferences, international conferences. But even I find, being a field level officer, that the terms which we use, the actions which we prescribe, it is very difficult to translate them and in their language to even the lower level functionaries. And that is one, I feel, one major hurdle why we are not able to succeed in our actions in towards countering the impact of climate change. Now I will come to what specifically to what our state is doing, Bihar is doing. Now that the Honorable Prime Minister has set a target in the Glasgow conference of net zero in 2070, and he has also given the 5 points of action there. But before that, we in Bihar had set up a target about 1 year ago, considering that the Bihar's emission level as compared to the country's emission level is also low. So we had set up a target even before Honorable Prime Minister decided that target in Glasgow, that we will take Bihar to, we didn't say it net zero, but we said it a low carbon pathway, but somewhere in our mind it was that we will try to make it net zero by the year 2040. And we have already started working on that. We have kept 1 year time for us to prepare a strategy. We are doing the emission inventory for the state. And then we are trying to find out where we need to change the technology, where we need to change the policies, so that the we can take it to a low carbon or a net zero situation by 2040. And in our state, we have started our Honorable Chief Minister had started about 3 years ago a major program called the Jal Jeevan Haryali, or translating it, Water, Life and Greenery campaign. That campaign was, it's a major campaign targeting mainly on 2 things. Number 1, the conservation of water resources, both surface water and groundwater. And number 2, more and more use of renewable energy sources. And third, to increase the greenery level by afforestation, as well as forestation in the afforestation not only in the government land, not only in the forest land, but also in the lands of the farmers, which can increase their incomes and at the same time increase the sink, increase the carbon sink at the state level. And the whole state government is committed towards that, and a large number of departments are implementing that campaign. One thing which I find while working at the state level, at the governance level, at the country and at the state governance level, even it is true of the country level also, which my senior Mr. C.K. Misra must have also found, that we have the climate change or the environmental concerns are still not mainstreamed into the policies of different departments. It is still thought of as something about which the environment or the forest or the climate change department is only concerned, and the other departments, they are not so much concerned about this except celebrating the various days like Environment Day or the Ozone Day or One Mahotsav or the forestation festival, what we call during the monsoon season. But while they celebrate these days, when deciding on the other policy matters, they do not take the environmental concerns into account, and they think that it is not primarily their job, but it is the job of the Environment and Forest Department to take care of the environment and to compensate if there is any environmental loss or if there is any carbon emission. It is their job to compensate. So that is one thing which is needed at the governance level, that environmental concerns, the green technology has to be mainstreamed into each and every aspect, as Mr. Mishra rightly pointed out, that while taking any policy decision, every department of the government has to ask themselves that whether by the action which they are taking, is it contributing more to climate change, or is it able to counter the impact of the climate change, and is it able to contribute to our movement towards the net zero or less carbon or low carbon pathways. So these two things are very important. Number one, mainstreaming the environmental concerns into the activities of all the departments in all the government policies. And secondly, demystifying the climate change words so that, and the actions, the policies, the impact of the climate change, so that the common man, the lower level functionaries, they are able to understand. So this is mainly the thing which I wanted to tell. Rest about the country's policy, I think Mr. Mishra has in detail pointed out. So Ritika, I would not like to take much time. There are large number of speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepak. But before I let you go, there is a question that's come in for you, and I'd like to put that forward if you have time.
Yeah, please.
The question is specifically about the state of Bihar, that how is the state mainstreaming environment and climate policies into its industrial policy?
There are two ways. Number one is that our state has started since the year 2020-21, not only in industries, but about the mainstreaming also in other department also. We have started making a green budget of the year. So when the main budget is presented, out of that, we take out those actions which are contributing towards the countering climate change, impact of the climate change, and we make it a separate green budget, just like the gender budgeting. So that is one thing, how all the departments, they have been made to understand that while they are taking their actions, what is the positive which they are contributing towards countering the climate change, or towards lessening the carbon emission, or towards increasing the carbon sink. That is number one. As far as industries are industrial policy is concerned, currently there is no incentive as such for adopting the green technology, but for the industries which have a large emission, for them we have certain prohibitory things, and about the siting criteria also, and about other emission control measures which are normally implemented through the Pollution Control Board. Thank you. Thank you, Ritika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for making time out for this global virtual session and joining us with your valuable insights. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And now please join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker for the keynote session. That is Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director of Solar Group, India. Mr. Singh has over 30 years of experience at various levels of operations in multinational organizations, not just in India, but also outside of India. He has functional expertise in operations, business, projects, EHS, quality and lean management. He has also completed military service of 6 years as commissioned officer in Indian Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Ritika. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And at the outset, I would like to thank, and that is my learning session here. So I'm trying to more absorb things here and then trying to put my view across. So it was a great pleasure to hear so many learned speakers up to now and learn a lot of things which we can surely implement at the industry level. So with that, and I would also like to thank Mr. Ashok Kapoor, who reached out to us and to invited us for this first interaction with IOD. So I'm really thankful to Mr. Kapoor and others in IOD to let us appear in this session and also allow us to speak and project our views. So our name is Solar Industries India Limited. So many people confuse it with the solar energy, which is a very positive thing for us. But we are a different company. We are the explosive manufacturer. So I would like to take a little bit of time to for our audience to tell about what we do as a solar. Solar Industries is the largest manufacturer of industrial explosives in India for coal, metal, and infrastructure sector. It is also the largest exporter of explosives, and our products are used in 50 plus countries, covering all the continent. Other than India, we have manufacturing bases in Turkey, South Africa, Zambia, Ghana, Nigeria, and the new manufacturing facilities are coming up in Australia and Indonesia. Solar Group has also ventured in defense and aerospace and has currently manufacturing facility for high performance explosives like HMX, RDX, TNT, and its compound for civil and military applications. The critical explosives compositions made by Solar are not only substituting the import from Russia and other countries, but are also being now exported to Europe and Americas. We have also made the first ammunition in the private sector. Now we have made the hand grenades which have replaced the World War II era hand grenades which were being used by our armed forces and paramilitary forces, and they were highly unsafe and unreliable. These are now being substituted by solar-made multi-mode hand grenades, which have proven to be 99.9% reliable as compared to Indian Army's stringent specification of minimum 95%. So we are proud to be on the provide our armed forces and paramilitary forces with the ammunition which are safe and reliable. The multi-barrel rocket systems of Pinaka, which is a workhorse for the area domination weapon for Indian Army, we have now started manufacturing in private sector. That's the first time rocket is being manufactured in private sector. And we are also working with DRDO to make the next version, which is enhanced and guided Pinaka rocket system. So we are proud to get associated with the armed forces there. Our foray in the space sector started with the supplying the strap-on booster motor for workhorse of ISRO, which is PSLV launch vehicles. So we have started supplying the strap-on booster motors. We are also supplying various other ordnance and pyrotechnic devices for ISRO. So we are very proud to be associated with ISRO. So I really, ladies and gentlemen, come from the other side of the industry. So we are mostly on the side which is like targeted for the being the dirty energy, which is mainly coal or other sectors. So I would like to, but it is a great understanding and we understand it, how it is going to impact us on that. And I would like to come on the topic of the day, that India is the largest developing nation and with a large population base. And our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, has demonstrated commendable leadership in COP26 and has set very ambitious target for us as a nation. So, and he named it as the 5 elixirs for us, and 5 Panchamrit recorded, which he enumerated as net zero by 2070, set up the 500 gigawatt of energy capacity from the renewable sources, and committing that half of the energy consumed will be from the renewable sources by 2030 and other targets. So these are very ambitious targets. And at the same time, India has a very high developmental needs. So we can't get away from the conventional, the way we are sourcing our economy or for sourcing the energies at this point of time. So what are the key understanding for the industry like us in this game? So I would like to enumerate a few which we have understood on this at this point of time. We understand that time is the essence. So we completely agree that the world is looking for being net zero by the time of 2050. And India has set the target of 20 years later, which is 2070. But we at the industry level understand that we cannot let our guns down, and we have to still stick to the target of 2050. So as an industry, we have to be conscious that average increase of 1.5 degrees centigrade should be still a target, and we have to, as an industry, we have to work towards that. And this, like many of the learned speakers have said before me, that it requires the action from now. So no longer good intention will work. So we have to start action at the industry level from now itself. Business must commit, deliver, report, and be held accountable for the yearly emission reduction targets. So I agree with many of the past speakers that the accountability has to come into the business, and that has to be mainstreamed so that we start working and start tracking our targets much more diligently. And like other speakers, I also agree that sustainability should become the part of the core value of all the business and reflect in day-to-day business activities and competencies of the people. Like I agree that there's a lack of competencies in the various functions. So we try to assign this responsibility to the EHS department or the finance or some of the risk committees of the board. But actually the competencies has to percolate downward at each and every function, so that any action taken at the operations level or at the supply chain level, the climate considerations are in the forefront. And I also agree that the second point which we have learned is the climate finance, not only at the international and the national level. And our Honorable Prime Minister talked about the developed country committing to the $1 trillion, which has to come for the climate change. We also understand that without finance and without the right investment into the ESG sector, the things are not going to move the needle. So we agree that we have to, at the business level, we have to understand how the finance is going to come for this function, and how do we adapt to the needs of the climate change. There are going to be the huge technological changes which are going to impact the business. How do we make the investment so that the transition happens to the clean technologies in operations and supply chains as well? Third point which we have understood is that coal is still the king. And in COP26, coal was under significant scrutiny, and the August gathering is aware of the time spent by countries on phase out versus phase down. But looking at the energy demands, the dependency on the coal for electricity generation is not expected to go down significantly till 2030. As per the government forecast itself, the electrical generation capacity is to grow from approximately 200 gigawatt to 270 gigawatt by 2030 through the thermal energies. This is despite the goal to produce 50% electricity from renewable sources. So we have to understand how responsibly we can use the coal, how we can extract the coal, because many states and the livelihood of the people who are on the states, particularly like Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Jharkhand, the livelihood, the whole economy depends on this mining sector. So how do we responsibly wean away the people from the coal and other mining sector to the green technologies? That's the big challenge going to come. And at our level, where we are the supplier of explosives to the mining industries, we are working on coming up with the products which are more greener in nature. Okay, so substituting the products which are, let's say, whether it's a propulsion system or whether it's explosives, replacing it with the greener technologies, and also the product which cause much lesser emission to the environment. So I also feel that the coal is also used in the non-energy sector, which is steel and cement, where a lot of coal comes from the imported. And we have to see how do we wean away the sectors like steel and cement from the coal, where they use for the process, with the greener technology. The green hydrogen is one of the things which is coming up. But unless there is an international alliance on the green hydrogen, I don't think things are going to move in the right direction, because current methodology and technology for hydrogen production is generating more emission than what actually it is reducing. And also we have to, as an industry level, the fourth takeaway which we have understood is changing market and regulatory landscape. We understand that the trickle-down effect is going to come, and many of the speakers also have enumerated that ultimately the action has to come down on the industry and the community level. So we have to make our own net zero plans, and there's going to be, if you don't do it voluntarily, the regulations are going to come and force you to do that. The compulsion is going to be there. And there will be also flurry of activity around merger and acquisition with respect to the carbon asset. So we have to see how do the investment plans go in forward. industry will play a significant role in India meeting a climatic commitment. So businesses need to prepare themselves to report on high quality sustainability information and ensuring data veracity so that there is a better peer-to-peer comparison and sustainability disclosures and competitive advantage. So at the end, I would like to put across to the team here what are our practical actions which we are trying to put across. First is underpinning the commitment with investment and resourcing. We fully understand that if we have to move away from emission and reduce our emissions, we have to incorporate the corporate climatic consideration into our strategies and into the budget sessions so that each and of us is working on that area. Then we also understand that there has to be a target and urgent action to reduce emissions. So in our operations and supply chain, we are trying to build up the targets and for the emissions and also making the clean technology transitions into each of the functions so that we understand what are the dependencies and the dependency not only for in our operation but also across the whole supply chain. So we have to collaborate with our upstream and downstream partners so that we all work together towards removing the barriers on the way and taking the action forward. And like I said, that we have to bother about the real emission in the whole economy rather than only focusing on our industry and our factory. And then taking responsibilities for the fair share of global emission. We understand that India is working very well in these areas, but we are still the third largest emitter of these gases. So we have to take the fair responsibilities about it. And at the citizenry level, and at the industry level, we have to take this responsibility and make our contribution towards that so that how we, as a society, we move toward the net zero. So clear-cut short-term, medium-term, and long-term action plan will be coming from the industry from like us. And then like many of the previous speakers have enumerated that the transition has to be governed properly. Unless there is a real hardcore target and governance mechanism put across towards reaching this target, then we will not go anywhere. So we have to assign responsibilities for delivering on climate change goal to CEO, board and executive committees, and train board and executive committees on climate change to equip with skills to challenge and review net zero transition plan. So this is what our understanding and learning from this session. I really, at the end, I thank all the learned speaker before me from whom I have learned a lot on this subject, and I wish you all the very best for the success of this event today, and also congratulate the winner of the Golden Peacock Awards, which is the session is going to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. But before we let you go, there's a question for you which we'd like to put forward to you, specific to the explosive and the defense sector. Now, how is the explosive and the defense sector moving beyond its ESG challenges? And what sustainability values should organizations operating in this domain particularly adopt?
Okay, by nature, if you look at the explosives and defense sector, by nature, it is causing harm to the environment. So by nature, it is like that. But there are many initiatives happening to substitute the conventional explosives with the green explosives by removing the lead content, by removing the NOx which is coming out from when any explosion happens. But there is a big challenge. I agree with you that there's not much of technology available from the other countries whether we will be able to really transit. So we have to bear it considering the nature of this thing. But I'm very happy to tell the group that in the propulsion and a lot of propulsion systems where the launch vehicles are being used, a lot of green propulsions are coming up. We ourselves recently tested a methane for one of the cryogenic engine in our plant. The cryogenic engine technology itself is a very, very complicated technology, and India was banned for some time for receiving it from the US. But our Indian engineers are now working, and we are working for one of the private sector launch vehicle manufacturer, where we are testing the greener fuels as compared to conventional liquid and cryogenic fuel. So that things are happening. Even the solid propellants which are being manufactured, there is a urge towards going towards the greener oxidizers which are used as the fuel, so that we can do less harm to the organization. But there's a long journey ahead when we can clearly say that explosives and the propulsion technologies have moved from being a polluter to the net zero or a negative in this aspect.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Singh. That is Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director of Solar Group of India, sharing his deep insights with us. Thank you so much for making time for this session, sir.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And now please join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker of this keynote session. That's Dr. Ram Babu. Dr. Ram Babu is Advisor and Chief Sustainability Officer, Greenco Group, India. Dr. Babu has over 40 years of experience in consulting, research, and teaching in governance, sustainability, and climate change. He has experience of working in India, China, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, South Africa, and Kenya. He has been advising the Government of India and state governments in streamlining the environmental clearance process and has served on a number of Government India initiated committees and task forces to evolve standards and norms for environmental sustainability of industrial development. He has advised Indian judiciary in much environmental litigations. A very, very hearty welcome to you, Dr. Babu.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, IOD, for giving us this opportunity to be there in this conference. And Ritika, will I be able to share my slides, or will that take?
I'm sure, sir. I'm sure the tech team can help you with that.
Yeah.
We'll just make sure.
Yeah.
Can we put up the slides, please? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Yes.
Okay, got it, sir.
Thanks. Yeah. So I have now 10 minutes, and I will take you through our thoughts on COP26 and developments thereon, and the takeaways for both strategy and risk management by the boards in India or otherwise. Let me take only a few minutes to introduce what is Greenco, because we are a younger company. Hence, younger means we are already of the order of something like 14 years old. But still, many of you would not, may not know us. So we are actually a company aiming to be a part of deep decarbonization of India and also the globe. And accordingly, today we have 3 pillars of business. And one pillar is the simple renewable energy assets. We have 7.3 gigawatts of operating renewable energy assets across India, both in all technologies, solar, wind, and hydro. And further to that, we have another pillar, which is a storage pillar, energy storage pillar. We will have 93 gigawatt hours of storage by 2024 in India. By combining the renewable energy assets and our storage assets, we will be able to displace in a cost-effective way the coal-based power generation in India significantly. And the variable renewable energy using the energy storage that we have, cost-effective energy storage assets that we already started building, we'll have a very cost-effective 24/7 dispatchable renewable energy to be able to decarbonize India's industrial sector. And utilizing such cost-effective renewable energy, we have a third pillar of operation, which is the green molecules. Under this green molecules pillar, we already recently, last week itself, we announced a joint venture with the Belgian electrolyzer manufacturer. And we will have 2 gigawatt of electrolyzer manufacturing, both green hydrogen and green ammonia, 1 MTPA of green ammonia. The scales, I think everybody has to note. And this is going to decarbonize significantly the hard-to-abate industrial sectors of India. So these are 3 pillars of Greenco, and our main aim is to decarbonize India and the globe, and play a very significant role in the decarbonization. We ourselves are committed to climate pledge. We want to be a net zero carbon company by 2040, and our actions towards that are already on. We are a very regular, we have an ESG framework, and we are regular integrated We regularly do integrated reporting, which will also include the sustainability and other factors. Right. Coming to COP26, I could be a chronicler of the climate journey. I have attended COP6, which is 20 years ago, and also COP26. So I can definitely, as a chronicler, tell you the kind of enthusiasm that I have seen in COP26, and especially by the private sector, is significant. While COP6 was more talking on the markets, market mechanisms, and opportunity to make transfer reductions from one country to the other, COP26, by the business and by the parties to a lesser extent, on actual emission reductions and emission removals. So I would look at COP26 as a over-delivered vis-a-vis the political situation in the world, but under-delivered still vis-a-vis the science. Why did I say vis-a-vis the science is under-delivered? We would have appreciated the NDCs, all NDCs put together, nationally determined contributions, put together at least to bring down 45% of the emissions by 2030, whereas actually it is increasing emissions by about 14%. However, the good note in the COP26 is that the Paris Climate Agreement has earlier itself had a ratchet mechanism. And at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, okay, we are going to actually have revised NDCs. And this ratchet mechanism, we hope, actually will help the countries to go towards achieve the 1.5 degrees ambition of the Paris Climate Agreement. But I would significantly characterize the COP26 as a business cavalry to bridge the gap that the parties, the national governments could not do. One major shift in the COP26 was that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, it has no longer is the ambition. It has now become almost the goal. And ratchet the goal and calibrate action has now become part of the process. That is the reason why in the next COP, the parties are again going to discuss regarding the raising the ambition. Then most importantly to me, as I told before, the private sector action and its ambition was much beyond the text. And there is a hope that it can actually fill the gap that the parties could not fill. Coming to a few minutes on business cavalry. One of the important initiatives that I found at the COP26 is the First Movers Coalition, wherein 34 plus members, representing major procurers of various services. It could be shipping, aviation, trucking, steel, cement, aluminum, and chemicals. All these procurers made a commitment that they will pay premium price and procure at least 10% of their procurement from net zero products. So it could be steel, it could be aluminum, it could be chemicals. As a green co, to me, it means my wind turbine manufacturer, which I am going to put up tomorrow, actually uses at least 10% of the steel, which is a zero carbon steel, green steel. Similarly, cement, which I will use in my hydro projects or a storage project construction, a 10% of that by 2030 will be the green one. So this First Movers coalition in which Microsoft, Amazon's, and Volvo's, and a number of very, very major corporations of the world, which are going to be procuring significant amount of these products and services, have all committed to procuring at least 10%, which is net zero. Then there was another coalition called Leaf Coalition, in which 90 plus blue chip companies have, along with US, UK, Norway, have committed to stop the deforestation and use the effort, stoppage of deforestation or reduction of deforestation that creates emission reductions. And those emission reductions use in their net zero pathways. So the Leaf Coalition commitment is very, very important. I think some of the speakers also mentioned about Glasgow's Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which talked about 130 trillion US dollar alliance. Okay, which also insists that the investee companies have net zero roadmaps and very, very transparent climate related risk and opportunity disclosures. So this is another important business commitment. And another important one was 1.5 degrees supply chain leaders. So this was also very, very important. It is not only businesses themselves committing, but the supply chains have to be looked at. Hence the 1.5 degrees supply chain leaders coalition was also very, very important. There were many initiatives which were private and public at COP26. So one thing about the race to zero or net zero movement by the businesses today is actually initiated by the UNFCCC. It's a very, very important thing. UNFCCC, which was always looking at only the challenges of the parties, today started addressing a larger issues of the businesses also. So rose to zero progress, there will be a mechanism even that will be supervised by the UNFCCC so that the credibility comes into the race to zero mechanisms, net zero actions of the corporates and the businesses and the investors. Then there was another very important one was the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which is BOGA. And associated with this alliance of the countries, there is a global registry of fossil fuels by a private agency, okay, which will track the fossil fuel usage by various companies and fossil fuel business itself, and communicate that information to various investors so that they can calibrate their actions. And now come to COP26 and the parties. Very important thing is that 100 countries have committed to reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030. 24 countries have committed to sell only zero emission vehicles by 2040 only. That's very important. Phase down coal was agreed, not phase out, but phase down was agreed. But South Africa will be paid 8.5 billion by a number of other countries just to phase out coal. So that is the kind of mechanism. If the phase out is agreed by a nation, the other nations are coming and putting the money together. Then, of course, as I told before, there was this BOGA, Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. Then you had quantifiable target on adaptation finance, which is around 40 billion US dollar per year by 2025. So it is quantifiable, a measurable. But of course, there was a major disappointment. The major disappointment was mentioned by a good number of speakers before, is the loss and damage assessment, okay, due to climate change and compensation with regard to that. I think there was in principle some level of agreement, but this whole thing was postponed for further discussions later. Now coming to, I'll spend a little more time on this particular issue, is the COP26 and Article 6. Article 6 is the market mechanisms part of it. These market mechanisms make our efforts to reach to or limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. That whole effort, it will make it much more optimal. Maybe through market mechanisms, we will be able to achieve that at a much lower cost and much earlier. So market mechanisms are absolutely important. And the COP26, one of the major successes was that it did not postpone much of the discussion around market mechanisms, and have agreed the market mechanism significantly. And most important thing for me is that the integrity of the emission reductions is completely respected, and there is no double counting, and almost all internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, okay, there is a corresponding adjustments need to be done, and that has become the mandatory. And underlying the market mechanisms, there is a integrity framework. And more importantly is that every market mechanism also goes below the business as usual whenever I measure the reductions. And on top of it, I will also leave certain emission reductions for overall mitigation of global emissions. That means I will simply reduce but retire them. I will not use them as credits. So a nice conservative mechanism is built today in the around the Article 6. And of course, there is a transition provision for CDM to Article 6.4 with corresponding adjustments. And also some sort of an accommodation was done in which the old CDM projects that were registered from 2013 to 20, their CERs can also be used to offset the country's NDC1. And for India, for example, that is around 80 million CERs for India. Potentially that amount would be. Then more importantly, first time again, Article 6 has not created market mechanisms only for the parties to meet their NDCs, but also it talked about other mechanisms. Other mechanisms could be a mechanism of the maritime agencies, aviation agencies, or simple voluntary carbon offset mechanisms for the businesses to reach their net zero ambitions much earlier than what their country asks for them. So the COP26 in the Article 6 has accommodated generation of emission reductions and transfer of those emission reductions to the other mechanisms, and also a provision for cancellation of such emission reductions. It's actually the agreement between parties, or the UNFCCC, which is actually managing the agreement between the parties, is slowly accommodating the business and business initiatives also into Article 6. So that's a very important mechanism. As far as the India is concerned, what does it mean? Sitting on the boards and sitting in the government. Article 6, what does it mean for us? We have our own NDCs to fulfill. So whenever I allow a emission reduction to be transferred, internationally transferable mitigation outcome outside the country, I need to very carefully look at that those things that I transfer will not be counted towards my NDCs. Hence, emission reductions generated by a plain standalone solar project, plain standalone wind project has to be counted towards India's NDCs. But all those emission reductions that need to be transferred are from those projects which are essential today for our tomorrow's net zero roadmap or low carbon roadmap. And they have a significant amount of viability gap, and they need funding. For example, the electricity storage projects or energy storage projects, or to create the green hydrogen ecosystem, or green ammonia ecosystem, or methanol ecosystem for aviation fuel or maritime fuel. Okay, so these are the things that I think is the ones that will be authorized by Government of India to transfer emission reductions outside and bring in money, so that they will actually further catalyze the path towards the low carbon development and the decarbonization. I think that is what the Government of India should look at, and many other countries also should look at. This is no longer the old CDM mechanism where whatever you transfer, okay, gain you money. No, has to be corresponding adjustments have to be done. Hence, whatever you transfer has to be cancelled, adjusted, accounted against your NDC. Now, finally, what are the takeaways for the boards? Because that is the major thing. The takeaways for the boards are essentially what contributes to their stewarding the company's strategy and their guidance to the company to manage its risk. So that is how I looked at it. So one thing that the boards have to very clearly recognize is that the Paris Climate Agreement, there is a clear-cut agreement on the ratchet mechanism. So ratchet is unidirectional. It will always go up. The ambition always has to go up and finally has to reach or even exceed 1.5, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. That means the direction of regulations and the direction of investment is not going to get reversed because of the ratchet mechanism. And it is always going to be upwards. And that is how they need to drive the strategy of the company and also manage the risk of the company. Then another thing that the boards have to observe is that there is a correlation of the willing of the private parties, private businesses are all coming together, and they are saying that we will all together will achieve net zero. When I am achieving net zero, the correlation of the willing is also saying, if I want certain offsets, I will draw those offsets only from those who have also committed to the net zero. So this being part of the coalition of the willing and join to harness opportunity is one important thing that everybody needs to look at. And as it was already discussed to the boards, there is a risk management and disclosures are significantly coming. It is not only about mitigating, it is also about adaptation. There is the TCFD disclosures. There are a number of other disclosures, risk-related disclosures that the investors are asking, that the boards have to be cognizant of and address those things. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babu. Thank you so much for such a detailed and scholarly address. It was really very insightful and a great learning experience for a lot of us, the way you detailed out on each of the pointers. Thank you so much again for your time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the keynote session 2, which is about creating a cyber secure ecosystem for the power sector. We're moving on to the much awaited keynote session. I just explained to you what the sub-theme is going to be. And we have a very, very distinguished panel to take this forward, a panel which has got rich and varied experience across business sectors. And of course, the panelists will be sharing their insights, their strategic perspective, and their vast knowledge as we create a cyber secure ecosystem, thereby preparing for a sustainable future. The panel is being moderated by partner and leader power and utilities from EY, that's Ernst & Young India, who's also our knowledge partner for this special global virtual session. It gives me immense pleasure to invite the moderator for this special keynote session and also fellow distinguished keynote speakers for this session. I would like to start with Mr. Somesh Kumar, partner and leader, power and utilities, Ernst & Young India. Before I have him speak, just a few words about him. With more than 20 years of experience across the utilities sector, Mr. Kumar leads the power and utilities sector of Ernst & Young India and supports the government, regulators, and energy companies as they tackle the unprecedented transformation of India's energy sector. A regular contributor to discussions in India's media around the transition of the country's energy sector, he is also a regular speaker at industry events. Prior to joining Ernst & Young, he served in a senior role at a major Indian utility company where we harnessed deep knowledge of the regulatory landscape. We're very, very glad to have him with us, and we'll have him moderate the session. But before I hand it over to him, I would also like to introduce the other panelists, the other speakers who will be there in this session. We're being joined by Mr. Abhay Kumar Singh, Chairman and Managing Director, NHPC Limited, India. Mr. Singh, a civil engineering graduate of 1983 batch from Regional Engineering College, Durgapur, now NIT, has 36 years of extensive experience in hydro sector. He is well versed with all the facets of hydropower development and has worked across domains like project monitoring and planning, business development, besides his expertise area of project construction. He has always put emphasis on adopting new technologies for enhancing the project execution capabilities of the organization. Thank you for joining us, sir. We are also being joined by Dr. Rajiv K. Mishra, who's the Chairman and Managing Director, PTC India, that's Power Trading Corporation. Dr. Mishra has professional experience of 30 years in power sector, including NTPC and Power Grid, an expert in operations, business development, retail and advisory services. He played a key role in starting of PTC retail business to meet power requirements of business entity. He has also played a significant role in turning around loss-making telecom SPU of Power Grid during his tenure. He has also authored 4 published books and 24 technical and management papers. A very warm welcome to you. Our third panelist will be Mr. Ram Naresh Singh, Chairman, Damodar Valley Corporation, India. Mr. Singh brings with him more than 3 decades of rich technical and administrative experience in the Indian power sector. His areas of expertise include testing and commissioning, operations and maintenance, project engineering, management of EHV transmission systems, and HVDC and tariff-based competitive bidding. A very warm welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. And I would also like to bring on the panel Mr. Sunil Jain, Operating partner, Energy Transitions SR Capital. Mr. Jain has over 3 decades of experience in automotive, infrastructure, and clean tech, and in the manufacturing industry. He specializes in creating new markets, business lines, and new businesses. Also specializes in scaling businesses to prepare them for profitable growth and liquidity events. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Jain. And having introduced all the panelists, I would like to hand it over to the chair, Mr. Somesh Kumar, to please take this discussion further.
Thank you so much, Ritika. It is an absolute pleasure to be amongst all this August Cadence audience today. I also want to thank Institute of Directors for giving us this opportunity and giving me this opportunity personally to moderate this session with such distinguished, esteemed panelists who hold far more experience in this sector than I am. So I'm actually extremely privileged and proud to be here with you today. Thank you once again. Actually, this session is just between the participants and the lunch, so we will try and make up for the lost time. I think we will. I would just request all my panelists to put forth their views, as succinctly and as briefly as possible. So with that, I had a small presentation. Consultants obviously cannot go anywhere without a presentation. So is it possible to share my screen or share my presentation? Yes, okay. Thank you so much for this. So, I will just directly jump into the session. I think cybersecurity is one of the most important topics of today in the power sector. And as we go along, this will gain even more importance, as we see today. Power sector, as we all know, is in the midst of a revolution of sorts. We're seeing digital transformation happening. We are seeing a corresponding enterprise transformation happening at all levels. And all these are sort of based or backed by technology. And wherever we talk about technology, we have to actually very carefully consider the cybersecurity aspects of that. So, there is significant increase in organization attack surface. We have large number of interconnected devices. The understanding in terms of cybersecurity is still modest with most of the organizations, especially the new tools and processes which can be organized or leveraged for this. There is convergence of IT and OT technology, and now both are operating almost seamlessly. It's not just that IT was separate from operational technology in power sector. So, there's never before kind of integration of the two. We see lots of cross-channel, cross-platform sharing of very sensitive data. So the data is available and shared across several platforms and through several channels, which again exposes them to cybersecurity risk. And as an example, we see cloud-based services, remote access, third-party data storage, all these happening in the sector, which will just increase as we go along, and that poses even greater risk to the sector in terms of cybersecurity aspects. So as we go along, I think this is the broad landscape because of which cybersecurity is gaining more and more importance. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, we've recently heard, and I'm sure all the panelists and audience have heard about some of these recent incidents. They're widely circulated and they were in the media everywhere. NPCIL, for instance, admitted there was a malware attack at one of their nuclear power plants. In Mumbai, we heard there was power outage as a result of cyber attack. Also, not in power sector, but we heard about ransomware hits Jawaharlal Nehru port operations in Mumbai, and also we've heard about the very famous crash override, which where the malware took down a power grid in Ukraine. So neither in India nor elsewhere across the globe, power sector is untouched by cybersecurity aspects. So these are some of the instances where we've seen cybersecurity coming to forefront in the recent past. But these incidents will only grow if we do not take adequate precautions and adequate steps right now. So we have to be very watchful of cybersecurity and take necessary steps to actually, overcome the risks which this sector brings about. Yes, can we move on, please? Okay, so having looked at all this, Government of India, Ministry of Power, actually very timely prescribed certain cybersecurity guidelines. It has directed CEA to come up with detailed guidelines under this, broad overarching principles of cybersecurity. Broadly, if we look at it, Ministry of Power has created 6 CERTs, as we call them, across thermal, hydro, transmission, grid operation, RE, and distribution, for ensuring cybersecurity in Indian power sector. Each of these 6 sectoral CERTs have prepared their subsector specific model cybersecurity or cyber crisis management plan, CCMP as it is called, for countering cyber attacks and cyber terrorism. And there are detailed articles and control procedures which have been defined for these. So we already have a regulation or a guiding platform in place. We just have to follow these in our day-to-day systems, controls, and in various organizations. There are 14 articles and 112 controls which have been defined. Some of them, revolve around identification of critical information infrastructure, CII in short, and as I said, Cyber Crisis Management Plan, CCMP. So there are several aspects of this which are already embedded, but this is very important, which Ministry of Power along with CEA has already laid down. So we must take cognizance. Our private sector organizations, public sector, government organizations, distribution companies, all need to take cognizance of this and work towards putting this system in place. Okay, actually, many of you must have heard about North American Electric Reliability Corporation, which has prescribed critical infrastructure protection plans, and this is widely used across the globe for putting in place cybersecurity guidelines and operating procedures. India is not, untouched by this, so we are also, we followed some of these guidelines from NERC, which have come up for critical infrastructure protection. And these CIP standards require users, owners, and operators of bulk power system to identify and categorize cyber systems based on bright line criteria for the application of cybersecurity requirements. Once these assets are identified, the CIP standards require that the responsible entities establish plans, protocols, and controls to safeguard physical and electronic access to systems. How do they train personnel on security matters, and also how to report security incidents and be prepared for recovery action. So, it's a very comprehensive sort of CIP or critical infrastructure protection plan, which NERC had laid down, and India is also drawing upon NERC's plan in this regard. And if we can move to the next slide. Yeah, so there are certain common areas which Ministry of Power has laid down in terms of its guidelines, which is common to NERC. For instance, those listed in the middle column. So, like security management controls, electronic security perimeter, system security management, incident reporting and planning. So several aspects are very common across NERC and the guidelines which have been laid down in India. However, if we look to the column on the left, there are certain things which are unique or specific things which the ministry has laid down in India, which are not in the NERC guidelines. And if I was to just sum up that, the Indian regulations are more prescriptive in nature, with defined timelines. Certain things that they mentioned include, for instance, retention of logs for minimum 6 months, reporting to sectoral CERT within 30 days of date of commissioning, and so on and so forth. So a little more prescriptive on that. Also, it says that every responsible entity to be certified with ISO 27001 and 27019 certifications for specific controls, so a little more prescriptive. There are certain, and if you look at the column on the right, there are certain characteristics of NERC which are not embedded in Indian guidelines. For instance, more emphasis on additional domains like physical security, operational procedure controls to restrict physical access, information protection. So certain aspects are unique which are not yet covered by the guidelines, but as the system moves on and evolves and matures more, probably there would be additions to it made. So this is a time of evolution for us in the power sector, insofar as cybersecurity guidelines are concerned. And we are taking our steps to bring that in, but I think that will evolve over a period of time and become more and more mature as we go along. Yes, please. Next slide. Okay, so some of the security perspectives for specialized devices and health safety parameters that we have seen include that, for instance, the ministry guidelines define cybersecurity conformance testing requirements for specific field equipment or OT devices such as RTUs, intelligent electronic equipment, IEDs, etc. The ministry guidelines also define certain conformance standards as applicable for these field equipment testing protocols, test cases, type testing at designated facilities, etc. A few things which the ministry guidelines do not do in as much detail and clarity as probably is needed later on is to define and direct cybersecurity controls for specialized devices such as edge devices, smart meters, etc. However, this may be covered by organizations through implementation of ISO 27001, controls with guidance of ISA 62443 in cases of securing OT environment. The ministry guidelines also do not provide directives for health, safety, and environment security for operational technology environment. Regulatory authorities have requirements defined in separately as part of NCIIPC for personal health and safety and environment security controls such as CPCB. But probably we'll see these getting embedded more and more as we move along. So this brings me to my last slide, where we just summarized some of the high-level recommendations, and this also opens up the floor for discussion and views of my esteemed panelists. So we have to design and implement cybersecurity policies. We have to go for ISO certifications. All the organizations need to appoint CISO for both IT and OT applications. There has to be information security department, which is functional round the clock, 24/7 by 365 model. We have to onboard Cyber Swachhta Kendra and certs, as I mentioned earlier. Then we have to have regular reporting to regulatory authorities, which I'm sure will become more and more onerous as we move along. Then development of cyber crisis management plan, CCMP, and periodic audits by certain empaneled auditors. So I think some brief recommendations at high levels, which we've tried to capture here. So I will stop at this and I will invite my esteemed panelists to please share their views on this topic. It's a very, very important topic for the sector, and it is gaining only importance as we go along. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Abhay Kumar Singh. And as Ritika had introduced, he is the chairman of NHPC, a very senior and seasoned professional in this sector. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rameshji. You have very well explained what the ministry is doing. And good afternoon to everyone. I am thankful to Institute of Directors, IOD, for providing me an opportunity to address the August gathering. IOD has been an excellent platform for the senior management and the board members to share their views on the latest challenges for the organization and discuss the possible roadmaps for overcoming it. The present conference is such an example of your proactive approach toward issues and challenges. The electricity ecosystem has always been complex and heavily interconnected. All the organizations, whether large or small, within this environment really rely on one another business, critical components and services, and collaborate to manage the risk that this interdependence brings. However, the introduction of the digital technologies has amplified the levels of interconnectivity and introduced an additional dimension of cyber risk that all organizations within the ecosystem need to manage together. The network of power plants and lines connecting to homes and the businesses is widely considered to be among the most critical infrastructure in the world. It is also one of the most frequently attacked, with consequences that could potentially reach far beyond the power sector. Incapacitation or destructions of electricity network would have a devastating effect on the security, national economic security, national public health and safety. The power sector is seen as uniquely critical for the enabling function. It provides across all critical infrastructure sectors. If the power went out across a large region for an extended period, highly dependent systems such as financial, communication, transportation, water, sewer network would be severely impacted, leaving the population immobile, incommunicado, and the dark. Cyber attackers are increasingly targeting ICS, sometimes potentially laying the groundwork to do physical damage to the grid. There is increased tendency to target SCADA and other ICS software. Previously, attackers primarily targeted utilities, IT system to steal data or launch ransomware for the financial gain. It is now becoming even more insidious, with hackers trying to burrow their way into the utility ICS, seeking to learn how systems operate and positioning themselves to control critical physical assets such as power plants, substations, transmissions, and the distribution network, and to potentially disrupt or destroy them. The targeting of ICS is blurring the lines between the cyber and the physical attack, promoting national security concern. With the increased grid modernization in our country, the threats shall increase exponentially, despite almost limitless advantages to be gained from digitizing and modernizing the grid. Modernization can also increase the attack surface, or the number of routes hackers can exploit to enter utility system. As grid becomes increasingly smart with information communication technologies and devices embedded throughout, networks are being linked, the system is gaining complexity. The number of access points is rising. In addition, as utilities introduce more commonly used software and information technology into their operations, their system may be more accessible to the adversary. And as they increasingly automate functions, the impact of an attack is potentially magnified. Taken together, all these factors spell increased vulnerability. One of the most challenging vulnerabilities to address is cyber supply chain risk. Given the increasingly far-flung and complex nature of supply chain, the enormity of tasks of securing the assets can be explained from a simple example. Power companies purchase information, hardware, software, services, and more from third parties across the globe. And threats actors can introduce compromised components into a system or network unintentionally or by design at any point in system's life cycle. This may through software updates or patches which are downloaded frequently or through firmware that can be manipulated to include malicious codes for explanation at the later date. Therefore, collaboration among different organizations must continuously thwart the attempts being made on our power system. At organization level, we need to have a holistic approach for issues related to cyber security. The first step to consider in reducing the cyber risk across the enterprise is to identify the map assets and their connections and prioritize them by criticality. The next is to determine if the critical assets and networks have well-known and exploitable vulnerabilities. An example would be a control system network with a default hard-coded password that is available through an internet search. The third step is assessing the maturity of the control environment for proactively managing threats. The final step would be to build a framework to protect critical assets that use people, process, and technology to become secure, vigilant, and resilient. In our connected ecosystem, a cyber attack on one can cascade the effect of many. As a result, we must collaborate with the another across the public and the private sector to develop, adopt, and share best practices to ensure collective cyber resilience. Increase power network connectivity to convergence of OT and IT, the proliferation of IoT devices, and digitization of business models are expanding the cyber attack surface for malicious actors to exploit. We must join hands to build comprehensive framework to help protect critical hardware, software, and network from the cyber threats. All the organizations must deploy more robust identification procedure for network access, increase the use of encryption and firewalls, and engage in constant monitoring and antivirus protection. There is a need to extend threat intelligence with peers and government agencies. We also need to constantly innovate and deploy new technologies to manage cyber risk. New tools are increasingly available, and the capability to monitor network in the real time, discover threats and address them is also advancing rapidly. If power sector seizes this opportunity, then we can reduce risk significantly for ourselves and given the critical nature of services which we provide society as a whole. Of course, there is nothing as absolute security. Our adversary needs only single vulnerability to exploit while we need to plug all loopholes. It is going to be a constant challenge, and I'm sure that with the collaboration of innovation, and adoption, we make ecosystem more secure. And I wanted to inform here that NHPC has been designated by the Ministry of Power as a cert hydro by total 35 utilities with 207 power stations are being monitored. Cert hydro connects with all hydro utilities on various aspects of cyber security and issues. Guidelines monitors various compliances. So this is all from my side. Thanks a lot for your patience hearing. Thank you, Ashok Kapoorji also. I was having some fever today, but I have specially come for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This was a very comprehensive view on the cybersecurity aspects. Particularly, really liked your point where we said that we should continuously innovate, because I think the attackers, the hackers, always stay one step ahead. So we will have constant challenge in updating and evolving and innovating ourselves. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for those points. I would move on further, sir. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Rajiv Mishra. He is the Chairman MD of PTC India Limited. So I think the introduction was already done by Ritika. So over to you, Dr. Mishra.
Okay, so क्या advertising में बोलो?
Thank you, Sumesh, and thank you, Abhay Singh ji. Both the insight what you have given on the framework, what the cyber security ecosystem presently in the power sector we have, and what are the plans and how we are going to unfold it in near future, which is something which you have already mentioned. But let me tell you some of the things which we are facing today and how to mitigate all these issues, what has been emerged in last so many years. Let me recall the period when the entire nation was under the COVID and most of the activities were stopped because of the COVID lockdowns. There was one sector which has continuously served the nation and the entire consumer base in the country was power sector. Of course, there were other sectors like telecommunication and many other service sector which was working at that point of time. But the power sector was one which was 24/7 available for all the consumers in the country. So that was the period. What Somesh, you mentioned about some of the cyber attacks and the attempts to attack the Indian grid, maybe some part of the country, but of course that was something which raised the bar for the entire sector, and that was the time when Government of India as well as CEA started looking for a comprehensive document and guideline so that whatever we are trying to do, it has to be not only comprehensive, but it has to be something which is one for all. So keeping that in mind, in the October 2021, CEA came out with the guidelines for the cyber security, and it is really a comprehensive document keeping in mind all the stakeholders and all kind of equipments, including the computer hardware, the software involved, the communication, the data which you have in this, and how to protect all this through the right kind of devices, may it be a firewall at right place and right size, and the kind of compatibility in the entire integrated grid. Today, in Indian context, if we say, Indian grid is one of the most complex and the wide area grid which is available throughout the world. Of course, we feel proud when we say that Indian grid is one of the most modern grid in the world today because of the time in which the grid has come up. In the last 10 years, we have expanded our grid and the most modern equipments, may it be SCADA EMS or it the substation automation equipment, or it is the generation automation at different part of the country. We have implemented it in the last decade or so. So keeping that in mind, the smartness or the intelligence of the grid has gone up manifold. But at the same time, when it has gone up by manifold, so is the case where we have to be more secure in terms of the cyber attacks and the protections we need from the hackers or the Trojan. So keeping that in mind, and particularly at a time when we are discussing about one sun, one world, and one grid, where we are going to integrate the transnational grid with the national grid, we have to raise our bar further. There are many things which we can discuss today, and particularly keeping in mind the cyber attacks which were attempted at some point of time. There can be 4 areas which I can say very easily that apart from the document already issued by CEA, the 4 things which we have to keep in mind when we are talking in terms of utility is the process what we are doing at the time of procurement of these devices, equipments. When I say devices, it can be the far-flung, the remote terminal units, it can be the communication devices, can be devices in the control center, can be devices for the analytics and the database what we are keeping in the control center. So whenever we are procuring it, whether it is any generation or a substation or in terms of the transmission line, we need to be very clear that what will be is the future equipments which need to be compatible to the guidelines issued by Central Electricity Authority. The second thing is the protocol, which is basically IT security and the power system, which is being followed internationally. So during the design stage itself, we need to keep the protocol and the cyber security guidelines in mind. And the business continuity protocol also should be looked into whenever we are trying to mitigate the cyber attacks and the prominence, particularly in the new scenario, what we are talking about: one solar, one sun, one world, and one grid. So keeping all these things, it has to be integral part of the guidelines, has to be integral part of right from the procurement and design stage to the implementation, and finally the phasing out of these grid. One very critical and important point I would like to mention here is, unlike the life of a normal power sector equipment, which may be 25 years to 35 years in various sectors, the life of the cyber protection and the IT does not go beyond 3 to 7 years. So what we can see is, in the same life cycle, you may need to change the cyber security, or you may need to go for a different kind of your strategy for 7 to 8 times during the period. Now, OEMs are now providing the equipment for a certain life, and we need to ensure that whatever we are planning at the initial design stage, it can be implemented for a longer period if it has to be the cybersecurity planning and implementation. Then one very important aspect which we can't ignore when we are discussing it, we need to have a layered approach. When I say layered approach, the life of all the equipments what we have in power sector may be from different generation. Some of the equipments we may get which is 30 years old. Some of the equipments may be as young as 3 to 5 years old, which is part of the system. So when we go for a newer generation equipment, we get a better control on the cybersecurity and the firewalls. The protections can be much better. But if we are using a legacy equipment, which you can't do away with, certainly you have to have the protections at their end and the controls at their end. So what I can suggest at this point of time is, we can go for a block-to-block approach rather than planning for the entire grid to be one strategy for the entire grid to be cyber secure. We can think of having block by block planning and implementing it so that it can be done better. The second aspect which I feel the guidelines has not covered, but we need to build it when we are really implementing is the basic parameters of the security, physical and firewall need to be understood more clearly. Whenever we are discussing about the cyber security, we are generally talking about the firewalls and the processes, so that it need to be stopped at the right place. But in Indian power sector, if you see, there are many places where we don't have such firewalls in place when we are integrating the system. So we need to ensure that what are the physical things which need to be segregated from the controls or the information system, so that the intrusion can be avoided. So I feel that there has to be a clear segregation between physical and the software firewalls, which we need to implement in future. Last but not the least is the audit, analyze and evaluate at the right place. When I say that, it's not that the entire things need to be redone or revamped to get a secure power sector today. It is more important is the vulnerability test might need to be done. The areas which we feel that are more vulnerable, we can conduct a security audit there. We should analyze the entire map, and then we should try to bridge the gap where the security is vulnerable, so that instead of going for a major investment in the cyber security, we can make it in pockets, and that can be done faster, and it should be more effective. So these are some of the things which I thought I should share with the August gathering. And we have very knowledgeable panel here with Somesh leading this discussion. I understand I'll stop here and I'll keep the discussion on, and I'll be ready to answer the questions at the end of this program. Thank you, Somesh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. It was very informative. Really liked some of the points that you mentioned, particularly, for instance, on one sun, one world, one grid. It will be more and more interconnected the entire globe in terms of power sector. and that will be at the back of technology, which will again accentuate the need for more cybersecurity and cyber controls coming in. Also appreciate the 4 points that you mentioned, and I just noted them down as 4 Ps, I would say. So on procurement, right protocols, the importance of planning, and then protection systems. So, thank you so much for those views. Really helpful. I think we'll come back to the questions later with the audience. But as of now, I would just move to our next esteemed speaker, Mr. R.N. Singh, who's the chairman of DVC and a very esteemed power sector professional. So I would request Mr. Singh to please come in. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Somesh, for inviting me for discussion today. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers, particularly the IOD, for organizing this program and selecting this very, very important, relevant topic for discussion today. And see, this session is being held at a time when the Indian power sector is witnessing a fast-paced growth on account of increased economic growth, huge investments, and the commitments of COP26, which include 500 gigawatt installed capacity commitment by 2030, and so as to have clean source of energy to the tune of 50% mix in our total energy sources. So when we talk of cyber security, you see all my previous speakers, including Somesh, Singh Saab and Misraji, have very elaborately, I think they have covered the topic, all the aspects. And for me, I think not much area is left over. But anyway, you all know that today's Indian power system is one of the largest in the world. We say it is the second largest than China. Generation, transmission, and distributions occurs through a complex network of lines and equipment spread across the country, length and breadth of the country. You all know that in 2013, with the commissioning of 765 kV Raipur-Raichur line, because I was involved in the commissioning of this line, and that time the long dream of the country to have one nation, one grid, and one frequency was fulfilled. And today, the Indian power system is also the largest operating synchronous nationwide grid in the world. So with the complex and with the so large network we are operating today, as all the previous speakers have also pointed out, the threat of cyber security also increases manifold. The protection and security of this widespread and complex infrastructure is an important prerequisite for not only the power system itself, but also to ensure 24/7 power to all our consumers. The extensive use of IT and OT systems has brought multiple advantages as well as associated cyber security risk. Industry has brought an era of connected devices and big data. As you know, with all these things, the threat is increasing day by day, and the government have come out with policies, guidelines, as Misraji also told. Recently, in the month of October 2021, Central Electricity Authority has issued the detailed cyber security guidelines in power system, elaborating all the aspects what we have discussed and we are discussing today. But you see, the onus does not lie only on the government, what I feel. The onus of this ensuring cyber security lies on all the stakeholders of the entire power system, whether it is generator, whether transmission agency, whether it is DISCOM or load dispatch control center, whosoever, and even I will say that the end users with use of so many, I think in large scale, the smart meters and prepaid meters, etc. we are using. I think it depends on all the persons, how we are aware, how we are prepared to prevent such type of cyber attack in our grid. You see, you all know the importance of power for any developing and developed countries like India. And it's very easy for our enemy to destabilize us by just destabilizing our power system. So that's why the importance has to be understood by each and everybody. Being involved in power sector for so long time, I know that what is the level of awareness and level of sincerity towards this important aspect. So the basic things what Mishra ji have also told in his speech, that you see what I feel, that participation of all the stakeholders in this process is very, very important. And for participation, I think the knowledge level, the awareness level has to be increased at each and every level. It happens sometimes that the knowledge, the awareness is limited to only one higher level, but you know, the operator, who is the last person working in the power station or power system, he has to be acquainted with the consequences and with the tools which we are going to use to prevent all these things. Just by making systems, by putting the tools, is not going to serve the purpose unless and until the last person in the system knows how to use and what and where to use. So that is more important. So I feel that awareness and training part is also very, very important when we are going and we are preparing ourselves to deal with this such an important issue. Then, as Sumesh has told in the beginning, that government have formed so many CERT, and Singh Saab also told that for hydro sector, NSPC is the nodal agency for CERT, and DVC, we are also involved. If you see DVC, we are involved in thermal generation, we are involved in hydel, we are also doing transmission and distribution. So by that, with that, we are having associated with all CERTs because we are having our load dispatch centers also. So I think that is a good move, and there one nodal agency is there who is keeping eyes and coordinating with all the agencies to see that what guidelines, whatever guidelines, procedures have been formulated, whether those guidelines, procedures are being implemented through letter and spirit. So that's a good move. And so that's why I think that this hand holding and coordination between the different organizations is equally important when we are preparing ourselves to deal with such an important subject. Then what Mishra ji has told, I also fully agree that this cyber security aspect must be taken into consideration when we are designing our equipments, our protection system, our control and data acquisition system, communication system, so that what are the protocols to be incorporated in our technical specifications. The requirement of the equipment is very, very important. And then validation is also equally important. Validation, government has already come out with the guidelines of testing for finding out any malware, embedded malware, is there or not. So that is also very, very important. That testing part we must do very meticulously when we are going to use a new equipment in our system. Because you see, any equipment going to be installed at any part of any corner of the country, that may, if it is having any malware, it may have a wide consequences, because you may not be knowing, but it may lead to a cascade type of failures, cascade type of consequences.
I think
total failure may also occur. So that is very, very important thing. I think we are running short of time also. So, and lunch time is also coming. Lunchtime, we are encroaching lunchtime. So I will not take much of your time, because most of the issues have been told by all the speakers. So it is not, I think, required to repeat those things. But I am sure that the deliberations during today's session will result in concrete recommendations and value addition for the concerned stakeholders. Cyber threats are real and silent, as you all know, and Somesh has also told so many, he has given examples of so many cyber threats, not only in India, but in abroad also. So I do not want to repeat those, but we have to take lesson from all those incidents. Accordingly, I think timely affirmative action will ensure a resilient and secure power sector for all stakeholders. With this, I just want to conclude here and thank once again to all of you, to Mr. Kapoor and his team for inviting me, for sharing my views in this session. Thank you. Thank you, Somesh, giving me opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Your views are always very important. The speakers have mentioned, but really like the point that you mentioned on the responsibility of all stakeholders to put together the cyber fight against cyber attacks, etc. So it is not just that the ministry has to do this. Ministry can come out with guidelines, but then all the stakeholders have to put in place the requisite systems. And DVC, I think, comes across most of the certs which have been identified. So you're present in almost all of them. So it's a very important role that DVC also has. So thank you so much, sir, for that. And yes, we are encroaching on lunchtime. So I will just move on quickly to my next August speaker, Mr. Sunil Jain. He is the operating partner energy transitions for SR Capital. So I would request Mr. Jain to please come in and share your views. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Somesh, and thank you, Mr. Kapoor and IOD, for inviting me to this so important session. And I must thank all my co-panelists, because they have enlightened me much more than what I knew. And probably would like to connect with them one-on-one to get more enlightened. Probably I'm the least knowledgeable amongst the all, but having said that, probably I'll try to put one more perspective, which I believe is also critical. And can I have my presentation slides on, please? Can we get to the next slide? I just want to, I'm not going to debate and discuss on this slide, but this slide actually amply describes what my fellow panelists have also said. But look at the complexity of the slide. And this is what is the actual power system around the world and in India, and how it is moving forward. And let me tell you this is only a smaller portion of that. As we move forward for virtual power platforms, which are cloud-based platforms, you get electrical cars, EV charging,
your battery becoming a power station for generation, your distributed power is a power generation, an individual selling a power to a cloud platform. This whole system will become more and more complex. While necessity is said to be the, it creates innovations and inventions, but fact is, it also creates so much of complexity. And to be honest, when I wanted to understand this whole complex thing, I thought I fell short of my understanding. And cybersecurity, as rightly said by all my fellow panelists, it is like a potential weapon. It's a potent weapon in hands of anybody, which can trigger unprecedented crisis anywhere in the world. And this could be a virus, a malware in your battery operating system, or in your solar inverter, or in your wind turbine. These are the equipment which are going to get more and more into the grid. And on top of that, we are talking of smart grids, which again are all IoT based. So the threat is real. And we have seen it, it's not that. And as we have discussed that one world, one sun, one grid, the threats are going to get bigger. So how many firewalls are you going to put in? And how are you going to isolate the world and the country and then the regional thing? Needs a lot of discussion and a lot of technology going forward. And on top of that, we are talking of the artificial intelligence, the drones, and the blockchain to be increasingly used in our day-to-day lives. I believe I see CMD of PTC, and gradually they would be moving to blockchain on how they're going to move and do the trading of power. And that raises a lot of questions as many answers we have. So these are the things which are going to create and facilitate easier way how we move into the power system, but it also creates an equal number of threats for us. So cyber security becomes all the more critical, especially by 2030, when we believe that 40% of our vehicles will be electric, and you will have charging stations all over the country connected to the grid. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is a tirade which I say that there is an availability of system, there is a confidentiality of the information and integrity of data. And the whole trial is the power system security system. So availability is the most important measure of the triad, as the consequences of downtime for the power system can be severe. Now, if we are targeting availability, then we must have to ensure that the information is kept confidential, and integrity of the system should never interfere with the availability. Now, these are very important things. While the statements can be simple, but in real terms, these are very, very important, because if the integrity of data is not there, I don't think so we can ensure availability of the system. Now, this is where then we have to create all the firewalls and security systems in place. I like what Mr. Ram Naresh said, that you don't know when you're buying an equipment what is embedded. A simple inverter in a solar system comes with an embedded chip with a malware, can play havoc anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country. Considering more and more that we are now moving into larger high voltage system of 1200, high voltage 765. Now, such large voltage systems, if disrupted, can create widespread chaos all over the country. Next. Now, distributed energy sources, while are good for our efficiency of the system, but the fact is they can be the biggest source of cyber threats to the entire chain, which is very, very critical. And I don't know how we will be able to secure. And somebody said that everybody has to play their role, and therefore even individuals will have to start playing a role in having a cyber security on distributed energy sources. Legacy of devices was also discussed. Now you have devices which have life of 20, 25 years. We have seen those devices having lives much older. But today's technology, the technology shelf life is very, very limited. 3, 4 years and the technology changes. So how do you integrate old devices or you replace old devices, considering the financial constraint is a big question mark which needs to be tackled now, or whether we bring new systems which are compatible with old devices needs to be seen. I may not be able to answer that question, but maybe the experts can. So IT is moving much faster than what we use in devices. I believe the device lives also will be not more than 5 to 6 years in future. And these challenges for attacks can have devastating consequences. And let me tell you this, if we are smarter, like smart grids and smart meters and smart softwares, the hackers are even smarter. So we have to keep pace with them. Next. So what a robust secure power system need to achieve is, I don't know if you missed a slide or this is the one. Yeah. So cyber cycle is, access vulnerabilities, threats and impacts, reduce vulnerabilities, prevent attacks, respond during attack. And so this respond during attack is extremely essential. We may not be able to do away with the attacks 100%, but that 1% also, what can be our response and who will do what is extremely essential for isolation of the nationwide grid, and so that you have only limited portion of ransomware attacks. Because you've got remote devices, so you need remote disconnecting services for the customers also. And then once the attack is there, how quickly you can recover and restore. Next. So this is what I'm talking about, what robust secure systems need to achieve. All these are easier said than done. Probably the technology and our diligence is going to play an important role. Just making cyber law or cyber security laws will not help. Our diligence on the equipment and on the systems, especially on what we are using and what are the firewalls we are creating within India, is going to be the key to the success of the cyber security for the entire ecosystem. And we must have a continuously tracking and predicting system on a 24/7 basis, having a monitoring system so that we know that something is coming which can be stopped on its track. Not only that, the technology is changing so fast that you're getting a new system. We are talking of energy from satellites. Now, these are the things which we need to coordinate and see how and where you can stop. Drones. Even today, country cannot control drones. You are having drone attacks. This is far more easier. So while technology gives us a lot of ease of operations, it also gives us a lot of ease of headaches. I'm sure we all together can find a way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. That was very.
For want of time.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. So for want of time, I think really appreciate that you were very precise and to the point. And thank you for raising all the relevant issues. And at the beginning, visually just trying to convey the message that we've all tried to make, that how complicated power sector is and how interconnected devices do we have and which are only growing. And also your point on confidentiality, availability, and integrity of data, very relevant. Thank you so much. So I will not take much time. Actually, we have already encroached a lot upon lunch. We really had an esteemed, very august panel today. And I think we unanimously agreed to the importance of cybersecurity and the threat it poses to the sector. This is not going to go away, and through the entire life cycle of power systems, the longest period, which is relating to operational period, is where the threat is maximum. We need to seize this. We need to be cognizant of this and continuously innovate. All the stakeholders need to participate in alleviating any chances of attacks, etc. And we need to stay one step ahead of the potential hackers, etc. So at EY, just a minute on that. At EY, we are totally committed to helping our clients, both in public sector, private sector, in designing the right cybersecurity proof systems, controls and procedures, and helping them implement and put them in place. And we shall remain committed for that. Look forward to any opportunity to assist anybody in that direction. So with that, I would just like to close the session and, allow audience and panelists to move forward for lunch. Thank you so much, and really grateful for the august panel and your views. So over to you, Ritika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somesh. Thank you for conducting this super informative session, and thank you to all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights and sparing the precious time for being a part of this panel. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Somesh said, we're going to be breaking for lunch, but the much awaited felicitation ceremony of Golden Peacock Awards is going to start at 3 p.m. So don't take too long. Be back with us. We have already shared, you may stay logged in, or you can also re-log in with the login IDs that have already been shared with you. Or you could also go to iodglobal.com to get the link details. We will see you back at 3 p.m. And before we take the recess, just a quick thank you to all the partners who have given the support to make this event a success. We'll see you back in just a few. Thank you.
To you from Oxford, and good afternoon to all of our distinguished guests from India and those who've joined us from other parts of the world. I'm delighted to be your host on this very special occasion. On behalf of the Institute of Directors India, it's my pleasure and honour to welcome you all to this IOD Global Virtual Session on Environment Management and Climate Change, and also the felicitation of the Golden Peacock Award winners for the year 2021. While COVID-19 is the most urgent issue that's been facing humanity really today, environmental governance and climate change remain the biggest threats to business sustainability, both now and in the future. We're at a very pivotal moment in the fight against climate change, which has long since gone from being a fringe issue to becoming universally recognised as the #1 global priority. The Conference of Parties, COP26, which was recently held in Glasgow, brought countries together to accelerate action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Promoting renewable energy was one of the main mitigation actions for the participating countries, many of whom were showcasing their mitigation actions and strategies for the energy sector, especially with renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydropower. For many years, through its conferences and its publications, the IOD India has championed environment management, safety, energy efficiency, and innovation. And the famed Golden Peacock Awards recognise achievement in these areas. So today we're going to be celebrating the exceptional organisations that have won this year's Golden Peacock Awards for environment management, eco-innovation, energy efficiency, and occupational health and safety. They've gone far beyond the statutory and sustainable compliance requirements to achieve very high standards of corporate excellence, and in doing so they set new benchmarks for others to follow. When I spoke to the organisers earlier today, I was delighted to discover that we have guests joining us literally from all around the world. Apart from India, we're being joined from the USA, the UK, Europe, the United Arab Emirates, Australia, the Maldives, Singapore, South Africa, Bahrain, Sudan, Turkey, Uganda, and I suspect a couple more. A hearty welcome to all of you. We would like to offer a very big thank you to all of our partners and supporters of this special programme. We're particularly grateful to our principal partner, Greenco Group, India's first dispatchable renewables company. Our principal strategic partner is ACCA Global, which is the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and they operate in 180 countries. Our knowledge partner, Ernst & Young, one of the largest professional services networks in the world. Our gold partners include Borosil Renewables, the first and only solar glass manufacturer in India, and a part of the very powerful Borosil brand. The Gujarat Maritime Board, GMB, which is the first maritime board in India, created in 1982. The Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals, the Solar Group, globally recognized industrial explosives manufacturer, Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam Industry EN Limited, the hydroelectric power generation and transmission public sector organization, and the Bihar State Power Holding Company. Our silver partners are Odisha Forest Development Corporation, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, the Damodar Valley Corporation, the SR Global Fund Limited, Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, Gujarat State Forest Development Corporation, the Delhi Pollution Control Committee. And we have some associate partners as well, for whom we are also equally grateful. The Orissa Agro Industries Corporation, the Odisha State Cashew Development Corporation, the Avada Group, PTC India, the Power Trading Corporation, NHPC, and Odisha Hydropower Corporation. We're very grateful to all of you for your support. And so, without further ado, I'm going to request Dr. Vivek Agnihotri, who is the Director General of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat and former Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, the Parliament of India, to deliver the welcome address. Over to Dr. Agnihotri.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the virtual Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests joining us from various parts of the world. Let me begin with congratulating all the winners of Golden Peacock Awards for environment management, eco-innovation, energy efficiency, and occupational health and safety for the year 2021. You are a great source of inspiration to all of us as you have led your respective organization amid waxing and waning variants of COVID-19 pandemic. I am indeed honored to extend a very special welcome to our guest of honor, Mr. Pankaj Kumar, IAS Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. We are extremely grateful for your very gracious presence. We are also thankful to Mr. Sunil Sharma, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Energy, Government of Telangana State, India, who has joined us today on this special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's winners are very special to us, as this year the Golden Peacock Awards, instituted by the Institute of Directors India, completes 30 glorious years. Currently, these are regarded as a hallmark of corporate excellence locally as well as globally. I'm very happy to underscore that the corporate winners have worked tirelessly and put in hard work to drive the economy, making the business sustainable even in these hard times. Theirs are inspirational stories written in golden letters. This year, in spite of the pandemic, the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat received altogether 472 responses for the current annual awards cycle, comprising 4 categories mentioned above, out of which 294 applications were shortlisted. A total of 58 gems have been chosen as winners for the year 2021, and they are being felicitated virtually today. I am aware that there are a large number of organizations which could not make it to the podium. However, they are equally among the champions, as in my opinion, all the shortlisted applicants have shown extraordinary commitment to strive for excellence and exhibited a keen desire to maintain high levels of enterprise in order to achieve world-class status. I'm sure they will be among the winners in the times to come. In a keen competition, the grand jury could select only the very best in the respective sectors. My special gratitude to Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatchalaya, former Chief Justice of India and former Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India, for chairing the grand jury for these coveted Golden Peacock Awards. We are also thankful to all our esteemed jury members for their unstinted support and contribution. In spite of being amidst a new variant of the pandemic, we have reason to cheer for our corporate leaders and warriors and also pay tribute to the winners of Golden Peacock Awards to keep them motivated. Congratulations once again to all the winners and a hearty welcome to all of you for joining this special virtual Golden Peacock Award ceremony. Thank you. Over to you, Graham.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Agnihotri. Thank you for your very warm welcome to the participants this afternoon. Without any further interruption, I'm going to hand over to the President of the IOD India, Lieutenant General Ahluwalia, who is responsible for spearheading the vision and the mission of the IOD. And I'd invite him to deliver his presidential remarks. General Ahluwalia.
Thank you, Graham. Honorable guests, award winners, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all for this Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. Of course, a special welcome to Dr. V.K. Agnihotri, who was just speaking, who is the Director General of the Golden Peacock Awards Secretariat. Of course, he has been a former Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, Parliament of India. Then Mr. Pankaj Kumar, IAS Chief Secretary, Gujarat, Mr. Sunil Sharma, Special Chief Secretary, Telangana, and of course, Dr. Graham Wilson himself, Professor, Leadership and Organization Development, University of Oxford, UK. Great pleasure to welcome him. These awards, as he has mentioned already, Dr. Agnihotri, were instituted by IOD in 1991 as a public service to raise the quality of important corporate functional areas to match the global benchmarks. That was the purpose. And IOD very strongly believes that responsible competitiveness brings out the best in the organizations. And the award criteria, of course, are being updated by us annually to new higher global standards. These awards are recognized today worldwide as hallmark of excellence, the most sought after badge of corporate excellence in India. These awards are connected in 14 different, they're contested in these 14 different corporate functional verticals, and 3 of these awards are also global today. The award assessment process is very transparent, rigorous, independent, quantitative, which is very important, and meticulous. It's a 3-stage exercise handled by professional assessors. Of course, he mentioned about the grand jury headed by Justice M. N. Venkatachalaya, Padma Vibhushan, and who's the chairman of IOD and former Chief Justice of India. The awards are a powerful self-assessment process. They help improve the organizational performance of all participants. The Industrial Revolution, now because these are mostly today on environment-related areas, and with just a few words on that, the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, it marked the onset of environmental degradation through pollution and contamination. By the mid-20th century, environmental issues received global attention, with ozone depletion and global warming becoming the most important areas. The environment protection and sustainability received worldwide attention during the Earth Summit held in Rio in 1992. The 51 billion tons of GHS emissions every year, they are added globally. 51 billion tons of greenhouse gases. The warming up of planet and climate disaster have become a global challenge. The climate change has become real and tangible, affecting people's lives worldwide. Extreme weather conditions are becoming more frequent, more intense. Droughts, floods, cyclones, these have become more frequent. The challenge has become a national priority, a rapidly expanding field for international cooperation. We have just gone through all these at the COP26 in Glasgow last month. And at the end, I would only, my special felicitations and congratulations to the Golden Peacock Award winners of today. And I would now hand over to Mr. Graham Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, General Ahluwalia. And now, in order to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Pankaj Kumar, I'm going to invite Ashok Kapoor, who is the General Director of the IOD, to extend.
Distinguished friends.
Thank you. 1 minute I'll take to introduce Mr. Pankaj. Pankaj, I'll take 1 more minute. Friends, thank you, Graham. Friends, we have all heard about vibrant Gujarat. Today, IOD has the pleasure of introducing to you one of the most vibrant Chief Secretaries of India. That is Mr. Pankaj Kumar of the IAS. He is also additionally the chairman of the Gujarat State Petroleum Corporation Limited, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited. And if I were to read all the organizations of which he is the chairman, probably we'll run out of time entire time. But you can take it, most of the corporations are under his guidance and leadership. Pankaj has worked as the additional principal secretary to Chief Minister and additional Chief Secretary, Home Department. He's held multiple senior positions in state PSUs and has wide experience in various departments such as revenue, home, health and family welfare, agriculture and disaster management. In fact, almost all the departments of the state government. Pankaj is credited with leading a series of reforms in the state revenue department, including development of online portal IORA that facilitated online non-agricultural permission and land premium payment notably. He has fostered change in the working culture to be more open and transparent. He's also extensively used social media in governance, especially during national disasters. He is guiding the entire operation for COVID-19 in Gujarat. Pankaj is a scholar. He has done his BTech engineering from IIT Kanpur and he's an MBA from Ljubljana abroad. Over to vibrant Pankaj Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you. First, congratulations to all the award winners. Our distinguished friends, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this wonderful event and interacting with such a diverse audience at this global platform. I take this opportunity to extend my warm greetings to all of you, and again, congratulations to all the award winners. Friends, climate change looms large over us, and it would not be an overstatement to say that climate change is the biggest and the most pressing challenge facing planet Earth. It poses an existential threat to the world as we know it, and to humanity and to millions of other species that call this planet home. Finding a way to tackle climate change is not an option, but the only option. I congratulate IOD for hosting this event to discuss this important topic at a very opportune moment. Friends, I'm going to speak about the steps Gujarat, which is one of the most industrialized and industrious states of India, has taken to contribute to India's vision and commitment towards addressing climate change. Many of you must be aware that Gujarat is the home to the largest diamond polishing hub, home to the world's largest refinery complex, the largest ceramic nucleus, the hub of some of the largest pharma manufacturing clusters, and the leader in many other segments. While Gujarat is known as the industrial powerhouse of India, the state is also pioneer in use of natural gas and renewable energy. Let me take this opportunity to give you a glimpse into the various path-breaking green initiatives that have been implemented to build a sustainable and climate-resilient future for the people of Gujarat. And I will also slightly discuss the new initiatives that have been rolled out. Friends, it is a matter of pride for all of us that it was under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, that the state took the initial steps to emerge as India's gas capital and the leader in renewable energy. I will first speak about the natural gas initiatives converting Gujarat to a gas-based economy. And we call here gasonomy. Under the Honorable Prime Minister's leadership, the Gujarat government embarked on developing a statewide gas grid network, first of its kind,
connecting all possible gas sources with consumers, and transforming the state into a gas-based economy in just a decade. It is the result of several concerted efforts by the state and all the stakeholders that natural gas accounts for over 25% of Gujarat's primary energy basket. This 25% for us, now just compare with the global average of 24%, and our national average is 6 to 7%. Thousands of industries and factories and millions of vehicles that were earlier using traditional fuels are now powered by natural gas. The shift to a cleaner fuel has led to a reduction of lakhs of tons of carbon emissions, and its positive impact on the environment can be imagined. The Government of India, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, aims to increase the share of gas in the country's primary energy basket from 6.5% at present to 15% by 2030. We have over 25% contribution from natural gas in the energy basket, as I just stated before, and we will work harder to ensure that India achieves its target earlier. I assure you that Gujarat is ready to play a vital role in realizing his vision towards cleaner energy. Friends, while climate change is attracting a lot of attention now, and economies world over are focusing efforts on transitioning from traditional energy sources to renewable energy sources to tackle global warming. Many of you may not be aware that Gujarat was the first state at subnational level in the whole of Asia to launch an independent climate change department way back in 2009 itself. The department was tasked with the responsibility to take actions required for mitigation of and adoption to climate change, and is another example of the foresightness of Honorable Prime Minister. Over the years, the state of Gujarat has emerged as the hub of renewable energy. This journey also began under his dynamic leadership. Friends, Gujarat first introduced a solar power policy way back in 2009 to promote solar energy generation. Everyone knew the unlimited potential of sun as the planet's most abundant source of energy. But few solar power projects were operational in the country until then. Under this policy, the state established Asia's largest multi-developer solar park at a single location at Charanka village in North Gujarat with an installed capacity of over 730 megawatt. India has been worshipping the sun god since ages, but in 2009, few would have imagined that within a decade, India would be showing the world the path of one sun, one world, one grid. The solar power policy also played the role of a catalyst in transforming the state into an integrated solar generation hub. In just a decade, Gujarat has scaled up solar power generation capacity to more than 6,000 megawatt. I am happy to inform you that the Gujarat government has formed up plans to increase this capacity many folds in the very near future by accelerating development of large solar power projects, a small-scale distributed systems, and setting up ultra-mega solar park. Gujarat government has also policies to encourage industries, farmers, and common households to generate their own electricity using solar power. We are also working on a mega policy for decarbonization of the whole manufacturing process and the industrial process. I would like to draw your attention to initiatives in the field of wind energy and solar energy, which are many. In the field of solar energy, we have example of Modera town in Mehsana, which is home to an ancient sun temple, into a net solar energy positive town by enabling it to meet its energy requirement through solar power. Gujarat was also the first state to set up rooftop solar panels on canals under the Canal Solar Power Project in 2014, doing away with the need to acquire land for setting up solar projects and at the same time limiting evaporation of water from the canals. Friends, Gujarat is also among the leading states in India as far as tapping wind energy is concerned. The state is home to nearly 9,000 megawatt of wind power generation capacity, one of the highest in the country. On the whole, the state accounts for more than 15,000 megawatt of renewable energy capacity, which is around 15% of the country's renewable energy capacity and 42% of the total energy capacity of Gujarat. I am very happy to present before you that we have started setting up the world's largest hybrid renewable energy park with more than 30,000 megawatt of wind and solar projects in the desert area of Kutch. Apart from the huge environmental impact, renewable energy has also made significant contribution in the socio-economic development of the state by creating employment opportunities, promoting entrepreneurship, strengthening energy security, and boosting infrastructure development in interior pockets as well as in the coastal areas. Earlier this year, the Gujarat government unveiled a state action plan on climate change aimed at building a sustainable and climate resilient future in line with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Besides health, the plan covers aspects such as renewable energy, energy conservation, forestry, coastal areas, tribal areas, animal husbandry, and agriculture. The plan will involve people, mobilize private and public investment, as well as various policy measures. Friends, most recently, we announced Gujarat State Electric Vehicle Policy, which aims for transition of the transportation sector towards electric mobility by encouraging investments into the sector and improving quality of environment by reducing air pollution. The policy offers subsidies on electric vehicles as well as for charging infrastructure and incentives on manufacturing of EVs and components. In fact, per kilowatt subsidy which has been offered by government of Gujarat, which is rupees 10,000, is among one of the highest in the country. Going forward, Gujarat emphasizes continuing to explore emerging areas like solar wafers, solar cells, solar batteries, energy storage, and many more. Since the topic of this conference is climate change, I believe it will be apt to share the story of environmental transformation of Morbi city, which is the largest ceramic manufacturing cluster in India. The National Green Tribunal banned use of coal gasifiers in ceramic units in 2019 due to environmental concerns. The whole industry was steering it as shutdown, but the state PSUs rose to the occasion, and within days, the infrastructure to supply gas to the units was put in place. Within months of this shift from coal gasifiers to natural gas, PM 2.5, PM 10, and SO2 concentration in Morbi town were down by 75%, 72%, and 85% respectively. Morbi's transition to a greener fuel and its transformation have become a global case study. Friends, as you are aware, and it has been mentioned also, that the world leaders that met at Glasgow for COP26 summit to discuss climate action, Honorable Prime Minister made India's commitment for increasing its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt and meeting 50% of nation's energy requirement for renewable energy by 2030. He also pledged that India will achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070. I am confident that the renewable energy push, coupled with a smarter use of cleaner fossil fuel and moving into emerging fuels like green hydrogen, will set India on course to achieve the net zero targets well within the deadline. I assure you that Gujarat is committed to further tapping renewable energy sources in a manner that would position them as the mainstream source of energy supply, as well as emerge as a key contributor to the 500 gigawatt renewable energy capacity target before the 2030 deadline. Friends, climate change is real, and the time to start addressing it is now. As Honorable Prime Minister had noted in his address at COP26, daily choices of billions of people around the world will take the fight against climate change billions of steps towards every day. I urge all of you to make conscious choices every day. Before I finish, I would like to say a few words about Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit, the premier industry event in India. The Gujarat government is hosting the 10th edition of the biennial summit in Gandhinagar with the central theme of From Atmanirbhar Gujarat to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Honorable Prime Minister will inaugurate the summit on January 10. The 3-day summit will witness multiple seminars, roundtable conferences, conventions, B2B and B2G meetings, focusing largely on very important issues like what we are discussing: green mobility, clean energy, innovation, sustainability, natural agriculture, futuristic economy, and futuristic technology, and many more. I request all of you to block your dates and be a part of Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2022. In the end, I thank IOD for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. I am sure that with our concerted and wholehearted efforts, we will definitely be able to provide a better, greener, and cleaner tomorrow to our coming generations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. That was a very inspiring and fascinating delivery about the growth and the transformation of Gujarat. I have got a couple of questions that have popped up in front of me, and I wonder if it's okay to pose them to you. Yes, your nod. Yes. The first of these is at the state level. Gujarat has obviously been transforming over many years. The initiatives that it's had have fed further initiatives, so there has been a momentum created. Given that many states are in a catch-up mode, I wonder if you could give us advice on how you think they could accelerate their progress.
Yeah, would you, there was some connection problem, so may I request you just to repeat it?
Yes, of course. The first question was that at the state level, Gujarat has obviously been transforming over many years, and initiatives feed further initiatives, so they create some momentum. For many of the states, they're in a catch-up mode. And the question which has been posed is, what advice would you give them to help accelerate their progress?
What support we give to the others? In fact, we are very open to share our ideas with everyone. And in fact, Vibrant Gujarat, we have sessions on that. So whatever good we have been doing, we always provide a platform where others can come and they can learn from our experiences. And simultaneously, we are also always eager to learn from the best which is happening anywhere else in the world.
So a sharing of ideas at all levels is really, really important. Thank you. But the second question is at the population level, and the question is, how can state governments motivate their populations to adopt more energy efficient lifestyles as part of their energy transition process?
In fact, there are multiple ways in which we are addressing these issues. One is like in all our building regulations, we have introduced provisions, regulations, which can promote use of construction of the green buildings, more recycling of resources, having climate change into our course curriculum, emphasis on greening, natural farming, cleaning of rivers, changing our habits and behaviors, and the list is very, very long.
So really a transformation of a raising of awareness through involvement in activities as much as a direct motivational stimulus. That's great. Thank you very much indeed. I think that you'll be overwhelmed with requests for guidance and advice and support here. It looks as though there's a lot of interest in what you've been doing and a desire to learn more detail. So thank you very much indeed for your address, which I think really set the tone for the rest of the proceedings today. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, for your support.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the guest of honour address, may I now invite Mr. Sunil Sharma, who is the Special Chief Secretary for the for Energy in the government of Telangana State, which is the youngest state in India and is a treasure trove of tourist destinations. Mr. Sharma is an officer of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1990 batch from Telangana Cadre. In his more than 3 decades of service to the government, he's held various leadership positions. Having worked in various departments, he's gained experience in rural development, urban development, women's self-help groups, watershed, women and child welfare, housing, agriculture, industry, the Panchayat Raj, the civil supplies, and many others. Presently, he is looking after the power distribution sector in Telangana state. The government there has been committed to encouraging a generation of renewable energy, and especially solar energy, to augment the conventional sources like thermal and hydro projects as power. These are obviously key to an emerging state, and so we're very honoured to have Mr. Sharma with us today. If I could hand over to you, sir, for your keynote address. Mr. Sharma, can you hear us?
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
There's
Perfect.
some disconnection. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the IOD for organizing such an excellent session today for clean energy, and that will help the entire society in moving towards a better environment and better world to live in. And for Telangana state, I would like to present certain things which we are adopting in the state to bring about clean energy and which will be good for everybody. It will be a win-win situation. That includes the renewable energy measures we are taking up, waste energy plants we are taking up, similarly the capacity building of the DISCOM and the EV policy. So I would first like to start with the renewable energy capacity in Telangana state, which in 2014, when the state was formed, Telangana state was formed, it was 238 megawatts. And you'll be pleasantly surprised to know that it has risen up to 4,410 megawatts today. That has been a great leap. And we would like to further grow in this field and see that renewable energy percentage of that in the total energy produced in the state increases. Then regarding this, I would like to specially mention that the solar capacity has increased from 75 megawatts in 2014 to 3,975 megawatts today, around 4,000, from 75 to 4,000. So that again, we are very proud to say that this has been our achievement in solar energy. And coming to why it has gone up this extent is because of the solar policy which we have, which has made things easier for everybody to adopt it. One is there is a single window clearance for this, and this is being widely appreciated by everybody, and everybody is adopting because of this. And a lot of exemptions are given, like Land Ceiling Act exemption is given, electricity duty exemption is given, supervision charge exemption is given, T&W charges for 10 years it is given exemption, and CSS charge exemption is given for 5 years, and refund of the VAT and stamp duties. So naturally, with these type of exemptions, this policy becomes more and more attractive, and would like to further take up such measures to see that more and more people adopt it. Then coming to the very, very important program which is going on in the state and which is picking up like anything day by day is the net metering policy. And why it is very popular and people are adopting is because of the net metering regulations 2016 for solar rooftop. Now, in this, all TS discoms, Telangana state discoms, they are eligible to establish the solar rooftop power plants in their premises. Any excess power which is pumped back into the grid after self-utilization, and it will be settled at average power purchase cost, pooled cost through net metering. And then solar rooftops under net metering arrangements are exempted from transmission loss, transmission charges, wheeling loss, cross subsidy charge, and additional surcharge. So more and more people are coming forward, and it is a people are very happy. Those who are getting by something like 9,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees bills, and by spending some 9 to 10 lakhs, they are getting zero bill now. So this one-time investment they are doing, and they are saving so much of money per month. It has become very attractive for people to adopt this, and many of them have taken up, and many of them are taking up every day. So this policy is really a success in the state. Then we have a very, as in other states also, I believe they are doing it. We also have taken up this EV and ESS policy 2020-30. And the policy targets to make Telangana major base for EV and ESS sectors and to attract investments worth $4 billion and create employment for 120,000 persons by the year 2030. The policy intends to generate demand for battery storage solutions by driving EV adoption incentives and supply side incentives for battery manufacturing. As you know that the EV policy can be a success only if the battery improves, and we are encouraging that, and day by day new techniques, new models are coming up, which is very good, and storage capacity has gone up in a big way. And we are all working on these lines and seeing that it becomes a success. And coming to the ongoing measures for promotion of rooftop solar system policy, I mean, this one is very important thing is loans are given 10 lakh rupees, up to 10 lakh rupees for solar rooftop installation. If a person takes to in a very rough type of calculation, if he invest something like 10 lakh rupees, he can put something like 10 megawatts and he can save 10,000 rupees per month. Very simple calculation. It is really very attractive for everybody, and lifelong it will be. And then one more thing, that suppose we are also encouraging people, if they have rooftop installed in their houses, then and then at the same time if you purchase an electric vehicle, then his vehicle will be maintenance free, because he need not spend anything on, first of all, the maintenance of the vehicle, repairs and all. It will be very minimal, and he did not spend anything on the petrol or diesel, because it would be through solar. Because of net billing, he would be getting some money, and that could be utilized for charging the vehicle. So this is really doing very well, and we are taking a lot of drives for encouraging it and bringing it to the public. In fact, day after tomorrow, we have a very big program. TS Redco VC and MD is here, Mr. Janaya. He is doing a very good job in this field. And day after tomorrow, with the involving the high dignitaries, and we are calling everybody of this minister and everybody, and we are having a very good, what do you call this, demonstration campaign, and people would be coming in a big way, and they would be adopting the electric vehicles. Then, as you know, everybody knows there's a policy, there's an initiative, Kusum initiative, which has been taken up by states, and Telangana is very actively contemplating to execute projects under Kusum Component A, and MNRE has sanctioned allocation of 500 megawatts, the Kusum Component A for the state. And we recently had a meeting, and we are planning in a big way, and we have logically and very efficiently analyzed where we have to take up. We had a meeting with the stakeholders, we'll have a meeting, and we'll go ahead in this scheme in a big way. And another big thing which is being contemplated in the state is waste to energy plants in Telangana state. Now, Telangana government had fixed a target of 175 megawatts for setting up municipal solid waste, industrial waste-based power projects, organic, degradable, and inorganic degradable types of waste have been included and policy benefits are applicable. So in this also, we would like to go in a big way and see that the waste can be taken as an asset. It will be seen as an asset too, so that electricity is generated out of it. Then now to meet the local demands for agriculture with local generation to solar, program has resulted in an estimated annual savings due to the avoidance of transmission losses of around 40 crore rupees by adopting this policy. So this also has helped in a big way. And we are very happy to inform and we feel proud to share with all of you that Telangana has been ranked second in overall state rooftop solar attractiveness index, SARAL. And the SARAL index evaluates Indian states based on their attractiveness for rooftop solar project development. And Telangana has bagged first place in the consumer experience and overall second most conducive state for solar rooftop implementation. And we would like to go further in this direction, in this field, and ensure that it is adopted in a big way and we go more towards this green energy. Then we are taking a lot of energy conservation measures in the state. Now, today only we had a very big program in which on the same lines, building is being planned, Electricity Regulatory Commission building. Now in this energy conservation building code is mandatory for the commercial building in the state. Without that, permission would not be given to any of the building. And Telangana is one of the leading states in India to adopt a mandatory energy conservation building code and first in the country to incorporate the mandatory compliance through online building approval system and practically implementing the same successfully. And we are not, it is not only in paper, but it is being practiced and we are having a lot of meetings regarding this to ensure that it is implemented. And not only one very important thing which was discussed in the meeting was it should not be seen, we had a very big seminar on this. So we said that it should not be seen as something which is a regulatory and which is being forced on you, but it should be seen as an opportunity for you to take this type of building that will help you. Because the building is taken up in this way, it will definitely help you to have a better building, live in a better place. And so that you get good ventilation and you save on the electricity. In the long run, you only benefit. So that sort of awareness is being brought about in the public to take it as an opportunity rather than something which is being forced on them. So we are going in a big way in this direction. Now, another thing which is being taken up in a big way is that capacity building of the DISCOMs is being taken up. Distribution companies, we have two in the state. And the objective of this is to carry out load management program development of DSM plan and implementation of DSM activities in their respective areas, thereby reducing peak electricity department. This is very important. And TSPDCL and NPDCL, that is Southern Power Distribution Company and Northern Power Distribution Company, we have two, they have participation for phase 2 for initiating the program in Telangana state. And TSERC has also notified DSM regulations in the state. So this also we are taking up in the state in a big way. And as I said earlier, that the municipal demand side, and one is from waste to energy we are converting. At the same time, the demand, we are seeing that is all the lights are replaced by LED lights, so that there is a lot of savings. Because whatever is saved, as you know, that it is produced. Something we are saving, that means that much more electricity is produced. So across 142 ULBs, urban local bodies, we have taken up this program and we have taken up some of the panchayats also, where we are installing such LED lights, and they will be saving on the electricity cost. And different models are there in this, there are different models we are taking it up, but we are ensuring that most of the lights are taken up as LED lights. And TS Redco has conducted 90 number of 2-day hands-on training program to Metro Water Works officials with support of Bureau of Energy Efficiency in this direction. Similarly, with other departments also, public also, they are taking up such program. Now, a very important thing which is being taken up in the state is that energy efficiency demonstrations are being taken. Now, TS Redco is implementing various energy efficiency programs in the state, such as State Partnership for Energy Efficiency Demonstration Speed, Modern Energy Efficiency Village Campaign, MEVC, EE in hospitals, etc., and saved around 4.6 million units per annum energy in the state. This is the saving in the state because of this program. And then very important thing which has been taken up initiative is the State Energy Conservation Fund. Now SECF. Under SECF, Government of Telangana successfully completed the energy conservation study in the NIMS and initiated the implementation process. By implementation of the identified measures, it is estimated that around 3.12 million units energy per annum would be saved. But different methods are being taken up that by this method we are saving 4.6, by this method we are saving 3.2, and then so on the whole, we will be saving a lot of energy because of these measures we are taking with the state. And another very important initiative, energy efficiency through installation of appliances in the state. For example, installation of, as I said, LED street lights, promotion of utilization of 9 watts LED bulbs, promotion of utilization of LED tube lights, promotion of utilization of fans. Now, by this per annum, I'm very happy to share with you that we have said 1,005 million units per annum.
That's okay. Now you can check. We have switched on the audio as well as. Okay.
And another important is the National Energy Conservation Award. We are proud to share with you that TS Redco, Government of Telangana, has achieved second, as I have already mentioned, in the national level during the 30th NICA program for the financial year 1920 by Minister of Power, Government of India. And we would like to not stop here. We would like to go further in this direction. And as I said, that we would like to encourage the solar policy in the state by encouraging more and more people to go for it. And then we would like to encourage people to go for electric vehicles. We had so many awareness programs, and we are doing it in the colonies now, in the gated communities, in the colonies. We are taking a big way. As I said, day after tomorrow, we are having a very big program in Necklace Road. So, and then waste to energy plant, LED lights, then this what you say, capacity building of the discounts. So all these measures are being taken up in the state to ensure that we go for cleaner energy. At the same time, we go for saving of the energy, and then it should be a win-win situation where the Government of Telangana benefits, where the public benefit by getting a cleaner atmosphere, cleaner environment, and also saving. And because, as I said earlier, that if they go for rooftop, they will be saving on the electricity bill, and also they will be saving on the petrol charges or diesel charges. So this is the policy which are taken up in big way. And Redco, the department which is coordinating all these things, Mr. Jania is the VCNMD. They are very active in this field, and we will definitely we would like to be the model in the entire country, and go in this direction and see that along with the other states we also contribute something new, something innovative, and contribute towards the entire country so that we have cleaner energy in the country and everybody benefits. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sharma. I've actually been scrolling through a couple of messages that have come in with people asking questions, and you've answered just about everyone that has come up. So that was an extremely comprehensive and very, very nicely rounded presentation. Thank you so much indeed for having joined us and shared with us your experience. I think probably there is just one question, which is a sort of quick answer, I suppose, is at the top level, what would you say was the most important way of gathering support amongst the government members for new initiatives?
Among the government members, yeah, actually, among the government members, see, basically, all the government departments, they are consumers in, electricity. They are the departments, they take the electricity. We would like them to go for greener buildings, number one. And all the government buildings which are being taken up are green buildings. Like we have taken up the collectorate buildings. like where the collector sits. 29 such buildings have been taken up, each building of something like 1.2 lakh SFT. All these buildings mandatorily are green buildings. Court, yeah. And courts, all the courts and all the RTC, that road transport company, they have installed solar, and Raj Bhavan has installed solar energy. So that way we are making, and it's good for them also because lesser bill would be there. And then you are also encouraging all the government departments that whenever they hire a vehicle, it should be an electric vehicle. Like I have hired a vehicle, it is coming day after tomorrow. I am also taking an electric vehicle. So Jana is taking an electric vehicle. Or Honorable Minister is taking an electric vehicle. Or Honorable Chief Minister is taking an electric vehicle. Apart from the other vehicles, the other vehicle, which one vehicle mandatorily should be an electric vehicle. That's our policy. So by these two ways, we would like to first start, make a beginning to government, for the government to adopt clean energy measures.
Thank you. Yes, so that both an understanding of vested interests, but also a very important acting as role models for everybody else. The people who are in the most visible positions are seen to be committed and engaged in the process. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Thank you so much.
A fascinating part of the country to be observing and seeing how you're rising to these challenges. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we come on to the part of the proceedings today that I'm sure many of you have been waiting for, the much awaited virtual Golden Peacock Awards presentation ceremony. Competition brings out the best in business and society, and really this is at the hub of the Golden Peacock Awards. One of the prime initiatives of the IOD was the institution of these Golden Peacock Awards for corporate leadership and institutional excellence, and over time they've become a hallmark for excellence both locally and increasingly globally. This year's winners are particularly special to us because they represent the 30th anniversary of the inauguration of the Golden Peacock Awards. Nothing has really achieved quite the same respectability as the Golden Peacock, which today receives over 1,000 applications each year in its various categories. This is largely due to the robust and transparent evaluation process and the clear criteria that the award panels create. Based on internationally recognized criteria, their aim nonetheless is to try and bring out the best of the best. There's no other award today which really gets the same kind of recognition and admiration amongst its peers than the Golden Peacock does. The jury for the awards is chaired by the Honourable Justice Venkatacharya, who's chairman of the IOD's National Advisory Council and was former Chief Justice of India and former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission of India, as well as the National Commission for the Constitution of Indian Reforms. So we are going to be rolling out the red carpet to our winners in a variety of categories. The first of these is going to be the Golden Peacock Award for Environment Management for the year 2021. I've got to switch my screens a little bit just to get the details of the winners in front of me. Wait for a moment. I'm hoping that the organisers are ready to roll out the red carpet for us. The first winner then of the Golden Peacock Environment Management Award in the automobile sector is the Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Limited from Ahmedabad. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Manash Dua, who is the General Manager and Operating Head. In 2019 to 18 kilograms of vehicle production in 2020-21. 100% of their waste is recycled, Mr. Manish Dua, if you would like to say a few words, you're very welcome to do so.
A very good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
You are indeed, yes.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank and appreciate the Institute of Directors for providing such a platform to motivate and showcase our environment initiatives for a sustainable society. It is a moment of great pride for me today to receive this prestigious Golden Peacock Environment Management Awards on behalf of Honda Motorcycle. So Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited, Ahmedabad, is our fourth factory in India. So this factory is ISO 14001 certified and a Green Co Platinum Award rated company. So Honda philosophy is to be a company that society wants to exist. So we always strive for sustainable society. Honda has a global environment vision of carbon neutrality also. That is a use of 100% clean energy and 100% recyclable material by 2050. So getting this direction from our global environment vision, HMSI has taken various initiatives for reducing environmental impact from its manufacturing processes. So we have reduced our carbon footprint by 63% in the last 5 years. And right now, this Ahmedabad plant, we are using 47% of renewable energy. Major projects I would like to explain today here: the solar rooftop of 7 megawatt and windmill of 4.7 megawatt are our major contribution. HMSI has reduced its water demand by 36% by using rainwater and water recycling. So HMSI 4F is a zero liquid discharge plant and zero waste to landfill company. Solid waste is sent for co-processing to the cement manufacturing companies. So right now, government is promoting use of renewable energy, which is now a very cost viable also. So we request to other industries today to identify the opportunities and focus on utilization of renewable energy for sustainable development. So sir, at the last, I would like to say that let us strive to realize a sustainable society where people can enjoy life. Thank you very much, sir, for this award. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Manish. And that was a very generous comments that you made there, and very interesting. I do apologize, this is not meant to sound critical. I should have said right at the outset to all of the recipients, if you could just keep your comments fairly brief, that would be much appreciated, because we've got lots of conversation to go through and lots of awards to go through. That said, I would love to have been able to talk to Manish for much longer, personally as an owner of a Honda motorcycle, but we'd better move on. So thank you very much indeed, Manish, for your contribution. The next award winner in this Environmental Management Award series is in the automobile ancillary sector, and the winner in that area is the Bosch Electrical Drives Limited organisation from Kanchipuram. Collecting the award on their behalf is Rajendra Diastala, who is the plant head. Before we hear from Mr. Diastala, just to explain to anybody who isn't aware of it, Bosch Electrical Drives is owned obviously by the Bosch Electrical Group. They manufacture and they market wiper motors, power actuators and thermal systems, and their company's environment policy has been emphasising that people's health and safety, economic use of resources and a natural and clean environment are the very basic principles of business for sustainable growth. Mr. Diastala, if you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. I am very much thankful to the juries and Institute of Directors for giving us the recognition of our environment sustainability efforts. We are located in Chennai. You already spoke about that. We are manufacturing electrical motors and assemblies. Bosch has an important value of responsibility and sustainability. in responsibility, we take care through our CSR projects, focusing on holistic village development, education, and women empowerment. Regarding environment sustainability, we are continuously working, and our Bosch Group Global took the decision to be carbon neutral by 2020. And starting from 2017 to 20, we conducted a structured program to become carbon neutral. Most important has been the rooftop solar, which caters to 70% of our power requirement, and many various energy saving projects. With all these efforts, which have been set in our report, have been really appreciated by juries, and I once again thank them for recognizing our efforts. Thanks all.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, and congratulations to your organisation. The third sector that we are awarding tonight is the BPO sector, and the winner in that area is Concentrix Dash Services Limited from New Delhi. Concentrix Dash Services provides outsourced process services for a wide range of functional capabilities, including finance, human resources, and customer management services. Around about 60% of non-hazardous waste for this organisation is being recycled and reused. Their environment monitoring is done for air and noise emissions, water discharge analysis, and waste management. Collecting the award on their behalf is their Senior Director for Real Estate, Captain Niran Kumar. Captain Niran Kumar, if you would like to say a few words. Do we have Captain Kumar? Sorry, we've not got your sound.
Hello.
Kumar. Hello, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Golden Peacock Award jury members for selecting Concentrix for the Golden Peacock Environment Management Award 2021 and honoring us. This is a very special and proud moment for me, my team, and Concentrix, as the journey of environment and sustainability started way back, and this award recognizes that effort. The Concentrix leadership team, the real estate operations and environment team, and the employees of Concentrix have worked hard to reach this milestone and have set up environment and sustainability benchmarks. Our environmental sustainability encapsulated 3 environmental commitments on climate, waste management, and ecosystems, and the power of one Concentrix driving environmental action across the world. It is based on the foundation of education, awareness, driving staff engagement, and sustainability action, which in turn translates to both a quantifiable impact on climate and waste targets, as well as driving environmental stewardship, especially on the protection of habitats and diversity across the world. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, we maintained the traction on environment and sustainability through initiatives on digital plantation drives, environmental awareness e-modules, trainings, and environmental sessions. We also conducted internal assessments, audits, and review of environmental and legal rights. Our efforts on energy, especially with LED, has been on an ongoing basis, embracing solar and renewable energy across the portfolio has been something which is very constant, and we do take a lot of initiatives around it. The journey of environment and sustainability over the last few years has been good, and we have driven environment and sustainability practices adoption by all our employees and business partners. I want to thank you for your continued support, and we will continue on this journey of environment and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Captain Kumar. Sorry about the problems with the sound at the outset there. Congratulations to Concentric Dash and to your organisation for the efforts that you're putting in. It's tremendous. We move on to the fourth sector, which is the cement sector. And the winner of the award is Prism Johnson Limited, cement division from Satna. Prism Johnson Limited, cement division from Satna, manufactures and markets Portland Pozzolana Cement, PPC, with the brand name Champion and a premium grade as Champion Plus. The company has commissioned 22.45 megawatts of waste heat recovery systems, using them for power generation to reduce their energy demand overall. Their raw material used per tonne of cement has also been reduced by 5% in 2021 alone over previous years. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Manish Singh, who's their president and technical head. Mr. Singh.
Yeah, good afternoon to the August gathering, and on behalf of Johnson Limited, my sincere thanks to the jury and IOD for recognizing our efforts. And we are very much delighted to receive this award consecutively second year for the cement sector, and that's why we are quite thrilled that our efforts are being recognized. In fact, the motivation behind all these have been making a greener cement and our objectivity for making a carbon neutral by maybe around 2045. So that is the motivation behind this, and we have been working a lot in this area, and you will be thrilled to know that with our efforts, this zone that was for the water overexploited, and with the efforts of our inside the premises as well as in the CSR activities, we have been able to bring it into this semi-critical zone. In fact, in our premises, we have raised our water level by approximately 2 meters, and approximately 40% of our total energy consumed is from the green energy. As Mr. Nielsen said, that we have commissioned a 22.4 megawatt waste heat recovery system, as well as 24 megawatt green this PV solar system energy. So this entirely amounts for about 40% of the total energy consumed, and there are various efforts which we are trying to year on year. We have reduced our water consumption by over 7% this year, as well as we have done intensive forestation in and around the area. So the motivation behind all this is making a carbon neutral cement as soon as possible, and Prism Johnson management is quite committed for that. We are a 7 million ton plant in the Madhya Pradesh, Satna, and our integrated organization has Johnson Tiles as well as RMC. So as a total, housing solution, our aim is to be the carbon neutral, and that is the motivation behind. And such recognitions further motivate us to work in that particular area. Thanks once again to the entire jury, entire directors, and the August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, and congratulations again to Prism Johnson Limited. The fifth sector this evening is the chemical sector, and the winner of the award there is the RT Industries from Jagadia. RT Industries Unit 2 from Jagadia is a large-scale private sector chemical unit responsible for manufacturing dye and dye intermediates. The company's environment policy has committed to sustainability as a main criteria for business decision-making. Their supplier sustainability program started to build business resilience and achieve business sustainability across their wider network of suppliers. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Subhat Jindal, who is their Senior Vice President and their Zone Head. Mr. Jindal.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great pleasure for me to accept this award on behalf of RT Industries Limited, and we are really thankful to IOD for the appreciation of our efforts toward environment and sustainability, and it will certainly act as a motivator for us to do further better and move towards carbon neutrality. At RT Industries Limited, which is spearheaded by RT engaging leaders, the driver is our purpose, which is right chemistry for better tomorrow. And the vision with which we drive our business is to be a global partner of choice with a mission of delighted stakeholders. And to achieve all this, sustainability becomes the first and the foremost strategic dimension, and in which environment comes the first one, along with the safety. Now, as RT Industries Limited, it's a responsible care company. RT is a global awardee of EcoVadis assessment, and very recently in this year, RT has been awarded by ICC Award for Excellence in Environment Management. And very recently in CDP, RT has been rated at management level B rating. And now this Golden Peacock Award for Environment Management becomes another feather in the cap of RT Industries Limited. All this we were able to do because we have, out of the 16 plants operating, 12 of the plants are zero liquid discharge plants, and thereby reducing the water consumption. And another major initiative which RT has taken is converting the byproducts into the useful products, and as high as 1000 KL per day of hydrochloric acid getting generated is getting converted into a useful product which is getting exported. And there is a very clear focus on the development of newer technologies which are more environment friendly. And at the same time, there is embracement of solar as well as wind energy initiatives and the energy conservation initiatives. Once again, as on behalf of RT Industries Limited, we are thankful to IOD for the appreciation of our efforts, and this will certainly act as a motivator for us to move towards carbon neutrality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Jindal, and congratulations again to RT Industries, to the Unit 2 from Jagadia. Congratulations on your award. I'm very mindful of the time pressures that we're under today. We were a little bit later starting, and things are taking a wee bit longer to achieve. So recognizing that almost all of the organizations that we have represented here are very well-known names to everyone, I think my description of what you do is a little superfluous. And so to accelerate things, I'm going to very briefly name the organization and then invite the recipient of the award to take the award and to give their few remarks of appreciation before we move on to the next one, to try and accelerate the process a little bit. So apologies if this may sound a little quick to one or two of you. I think we need to get through the awards as quickly as possible. The sixth sector for environmental management awards this year is the consumer appliances sector. And the winner of the award this year is Panasonic India from the Jajjar Techno Park in Jajjar. Collecting the Consumer Appliances Award on behalf of Panasonic India is Ms. Ritu Ghosh, who is the Associate Director of Corporate Affairs and Environment and CSR. Ritu Ghosh.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. As Panasonic, we are really proud to have been conferred with this award. It really acts as a big motivator to the contributions that we are committed towards. Panasonic has its vision of better life, better world. As a commitment to better life, better world, Panasonic has always believed in contributing positively to the environment. not only by inculcating good and best practices for manufacturing as environmental practices, but also contributing to the society by generating ambassadors and training them in terms of a holistic view through the outreach programs called Haritumang and I Recycle. We also promote that the community should be nurtured to practice good environmental practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Ghosh, and congratulations again to Panasonic for your award. Moving on to the 7th sector, the education sector. The winner of the award in this area is the Engineering Staff College of India from Hyderabad. Collecting the award on behalf of the Engineering Staff College of India from Hyderabad is Dr. Rameshwar Rao, who is the director of the college.
Good afternoon to all. It is a great honor to receive the prestigious Golden Peacock Award for Environment that was instituted by the World Environment Foundation. Thank you, IOD jury members, for recognizing ISKI's innovative efforts for a zero waste campus for sustainable environment. And ISKI has adopted ISO integrated management system standards and procedures, which links up the recognition and strategies and governance and social and environmental and financial performance. Engineering Staff College of India is playing a key role in community development awareness programs recognized under Ministry of Environment, Forest, MOHVA, and also pollution control boards, authorities, Government of India, etc., to achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water to all. And Engineering Staff College of India is collaboration with UNICEF has conducted water and sanitation programs. This award is a great inspiration, motivation for all our ISKI team members. We are grateful to the Institute of Directors for selecting Engineering Staff College of India for this prestigious award for the year 2021. And this encouragement surely means a lot to Engineering Staff College of India and motivate to work towards the many environmental friendly initiatives in the coming years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Rao, and congratulations again to the Staff College. I think this really indicates the diversity of organisations that are engaged in the environment management sector. Congratulations again. We move on to the next sector for the award, which is the engineering sector. And the winner of the award in this area is Eaton Industrial Systems from Pune. Collecting the award on behalf of Eaton Industrial Systems is their Managing Director for India, the VG Group and e-mobility, Mr. Shailendra Shukla. Over to you, Mr. Shukla.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'll try to be brief. To begin with, my heartfelt gratitude to the August jury, Institute of Directors and Golden Peacock Award Secretariat for choosing Eaton as one of the winners of Environment Management. I, on behalf of my entire team at Eaton Vehicle Group, happily and humbly accept this award. Sustainability is part of the fabric of our company, and we at Eaton are powered by our vision, driven by our strategy, guided by our goals, and committed to doing business right. On a long-term sustainability, we are committed to resource optimization, and Eaton aims to become carbon neutral by 2030. On a concluding note, we reiterate our brand promise, we make what matters work. I'm very happy and congratulate our Eaton employees and our partners who have supported us in our sustainability journey while we receive this award. Thank you, everyone, and thank you once again, IOD and Golden Peacock Award Secretariat. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shukla, and congratulations again to Eaton from Pune. Congratulations on the award. We move on to the 9th sector, which is the fertilizer sector. And the winner of the award in this area is KRIB HCO Fertilizers from Shahjahanpur. Collecting the award on their behalf is their Deputy General Manager for E&QC and EMC, Mr. Adesh Kumar Singh. Mr. Singh, over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am audible.
You are perfectly, yes. Thank you.
On behalf of our organization, I am very thankful to receive this prestigious award from IOD. Basically, recognition through receiving an award from IOD motivates us towards more focus on continual improvement in EMS. Our organization believes that we are a part and parcel of the Earth's ecosystem, so always advocate green environment and preservation of nature. Our operational activities as well as process optimization approach are linked with an environment protection. Our production units are well equipped with latest machine and equipment that consume less water and energy, thus causing optimum wastage of water and energy. We believe regular awareness and retaining of the manpower is one of the most important aspects of the EMS. In the organization, the water consumption has been reduced drastically through recycling, reuse, and prudent use. The specific energy consumption and natural gas consumption are decreasing gradually through efficient and regular mapping of operation, preventive maintenance, and best practices adopted. In our views, in spite of all the technological innovation, the significant positive impact in the environment can only be achieved through behavioral change in the attitude of the society. For that, regular awareness regarding impact on environment due to our day-to-day undesirable activities should be identified and communicated in a local language. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Singh, and some really important messages in there about the way in which the whole of the community needs to be engaged. Thank you so much. It would be great to hear a little bit more about the role of Krishak Bharti's cooperative in this process. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations on your award. We move on to the FMCG sector, where the winner is Rekit Benkaiser from Mysore. Collecting the award on behalf of Rekit Benkaiser from Mysore is Mr. Pradeep Krishnamurthy, who is the Regional Supply Director for South Asia. Over to you, Mr. Krishnamurthy. Do we have Mr. Krishnamurthy with us?
Yeah. I'm audible?
Just about. The sound was breaking up a little bit. Hello, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Yeah. I'm JP on behalf of the Pradeep. Yeah, I'm unit head here at Mysore. I hope I'm audible.
You are now, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone. So it is an honor to receive the Golden Peacock Management Award on behalf of Rekit Mysore factory. The factory has been on a journey to be a role model in environment sustainability. I would like to congratulate the entire Mysore team for being recognized with this prestigious award. The Mysore team has done some great work on signing a solar renewable power purchase agreement in line of decarbonization. The site has also been achieved zero waste to landfill and has aggressive plans to achieve water neutrality as a next milestone and to increase energy and water efficiency by 25% in order to achieve Rekit's 2025 and 2030 targets on sustainability. We at Rekit put sustainability at the core of our operations and this is firmly embedded in everything we do. The award coming from the Institute of Directors is testament of our commitment to environment sustainability. We are grateful for this recognition, and this will motivate us to push harder the sustainability agenda. Our best wishes to all the participants and compliments to the other winners. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnamurti. I'm very aware we had some hiccups there with the technology, but congratulations again to Rekit Benkaiser on collecting the award for environmental management for the SMCG sector. We move on to the gas sector, where the winner is GAIL India Limited's petrochemical complex from Pata in Uttar Pradesh. Collecting the award on behalf of GAIL's petrochemical complex is their Executive Director and OIC, Mr. AJ Tripathi. Mr. Tripathi, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Respected jury members and participants, a very good afternoon to all. We at GAIL Pata Petrochemical Complex are honored to be awarded the winner of Golden Peacock Environmental Management Award 2021. Sustainability at GAIL is integrated with our core business strategy. In line with the commitment towards sustainable process design and project execution. With the government's focus on cleaner energy reforms, we have commissioned 4.76 megawatt peak rooftop solar plant at GAIL Pata, and we are in process of installing additional solar plant of capacity 2.64 megawatt peak. We have taken up biodiversity assessment at our site, developed ecological park at our complex and our township premises with painstaking efforts over the years, which has now resulted in creation of home to many exotic and indigenous species of both flora and fauna. GAIL Pata is also implementing Green Co-rating, which is a holistic framework that evaluates company on the environmental friendliness of their activities using the life cycle approach, and also guide on how to make products, services, and operations greener. We once again express our gratitude and thankfulness to Institute of Directors for trusting GAIL India Limited Pata in presenting the Golden Peacock Environment Management Award 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tripathi, and congratulations again to GAIL Pata on collecting the award for the gas sector. The next sector that we're going to recognise is the IT sector, and the winner of the award in this area is Infosys from Bengaluru. Collecting the award on behalf of Infosys is Mr. Sunil Kumar Dareshwar, who is the Senior Vice President and Head of Facilities, Infrastructure, Taxation and Corporate Accounting. Mr. Dareshwar.
Thanks, Graham, very much. It gives me great pleasure in accepting the Golden Peacock Award for Environment Management. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the jury and also the Institute of Directors for bestowing this award on Infosys. Infosys ethos has always been in building a sustainable workplace and environment protection. And in this direction, our efforts have been in enhancing environmental management through climate change action, achieving carbon neutrality, sustainable resource usage, and waste management through building designs and operational control. In fact, we achieved carbon neutrality in 2020, 30 years ahead of the 2050 deadline that was set in the Paris Agreement. Setting up of the ESG committee with oversight on organizational initiatives is a further commitment that we are showing towards environmental management. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the team at Infosys, which has always delivered on each of its commitments. We will continue in our pursuit for the protection of our planet for future generations by ensuring that we conduct our business in a sustainable manner. Once again, thank you very much for the award given to Infosys. Good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dareshwar, and congratulations again to Infosys on collecting the award for the IT sector. The next sector that we're going to look at is the mining and metallurgy sector, and the winner of the award in this area this year is the Hindustan Zinc Organization's Kayad mine from Ajmer. Collecting the award on behalf of Hindustan Zinc is the director of SBU, Mr. KC Meena. Over to you, Mr. Meena. Do we have Mr. Meena on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Graham and all the juries. I thanks to all of you that we got this award. It's a prestigious awards, and really I thanks to all of the juries. Mr. Graham, just I want to take this opportunity that mining industries, we are working against the natures, and you know that in the mining industries we have underground mining operations, and that we have a very highly mechanized and equipments we have that we can take 65 tons of trucks and 21 tons of LSD. This is the world largest equipment in the mining operations. And looking to this environment and all this, we are working very hard, and we have got this FIMI award regarding this our environment excellence. Also, we got this 5-star rating in the edges of the IBM, and we are water positive in the Kayad mines. And if you talk about the Hindustan Zinc, we are very seasoned and working for the environment strategy. And you know that this in the underground mining operations, we are bringing the electrical equipments, and by end of this March, we are getting around maybe 10 this electrical equipments for the underground mining operations. So we are working on the environment front in the various corners. So I really appreciate you people and giving this award to the Hindustan Zinc as a Kayad mines. It's a really I pride on this, and I thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Meena, and an enormous organisation that you're responsible for, with tremendous opportunities to support the environment. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations on the award. Collecting the award on the for the oil production sector, winning the award, is the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation from New Delhi. Collecting the award on behalf of ONGC is Mr. Ajay Dixit, who is their Chief of HSE. Mr. Dixit, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, and good afternoon to all. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to the jury of the Golden Peacock Awards and the Institute of Directors for bestowing the coveted Golden Peacock Environment Management Award to Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, the energy anchor of the country. It is indeed an honor to receive this prestigious award from this credible organization like Golden Peacock, a hallmark of excellence globally. The award is a testimony of ONGC's commitments towards environmental excellence and sustainability. And let me tell you, it is the hat trick of this award for ONGC. For the last 3 consecutive years, we have been winning this award, and it gives me great pleasure that to tell all of you that ONGC is having the most robust environment management system. All installations of ONGC are ISO 9001, for quality ISO 14001, for environment, and ISO 14001 for occupational health and safety management system. And we promise that ONGC will continue to put its best foot forward for environment performance through eco-friendly technological interventions, while maintaining our established position as a global leader in integrated energy business through our vision, sustainable growth, knowledge excellence, and exemplary governance practices. And it's high time we take a pledge that we all need to gear up and contribute meaningfully towards creating a sustainable planet for ourselves and for our future generations. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. That's all.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dixit, and congratulations again to ONGC. Triple congratulations, I guess, to ONGC. I look forward to seeing you next year as well. Moving on to the oil refining sector, the winner of the award this year is the Indian Oil Corporation's Mathura refinery from Mathura. Collecting the award on behalf of Indian Oil's Mathura refinery is Mr. Assis Kumar Mehta, who is the Executive Director and Refinery Head. Over to you, Mr. Mehta. Mehta, sorry.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah. Is me? I need to talk now? Yeah.
Yes, that would be super.
Yeah. Thank you, Graham. Good afternoon and warm regards to all on behalf of Indian Oil Mathura Refinery. It's a proud privilege for Indian Oil Mathura Refinery to receive the prestigious Golden Peacock Environment Management Award 2021. Mathura Refinery, since inception, has been taking prudent steps towards environment management. Our refinery, being located in the sensitive Taj trapezium zone, has the responsibility of ecological and environmental protection of the region, and this coveted award is a testimony to our eco-friendly business operations. We are indebted to the jury who, under the chairmanship of Honorable Justice Sri M.N. Venkatachalaya, appreciated our efforts and have motivated us to further strengthen our initiatives towards a sustainable future. I extend my gratitude to Institute of Directors, India, under whose guidance these awards were hosted and given to the best industries and institutes who work coherently for environment management. Thank you again for honoring Indian Oil Mathura Refinery with Golden Peacock Environment Management Award 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mehta, and congratulations again to the Mathura refinery on the collection of the award for oil refining. We move on to the packaging sector, and the winner of the award for the packaging sector this year is HSIL's Packaging Products Division, AGI Glasspack from Bonjia in Telangana.
The
Collecting the award on behalf of HSIL's Packaging Products Division is Mr. Subba Rao, the Senior Vice President of Works. Over to you, Mr. Subba Rao.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Subba Rao, participating on behalf of HSIL. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity, giving this award. It's a great pleasure for us. We are very thankful to jury and Golden Peacock management. As a AGI HSIL, we are committed. We started one campaign in our group, HEY, Health, Environment and You. HEY is one program. We are following the HEY, Health, Environment and You. And we are committed. We are the persons who started ESP in glass sector in India to maintain the norms of SOx and NOx. We have 2 furnaces. We don't want to spoil the environment, and carbon emissions also reduce. And we started zero water discharge. Zero water discharge means our wastewater. So STP and ETP water we converted into RO, reverse RO water, and we are using this water to compressor cooling. That means we are not sending any water to land or outside contamination. It's almost zero discharge of water from our company. We are using 600 KL of water every day. With this process, we are saving around 350 KL per day. And solar, we have started solar, 13 megawatt solar in our company. This one, 50% is rooftop. Rooftop means we utilize all warehouses and packing stores and main building. And 50% ground top, around 15 acres of land utilized for this. We have total 150 acres of land. 50 acres of land we utilize for this solar energy. And we are in the manufacturing of glass bottles, container glass bottles. Whatever rejection, we are trying to reduce the rejection. First of all, rejection percentage. Earlier our pack percentage was 86, 87. Now we are at 90, 91%. That means we are reducing the defects percentage. And whatever broken glass pieces we are using in the furnace, recycling of cullet we are doing. And last but not the least, even lights and all, we went for LED lights, and we are upgrading the motors to energy efficient motors. So we are committed as an AGI HSIL management. We are committed to environment, and we are working. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's a great pleasure for AGI HSIL management and staff. We are very much delighted with this prize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Subba Rao, and congratulations again to HSIL's AGI plant. Congratulations, award well deserved. We move on to the 17th sector, which is the pharmaceutical sector. And the winner of the award in this area from Jagadia is Abbott Healthcare's organization. And collecting the award on behalf of Abbott Healthcare from Jagadia is Mr. Sachin Parashar, who is the site director. Over to you, Mr. Parashar.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, and it is very thankful moment for me that I am receiving this award in behalf of my company. That it is a very prestigious award, I would say, and I am thankful to Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Justice Mr. M.N. Venkaiah, and all the jury member for giving this award to my company. And I'm thankful to my entire organization, my each team member who has made a full commitment for the environment management, and we are always committed for the environment, and we always fulfill the need for the environment. So thanks to everyone and the jury members. Thanks, Mr. Garland.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Parashar, and congratulations again to Abbott Healthcare. An excellent award to have been won. Congratulations. We move on to the power generation sector, and the winner of the power generation sector award is the NTPC's Koldam Hydro Power Station from Bilaspur in Himachal Pradesh. Collecting the award on behalf of NTPC from their Koldam Hydro Power Station is Mr. Nandan Singh Thakur, who is the General Manager and Head of the project there. Over to you, Mr. Thakur.
Good evening, Mr. Graham Wilson and other fellow awardees. I am thankful to the jury and Institute of Directors for recognizing Koldam Hydro Station for awarding the Golden Peacock Award in Power Generation category. Koldam is the only operational hydro power station of NTPC, which you all are aware that is the largest power generating company in India. Koldam is generating around 3,200 million units every year green energy, thereby contributing to the reduction of the carbon emission. At NTPC, we believe that sustained economic gain is twinned with substantiated environmental gain. Some of the initiatives being followed in Koldam station are the large-scale plantation, zero discharge of domestic wastewater, zero disposal of plastic waste, online environmental flow measurement for preservation of aquatic life, and involvement of all stakeholders for environmental improvement. Other NTPC plants are also doing great work in field of waste utilization, water conservation, and improvement of air quality by installation of FGD plants, that is, and I am confident that in the coming years, Koldam or one of the other NTPC plant will be bestowed with this Golden Peacock Award. Finally, I assure on behalf of our team that we will keep on going highest priority to continual environment improvement. Thank you. Thank you for this award.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Thakur, and congratulations again, Koldam Hydro Power Station. An excellent contribution to the environment that you're making, and a tremendous achievement. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the power equipment sector, and the winner of the award in that area is the Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited from New Delhi. Collecting the award on behalf of Bharat Heavy Electricals is their Director of Human Resources, Mr. Anil Kapoor. Over to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, my respects to the chief guest, special guest, and other dignitaries present. Thanks to the jury for and IOD for conferring this very prestigious Golden Peacock Environment Management Award for the year 2021 on BHEL. I'm thankful for recognizing the efforts of more than 30,000 employees working with dedication and commitment for this cause. As we all know, BHEL is India's flagship engineering and manufacturing company and has been single source of sustainable solutions for energy, industry, and in infrastructure segments to make our country, India, a self-reliant nation in terms of power and energy. The concern of environment protection is manifested in our efforts towards development of products having a lesser environmental footprint, use of renewable energy and cleaner fuels, having lesser carbon footprint in our operations, recycling of natural resources like raw materials, and water to the extent feasible, and responsible waste management. It has been always our endeavor to minimize our environment footprint across our value chain, and 28 megawatt installed capacity of solar power across our BHL units is a step in this direction. Development of cleaner technology has always been a mainstay of BHEL's business practices. Throughout its existence, the company continues to build upon its legacy of being a technology leader and is working towards helping the nation transition to a cleaner power mix in the coming years. I'm very happy to inform the House that BHL has taken tremendous efforts to ensure that all our 14 townships are made single-use plastic-free. We have been certified for this. We all shall preserve with more rigor in responding to the business scenarios by considering various processes by new technologies such as battery energy storage systems, AUSC, FGD solutions, among others, in an efficient way to provide solutions for various sectors of the economy. In the end, thank you again for recognizing the contribution and believing in BHEL. We promise that BHEL will always be committed to strive for higher growth and contributing to the development of the people and country in an environment-friendly manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kapoor, and congratulations again to BHEL for winning the award in the power equipment sector. Congratulations. We move on to the steel sector, and the winner of the award in the steel sector is the Steel Authority of India, SAIL. Collecting the award on behalf of SAIL is one of their executive directors, Mr. S.K. Das. Over to you, Mr. Das.
Am I audible?
You are indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Institute of Directors, for organizing such an exuberant award ceremony. It's a pleasure to accept the prestigious Golden Peacock Environment Management Award for the successive third term. This bears the testimony to our efforts for sustainable and responsible steel making. SAIL has been contributing in nation building since more than 6 decades and a prodigy of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. You would appreciate the fact that during the challenging times of the COVID-19 pandemic, SAIL has taken up the initiative to oxygenate the country and supplied more than 1 lakh tons of liquid medical oxygen across the country, braving all the odds. SAIL is sensitive to global concern for the climate change, and carbon footprint reduction has become an integral part of our corporate policies and the operations. Deployment of state-of-the-art environment-friendly technology, R&D initiative in association with Academic Institute of Repute for resource efficiency, creation of carbon sinks by plantation of more than 21 million trees, gradual shift to LED lighting, enhancing share of renewable energy, etc. are some of our major initiatives undertaken by SAIL in this area. Luxuriant growth of 3-storied vegetation in the mined out and barren area of Punpani limestone mine in Odisha shows our concern for the ecological balance. Towards water conservation, short, medium, and long-term strategic schemes are in place to achieve zero liquid discharge. 291 million liters of water being conserved and discharged to groundwater every year through our Catch the Rain initiative. SAIL has acted responsibly in the past, and I assure that it will continue its relentless effort to ensure a greener tomorrow for the generations to come. Once again, I thank the august jury members of the Golden Peacock Award and all the dignitaries connected over virtual platform for this encouraging award. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Das, and congratulations again to the Steel Authority of India on collecting the award in the steel sector. We move on to the textile and apparel sector, and the winner of the award here is Grasim Industries, whose Jaya Shri Textiles part is based in Rishra in West Bengal. Collecting the award on behalf of Grasim Industries is Mr. Jasvinder Kataria, who's their joint president and chief manufacturing officer. Over to you, Mr. Kataria.
Thank you, Ram, and good evening to everyone. It's an honor and privilege to accept this award on behalf of Grasim Industries, Jayashree Textiles, which is located in near Calcutta. I sincerely thank Golden Peacock Award Secretariat, IoT, and awards jury for recognizing to our organization. It's really a proud moment, not for me, but for the entire team, which has taken initiative to enhance governance and sustainability practices. For us at Grasim Industries, which by the way is also celebrating its 75 years this year, which coincides with the independence of India also. Doing business as a corporate, responsible corporate is embedded in our culture, and we practice this in our strategies, our processes, in our practices, operations also. This award is special for us and makes us believe that we are moving in the right direction. So thank you again on behalf of my entire team at Grasim Industries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kataria, and congratulations on your double award, the winning of the Golden Peacock and your 75th anniversary. Congratulations. Tremendous. We move on to the transportation sector, the ports area in particular, and the winner of the award is the marine infrastructure developer company from Chennai. Collecting the award on behalf of the Marine Infrastructure's port located in North Chennai is Mr. Satish Kumar, who's their head of environment for Southern Ports. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
To all, first of all, our respective honorable dignitaries, respected speakers, and all winners of Golden Peacock Award. It's our honor for MIDPL to be awarded with the prestigious Golden Peacock Award under an environment management category. As coined by our respected CEO, Sri Karanadhaniji, sustainability is our growth mantra. We strongly believe in the foundation for effective ESG management is robust and transparent governance and integration of these considerations into the way to our business. And this is, and we intended to further accelerate our green contribution and become a benchmark environmental stewardship. Our commitment to the environment, social, governance norms is inextricable component and how we approach our business. We have embedded the ESG network framework in our core philosophy of value creation, keeping the interest of investors, community, and the environment in focus. Our sustainability roadmap is based on formulating appropriate policies, conforming to regulatory norms, mitigating the risk, making regular disclosures, setting targets for minimizing our environmental footprint, and strengthening the corporate governance to meet these targets. We have embraced the philosophy of growth with business, where along with focus on the financial and operational performance, environmental conservation, optimum utilization of resources, community effort, and engagement with all such stakeholders anchored in our business strategy. I would also like to thank the grand jury, Board of Directors, and the Golden Peacock management team, and thanks to our management and all my colleagues for their untiring effort in creating global standards for the benefit of all the stakeholders. We at Adani are strongly committed to continuously improving our performance in sustainable business practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations to the Marine Infrastructure's ports around Chennai. Congratulations again. That brings us to the end of a rather marathon first session of the Golden Peacock Awards, the award for environment management for the year 2021. I think we just have a breather for a moment, and then we will be moving on to the second of the award sessions. This is the Golden Peacock's Eco Innovation Award, GPEIA, as we're referring to it rather affectionately within the organisation. The second award, the Eco Innovation Award, the first of the sectors to win in this area is the chemical sector, and the award winner is Galaxy Surfactants from Navi Mumbai. Collecting the award on behalf of Galaxy Surfactants is Mr. Unathan Shekhar, who is their Managing Director. Over to you, Mr. Shekhar.
A very good evening to all of you. It's with immense pleasure that I receive this Golden Peacock Eco Innovation Award on behalf of all our members of Galaxy. Our purpose at Galaxy has been to contribute to better living, cleanliness, beauty, comfort, wellness, and care, keeping safety uppermost in our minds, and doing this in a way where we provide a clean and safe working environment to our people as well as the community around us. Over the last 10 to 15 years, we have strived to deliver this purpose, keeping care uppermost in our minds. And this has led to our innovation of developing chemistry and technologies, keeping the imperatives of sustainability and eco-friendliness uppermost in our minds. Manufacturing our products through clean industrial processes, recycling byproducts for making value-added products, eliminating waste has been some of our approaches. We are very glad that this effort of ours has been recognized and acknowledged, and we thank the Institute of Directors for this Golden Eco Innovation Award, Golden Peacock Eco Innovation Awards. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shekhar, and congratulations to Galaxy on winning the award this year in the chemical sector. We move on to the government sector, and the award for the railways in particular goes to the Rail Wheel Factory from Bangalore. Collecting the award on behalf of the Rail Wheel Factory from Bangalore is Mr. Naresh Kumar Banawal, who is their Chief Workshop Engineer. Over to you, Mr. Banawal.
Thanks, Graham. Good afternoon to you all. It is a really great moment for me to receive the prestigious Golden Peacock Award for Eco-Innovation on behalf of Rail Wheel Factory. Rail Wheel Factory is a premier production unit of IR, Indian Railway, engaged in manufacture of wheels, axles, and wheel sets for railway as well as non-railway customers. Being a red category energy-intensive process industry located in city like Bengaluru, RWF has all along been deeply concerned and interested for environmental sustainability and conservation of precious environmental resources. It is not out of place to mention that with our concerted efforts, we have converted our factory, this red category factory, into some kind of green lungs for this locality. On the waterfront, we have developed and implemented innovative methods of water conservation, such as rainwater harvesting, surface runoff harvesting, water recycling, sedimentation, infiltration, rooftop harvesting with mega rainwater investors with great outcomes and financial savings. Getting our efforts recognized with such a prestigious award is really a great thing to happen. We proudly say that we are not just great manufacturers of wheels, axles, we are also great eco-innovators. It really gives great inspirations for us to work together, to work further. Thank you very much, GP Award Jury, Institute of Directors, Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Barnawal, and congratulations again to the Rail Wheel Factory from Bangalore. Wonderful award to be won for the eco-innovation sector, for eco-innovation. Congratulations. We move on to the oil refining sector, and the winner of the 2021 Golden Peacock Award for Eco-Innovation in this sector is the Bharat Petroleum Corporation's Corporate Research and Development Center from Greater Noida. Collecting the Eco-Innovation Award on behalf of Bharat Petroleum's Corporate Research and Development Centre is Mr. Sanjay Khanna, who is their Executive Director in charge of refineries. Over to you, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Good evening, all. First of all, I thank Institute of Directors and Honorable Jury for selecting Bharat Gas CAT for the prestigious Golden Peacock Eco Innovation Award. Indeed, it's a great honor and recognition for BPCL. So BPCL Corporate R&D Center developed gasoline sulfur reduction catalysts, a unique product first time in India through extensive research and development activities in laboratory. The novelty of the innovation is that they were using a spent catalyst which was generated in our process unit, and they modified into the useful active catalyst through a process which results in substantial cost reduction. Laboratory developed formulation was scaled up later with the help of catalyst manufacturer, and 120 ton of Bharat CSR CAT is manufactured and used in Mumbai refinery. The performance of the catalyst was much better than commercially available catalyst, and it was cheaper by almost 50% when compared with commercial catalysts. BPCL has secured Indian and international patent right for Bharat GSR CAT. Very recognition of this effort by Golden Peacock. We are very much grateful to you for recognition, and I dedicate this award to my dedicated and passionate team of scientists at Corporate R&D Center. I once again thank Institute of Directors for this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khanna, and congratulations again to BPC and the Corporate Research and Development Centre. Clearly a well-deserved award in eco-management. Congratulations. We would move on now to the packaging sector, and the winner of the award in that area is ITC Limited's SBU packaging and printing business from Chennai. Unfortunately, they are unable to log in today. I think we may have a roll call for them, though. Had they been able to join us, we would have been congratulating ITC's SBU packaging and printing business for being involved in carton packaging and flexible packaging, tobacco packaging. Their eco-innovation has been a substance known as oxyblock barrier coatings, which enables brand owners to design material specifications for previously difficult to recycle packaging, an area which is a significant one for the whole of the marketing and production and manufacturing sector. Anything going to retail, we are having great difficulty packaging materials, so innovations in this area very significant. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be here, so we're going to move on to the power generation sector, and the winner of the award for power generation sectors in eco-innovation is Lalitpur Power Generation Company from Lalitpur. Collecting the award on behalf of Lalitpur Power Generation Company for eco-management is their Chief Executive Officer, Mr. A.N. Saar. Over to you, Mr. Saar.
Yeah, I'm audible.
You are indeed, thank you.
Yeah, respected jury, ladies, gentlemen, A very good afternoon to all. I am extremely honored to receive the prestigious Golden Peacock Eco Innovation Award for the year 2021 on behalf of Lalitpur Power Generation Company of Bajaj Energy. I would like to thank the jury members and IOD for selecting our project as a winner in this category. I am extremely grateful for this recognition in the area of water conservation for our project. Our project is a 3 units of 660 megawatts supercritical units of latest technology. We are generating power, but here I am to tell that we are not only generating power, also we are committed to the environment and social responsibility which drives to us for the conservation of water, which is the need of the hour. We have optimized the water use in our power plant of around 2 meter cube per megawatt hour. Since last 3 years, we are maintaining around this thing against the design of 2.5 meter cube per megawatt hour. All these are possible because we are applying 4R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and re-innovate. By doing this, our team at site at Lalitpur are struggling very hard, and we are monitoring every day the water consumptions to reduce it, and we are able to do it. Already I have told that 3 to 4 years we are constantly maintaining this thing, and all these are happening because of our business leader, our chairman Sri Kusagrinan Bajajji, and all the team members of Lalitpur. Entire team is engaged in this because water is the scarce commodity, and it will not be available in future also. So we are very particular on this thing. I take this opportunity to thank our LPCL team for exhibiting such eco-friendly practice. At last, once again, I thanks IOD for organizing such award ceremony in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saar, and congratulations to Lalitpur Power Generation to win the Eco Innovation Award, power generation sector. I have to say, I think that the IOD should be equally honoured to be joining such an array of awards that you've collected behind you. I think we deserve to receive an honour ourselves for being allowed to rank within them. So thank you very much indeed, and congratulations again. That concludes the second of the award sessions, the Eco Innovation Awards, and we're going to move on to the third session, which is the Golden Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency. The Golden Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency. The first sector in this area is the automobile sector, and the winner of the award is Toyota's Kirloskar Motor Private Company from Ramanagaram. Collecting the award on behalf of Toyota's Kirloskar organization is Mr. Raju Balso Ketkale, who is the Deputy Managing Director. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon to jury and all the ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Ketkale. Yeah, I first thank you very much for Institute of Directors for recognizing Toyota Kirloskar Motor for this prestigious award of Golden Peacock. Yeah, I dedicate this award to my very hardworking team. Really, I appreciate their really hard work by utilizing this opportunity. Just a little about the what Toyota is doing. So as a Toyota, globally we have a vision of 6 challenges where by 2050 we'll reduce our vehicle emission zero, then life cycle zero CO2 and plant zero CO2. Under plant zero CO2, Toyota Kirloskar Motor, we have a 3-fold strategy, basically how to make our supplies green, how to utilize the technology for the conversions, make very efficient. Third, by involving all the members of all employees, how to reduce the consumption. So these 3 strategies In that, we, of course, many years we are doing this first, second and third strategy. But in 2017, with the government strong promotion of the solar, we started first time our rooftop solar activity with a very small 3 megawatt, and subsequently with a 9 megawatt on rooftop, and also we have a solar farm now. With this, we really made our whole supplies green. So with this now, last 3 months, Toyota achieved RE100. Is the first company within Toyota out of 56 plants. So TKM India is the first plant who achieved the RE100, and I'm really it's a very proud moment for us and for our team. So now, most important point is, by doing only TKM, we cannot make the impact and influence of the basic carbon footprint point of our business. So how to take to the across value chain? I think this is very important. Our suppliers and dealers. And last 3 years, very strongly we are promoting activity at our suppliers and dealers. And for that, we established the eco zone, 125-acre eco park inside our campus, and we bring out 2 decades of experience to this eco park. And through this, not only our supplier, dealer, but the whole community, and including school children, we are transferring this all our learning of eco sustainability to the society. I think this is how we we can make really impact and influence on the society. This is what. So once again, I thank you very much, jury, for recognizing this. This is a really great honor for us and for our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kitkala, and thank you for highlighting the real importance of these awards. Recognizing the individual organizations is one thing. It's the impact and the leverage that has on a wider community is so important. So thank you very much indeed for raising that and making that so obvious to us. Congratulations again. The second sector in the Energy Efficiency Awards this year is the Automobile Ancillary sector, and the winner of the award in this area is Lucas TVS from Chennai. Collecting the award on behalf of Lucas TVS is Mr. Vishnu Vardhana Rao, who is their plant head. Over to you, Mr. Rao.
Good evening. This is Lakshmi Narayan here. On behalf of Lucas TVS family, it's an honor to be recognized as a winner in this energy efficiency category. Golden Peacock Award is considered to be one of the most prestigious organizations for the corporate excellence, and we are proud to be being associated with the institution for such a long time. Lucas TVS has put a lot of effort to create sustainable practices, and we are proud to say that this has helped us to achieve 80% renewable energy for entire power consumption, which has in turn helped us to reduce our GHG emission by 70%. We have also set up objectives and targets to upgrade our existing infrastructure to become a water neutral and a carbon neutral company by 2050. Lucas TVS shall continue to sustain and surpass the precedents set by itself and the competition. We previously won the award in the year 2017, and we took forward to winning the award in the upcoming years in multiple categories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rao, and congratulations again for your winning of the award in energy efficiency. Congratulations. We move on to the cement sector, and the winner of the cement sector award this year, part of the MP Birla Group, is RCCPL's private organisation from Rebelli. Collecting the award on behalf of RCCPL for energy efficiency is Mr. Jayant Kandpal, one of their additional vice presidents. Mr. Kandpal.
Good evening all. Myself Jayant Kandpal, on behalf of our team at MP Birla Cement Nangan unit, convey our sincere thanks to IOD Global for the recognition of our unit. We are extremely honored to be receiving such an important Gold Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency 2021. At MP Birla Cement, we recognize that energy consumption and carbon emissions are the most important issues affecting the environment and business. In this competitive market, we are committed to take actions within our operations and supply chain and work with our stakeholders to find long-term solutions to reduce energy consumption and carbon footprint. For global warming, the company has utilized maximum percentage of fly ash, 34.7%, which is best in the industry in cement grinding, thereby reducing the clinker usage. This in turn has reduced greenhouse gas emissions at the plant. In green power, for the replacement of electrical energy with renewable energy, we had developed the off-site solar power plant with a capacity of 20 megawatt and yearly power generation of 25 million units. Expected carbon reduction is 20,000 metric ton per year. In last 3 years, we had reduced the power consumption for producing 1 metric ton of cement from 33.8 units to 30.5 units. Approximately 3 units per ton of cement reduced for production of 1 ton of cement, resulting in a saving of 5.24 million units. Once again, we sincerely thank you for helping us to reach a stage where we can proudly hold up this award as a mark of our achievement. This is a journey, and we will always work for continuous improvement and to find new avenues for optimization of energy consumption in cement production. Thanks once again to all jury and all members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kantpal, and congratulations again on winning the award in energy efficiency for the cement sector. Congratulations. We move on to the fourth sector, which is consumer appliances. And the winner of the award this year from Kutch is the Panasonic Life Solutions organization. Collecting the award on behalf of Panasonic Life Solutions is Mr. Ashish Singh, their General Manager. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
Thanks, Graham, and good evening, everybody. Myself, Ashish, Head of the Energy, Environment and Safety Cell for Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited, and on behalf of complete PLS-IND, would like to thank Chairman Shri Honorable former Chief Justice of India, Mr. M.N. Venkatachalya, Dr. V.K. Agnihotri, and complete Golden Peacock team for carrying out detailed 3-stage assessment of our energy efficient activities. We are extremely delighted to receive this prestigious award, and it was only possible through a complete team effort with year-on-year continual improvement in energy conservation activities, which are a part of our corporate values as well, has now become a part of culture and behavior of all employees towards energy conservation efficiency activities. We will continue to our efforts with more zest across all units to achieve many more such milestones in future. At last, a special thanks to Chief Guest and jury members for taking time from their busy schedule and making Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited a part of this prestigious process and award ceremony. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Ashish, and congratulations again to Panasonic Life Solutions. A well-deserved award. Congratulations. We move on to the fifth sector, the engineering sector, and the winner of the award in this area this year is Kirloskar Oil Engines from Kolhapur. Collecting the Golden Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency on behalf of Kirloskar is Mr. Chandrahas Ranade, who is the plant head from Kolhapur.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to one and all, honorable dignitaries, respected jury panel, ladies and gentlemen. We express our sincere thanks for this honor and great appreciation for the third consecutive year trick of prestigious Golden Peacock Award is really a pride moment to entire Team Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited Kagal plant. Institute of Directors is our inspiration in this green journey. We are committed to protect environment through our products and manufacturing processes. Ours is a zero discharge factory. We also received carbon neutral certification by UNFCCC. Very soon, we will become water neutral plant. We are also certified CII Greenco Platinum rating, and we received Platinum Award from Indian Green Building Council. Our mission is to become 100% renewable energy manufacturing unit by 2023. Upcoming projects are undertaken in thermal energy saving through heat recovery and Karakuri Kaizen to enable zero energy management. Our strong commitment towards Mother Earth is driving organic farming initiatives in nearby villages to achieve goal of nutritious feed, flourishing nature, and healthy society. We are fortunate for getting instant support from our executive chairman, MD, and senior management for implementing all these green initiatives. Once again, big thank you to Institute of Directors and all organizers for their valuable guidance and this great appreciation. Green work makes the dream work. Green work makes the dream work. Together we can. Together we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Renade, and congratulations to all of your team. An excellent presentation afterwards as well. Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the sixth sector, the fertilizer sector, and the winner in this area is Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers from Bay Unit from Mumbai. Collecting the award on behalf of Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers is Mr. Vijay Kumar Gupta, who is their Chief Manager Chemicals. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
Yes. Am I audible?
You are indeed, yes.
Thank you. Good evening to all. Sir, receiving this prestigious Golden Peacock Award is a moment of pride, joy, and happiness for us. I am grateful to have been chosen to receive the award by our management. I thank you all for being here to share in the occasion. I thank my fellow colleagues and employees who have put great efforts for implementation of energy efficiency schemes by putting their hard work. As we all know, Golden Peacock Award jury comprises eminent personalities and well-known experienced public figures. Considering RCF Tombe for the award is a moment of great pride for us. We are so honored to have our energy efficiency initiatives recognized in this way by Golden Peacock Award jury of Institute of Directors. These initiatives will be showcased in Winners Digest also for the benefit of fertilizer industry. We at the RCF Tombe producing 1 million tons of fertilizers and a number of chemicals, methanol, and we do not have any limitation for funding the energy efficiency projects and innovative ideas. We have energy policy, various modes of fetching energy efficiency schemes like energy management system, ISO 50001-2018, quality circles, Six Sigma, suggestion schemes, etc. During last 3 years, we have implemented 47 energy efficiency projects, small or large, with rupees 130 crores of investment leading to saving of rupees 102 crores per year. Our cogeneration plant with about 400 crore rupees of investment is set to start by January 2022, saving 0.3 million kilocalories per metric ton of urea. Apart from this, all our 15 plants in complex will be benefited as the price of electricity will be reduced. The implementation of these schemes and use of renewable energy sources had led to substantial reduction in GHG emissions by reducing the use of fossil fuels. And also the energy efficiency has reduced our production cost and demand for energy imports, and the stringent energy efficiency norms set by the governments were also met by these energy efficiency schemes. Apart from this, RCF Trombe is generating 30 million liters of treated water from sewage treatment plant, which goes to the community around in the Mumbai, Chembur area. We have donated during COVID oxygen plant at the Satabdi Hospital and opened vaccination center for the whole community in the Chembur area. We look forward to further improve our efficiency through innovation, along with emphasizing on health, safety, and environment. I thank you for this award, and thank you and good night.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gupta, and congratulations again to Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers on the Energy Efficiency Award this year. We move on to the IT sector, and the winner of the IT sector awards this year is Wipro Limited's Kodati enterprise based in Bengaluru. Collecting the award on behalf of Wipro Kodati is Mr. Eswaramurthy, who is their senior manager. Over to you, Mr. Eswaramurthy.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I would like to thank Institute of Directors and Golden Peacock jury members for selecting Wipro for this prestigious award. Kodati is a new campus, and we started the operations from 2018 onwards. A lot of green energy futures were taken into consideration while building this campus. We were very sure that everyone who will experience this facility and the futures would appreciate the hard work and thought process behind the construction of this sustainable campus. We are humbled by the fact that this is now getting recognized in the forums like this. A big thanks to everyone who have been part of this wonderful journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Eswaramurthy, and congratulations again to Wipro's Kodati organization. We move on to the 8th sector in the Energy Efficiency Golden Peacock Awards. This is the mining and metallurgy sector, and the winner of the award in this area this year is Bharat Aluminium Company from Korba. Collecting the award on behalf of Bharat Aluminium from Korba is Mr. Pankaj Kumar Sharma, who is their Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah, good evening, Graham. And am I audible?
You are perfectly, yes, thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. And I thank the committee of Golden Peacock Award for inviting me to receive this award, and all the jury members for awarding Balco this honor. And on behalf of my team, I am delighted to receive this prestigious Golden Peacock Award on energy efficiency for year 2021. This award is really a testimony to our united efforts in stabilizing a strong benchmark for Balco. We have achieved specific power consumption reduction in our pot line through our various initiatives. We initiated potline energy conservation with our in-house innovated and patented fuse technology. We have converted our split beam to single beam for improved operational efficiency. We have improved our cathode design from 30% to 100% graphitized, and we upgraded the pot controller, which reduced the specific power consumption in potline drastically. Along with the technology advancement, we also worked on operational efficiency, and these activities help us to achieve DC power consumption and best in class current. And current efficiency, which has also resulted in reduced GHG emission. And I'm very delighted to share with everyone that Balco is the company where we are benchmark in Indian aluminum industry, and we are striving to be a benchmark in global market. So we strive to further innovate and improve, and we are planning to achieve SPDC target of 12,000 kilowatt hour per metric ton, for which we have started pilot initiative in our hotline and create a new benchmark globally. Our vision is to be a world-class integrated aluminum and power producer company and create sustainable value for all stakeholders. Balco is the lowest power consumer, kilowatt hour per metric ton in Indian aluminum industry, and we do try to achieve more on this front by constant in-house innovation, digitization, and technological collaboration with world-class business partners. Once again, thank you for selecting Balco for Golden Peacock Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, and congratulations again to Balco for winning in the mining and metallurgy sector the Golden Peacock Award for energy efficiency this year. We move on to the ninth sector. This is the paper sector, and winning the award for energy efficiency this year is Century Pulp and Paper, a division of Century Textiles and Industries from Nainital. Collecting the award on behalf of Century Pulp and Paper is their head of engineering, Mr. Anil Setia. Over to you, Mr. Setia.
Please. Am I audible, sir?
You are indeed, perfectly.
Yeah. First of all, we are extremely honored to be a part of receiving this Golden Peacock Award. Extremely thankful for giving Century Pulp and Paper a platform where its efforts are being recognized. We being a corporate sector, we are fully aware about the ESG compliance and the role of energy saving as well as energy intensity. The matter of fact is, we all know in pulp and paper industry, our energy cost contributes to 12 to 15% of our total energy cost. So we do have a written plan to further reduce it up to 1.5%. In the past also, based upon our PAT 1 and PAT 2 cycle, we have already overachieved those targets given by BE. Some of the technologies where Century is having a edge, we can proudly say it as we are the first in the industry from agro residue. We have generated a CMG plant. We are the first in country for a fiber batch, for a fiber line for OptiBatch technology incorporation. Plan is in place right now, worth of 150 crore for further increasing the renewable energy proportion to the tune of 6%, which originally contributes to around 6 to 7 crores per month revenue generation. There are certain technologies, new energy efficiency technologies that Century is going to adopt it that will be commissioned in the next financial year. Those are the new evaporator, solar plants, and not only about the energy efficiency. Being a corporate citizen, we know our responsibilities for the society also. In Uttarakhand, being these perul and other agro residue, we are also planning it to burn it up to in our boilers to have a larger proportion for energy efficiency. Now, at the end, we would like to thank all the directors of this institution for selecting us for this Golden Peacock Award and providing us a platform for improving the energy efficiency. Thank you very much from the Century Pulp and Paper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setia. Congratulations again to Century Pulp and Paper on collecting the award in energy efficiency for 2021. We move on to the pharmaceutical sector, and the winner of the award in this area is Sun Pharmaceutical Industries from Dewas. The award was going to have been collected by Davinder Singh. I believe he had a video recorded for us, but there we go.
Hello everyone. It's a big honor for our employees to receive such an accolade from the Prestige Institute of
And so we move on to the power sector, power distribution sector, and the award winner this year for energy efficiency in the Golden Peacock Awards is BSES Yamuna Power from Delhi. Collecting the award on behalf of BSES Yamuna Power is the head of their power management group, Mr. Jitendra Nalwaya. Over to you, Mr. Nalwaya.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Am I audible, sir?
Perfectly, thank you, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, first of all, we are really honored, grateful, and delighted to receive this prestigious award. Being a leading power distribution utility in Delhi, and has always been a front runner in bringing innovative practices and bringing up many initiatives in energy efficiencies and making it the best use of power distribution space. Being awarded in energy efficiency has given us a great boost and motivation to our team. Also, as a distribution utility, we are well connected with the customers. We are having around 1.7 million customers. So it becomes our duty and imperative to inculcate energy efficiency culture among the customers. And such awards gives really a big motivation to us. Previously, also, we have been awarded in the Golden Peacock Award on innovative products and services, occupational health and safety, CSR, and now awarded on energy efficiency. It's really, this indicates a holistic and professional approach to managing our power distribution business for us. On behalf of Team BSES, Yamuna Power Limited, I would like to thank you, Institute of Directors and the eminent award jury under the chairmanship of Honorable Justice Venkat Liya for recognizing our organization, conferring this award to us. Thank you once again, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nalwaya, and congratulations again to BSES Yamuna Power. We move on to the power generation sector, and the award winner this year is NTPC's Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station from Jyotinagar in Telangana. Collecting the award on behalf of the Ramagundam Super Thermal Power Station is Mr. Sunil Kumar, who is the Chief General Manager and Head of Plant.
Good evening to all on this virtual platform. NTPC Ramagundam team is privileged to get this Golden Peacock Award. This station is one of the 4 stations that NTPC set up 39 years back, and since 1983 Ramagundam station is powering the growth of all the southern states of India by supplying reliable, efficient, and affordable power. During its journey of 38 years, many initiatives have been taken so as to conform to the stringent norms that is getting imposed, and the station is still doing better and achieving all the milestones. On behalf of NTPC Ramagundam, I would thank Institute of Directors to recognize the station for its energy efficient performance. The station is also doing a lot of CSR works in its vicinity and also taking up many afforestation projects through Miyawaki technology. This award boosts the morale of the team Ramagundam. I thank once again Institute of Directors for recognizing the performance, the initiatives of the station. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations again to NTPC's power station plant. A tremendous pedigree that you have got there. Congratulations. We move on to the 13th sector, the steel sector, and the award winner in this area is Jindal Stainless Hisar plant. Collecting the award on behalf of Jindal Stainless this year is Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, who is their General Manager of Central Electrical Energy Cell. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Am I audible?
You are indeed, yes.
Yeah. Good evening to everyone. I am Sandeep Agarwal, one of the energy leader of Jindal Stainless Hisar Limited. I sincerely thank the Institute of Directors and jury to select Jindal Stainless Hisar Limited as winner of Golden Peacock Award for Energy Efficiency 2021. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it is very proud recipient who is standing here before you. In JSHL, conservation of energy and the environment is an essential aspect, and without conserving energy, there is no way in which we can compete in the market and track the environment for our future. JSHL is committed to achieving the best of class energy standard, and we using energy conservation as a primary strategy for affordable stainless steel to all. JSHL is also targeting for the decarbonizing activity for steel making and functioning toward net zero. Also, I would like to admit the hard and honest work of our energy leaders and progressive management. They enable us to present our work and showcase our achievement in front of the experienced judges. Once again, thank you all for this award and a kind of encouragement to the continued effort towards the sustainable development of society. Thank you, jury. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Agarwal, and congratulations to Jindal Stainless for winning the Steel Sectors Award this year for energy efficiency. Congratulations to all of the winners of that session. There are a number of you, 13 in total, all deserve very, very good, warm and hearty congratulations on winning your awards. We move on to the fourth award session this evening, and this is the Golden Peacock's Occupational Health and Safety Award for 2021. The winner of the first of these awards in the automobile sector is Tata Motors from Mumbai. Collecting the award on behalf of Tata Motors this evening is Mr. Ravindra Kumar, who's their President and Chief Human Resource Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone, and everyone present here. We are greatly honored to be chosen as the Golden Peacock Health and Safety Award recipients for the year 2021. Thank you for recognizing us. At Tata Motors, the safety, health, and well-being of our stakeholders is at the heart of what we do. Our safety excellence journey started a decade ago with the introduction of safety management system, which was revamped with the help of DuPont. In our endeavor for zero injury at the workplace, we kept assessing ourselves and as an improvement started looking at the proactive measures rather than reactive measures or lagging indicators of safety performance. A couple of years ago, we started to monitor about 25 proactive safety index, and this has helped us reduce the incidents drastically. We have not restricted our vigor for safety just to our employees, but wanted it to be the core value of our business. The likes of Nexon, Altros, and Punch scoring 5-star safety rating in the global NCPA makes us the safest vehicle manufacturers in the country. The last 2 years have been unprecedented from a health perspective due to the pandemic. It is just not the physical well-being, but also the emotional and psychological well-being of our employees and our stakeholders that we have been very concerned with. So in addition to vaccinations, we've also offered helplines to enable people get through these tough times. Although the journey towards safety excellence is never ending, so is our resilience. I want to take this occasion to congratulate all the other winners today and thank you Golden Peacock Awards team for bringing together diverse group of organizations with the intention of achieving and showcasing excellence in various domains of business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations to Tata Motors for winning the Golden Peacock Occupational Health and Safety Award in your sector this year. We move on to the cement sector, and the winner of the Occupational Safety and Health Award this year is Udaipur Cement Works. Collecting the award on behalf of Udaipur's Cement Works is Mr. Naveen Kumar Sharma, who is the whole-time director of the organisation. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
Yeah, good evening all. Thank you very much for this award. It is a great honor for me to receive this special award on behalf of Udaipur Cement Works Limited. I would like to thank all of you who believed in us and joined us in this unforgettable journey. We strongly feel health and safety as a driver of everything, especially in the manufacturing setup. And receiving the award in the said category is really a proud moment. Udaipur Cement Works Limited is a cement manufacturing company with current capacity of 1.5 million ton. And we are working on the brownfield project to enhance our capacity by 1.5 million ton, making total of 3 million ton. Lots of parallel activity happens during the manufacturing of cement, wherein safety is a challenge. We take care of the same with utmost priority, and result is this award. I take this opportunity to thank the team of UCWL, and especially the health and safety function. Also, this award ceremony motivates us to participate in the other category also in the future. It is a really fortunate moment for us to receive an excellent award. I express my sincere gratitude to all. Thanks a lot once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Sharma, and congratulations again to Udaipur Cement Works on the achievement of this very important award. I'm glad that it has stimulated an interest in other awards as well. Congratulations. We move on to the construction sector, and the winner of the award this year from Mumbai is L&T's STEC joint venture, which is UGC 07. Collecting the award on their behalf is Mr. Alok Kumar Day, who is the project director. Over to you, Mr. Day.
Good evening, everybody. I think I'm audible.
Perfectly, thank you.
It's a great honor to receive this award on behalf of our organization. This is a joint venture of Larsen Turbo India and Shanghai Tunnel Engineering Company, China. We are doing this metro work, underground metro work in Mumbai in heavily dense populations and the built-up area. I first thank each and every one of IOD and the jury of Golden Peacock Award for recognizing L&T's Tech JV Mumbai Metro UGC 07 as a winner of Golden Peacock Occupational Health and Safety Award 2021. We know the importance of this award and we will sustain this standard to maintain this image. We know we are receiving many awards in this category of occupational health and safety.
We seem to have lost Mr. Day.
Occupational health as well as IOD's brand image in the market. Being a dynamic project where situation changes every day, we are working in such a way to implement safety practices in every phase of work. It is ensured by advanced planning, involvement of every department to execute the activity with utmost level of quality and safety, monitored by our senior management. Innovative digital implementation like BEAM for safety, virtual reality, training of all levels of life injury-free day program. This requires a management game-changing shift and a complete gradual overhaul for what was done in the past to meet the current business model. If we don't have a vision or goal, how can we know or convince all our stakeholders where we arrived today and where you want to reach? We thank you, everyone. We thank you, IOD, Golden Jury member, and the participant of this event. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day, and congratulations again to the joint venture on winning the award in the construction sector. We move on to the e-commerce sector, a very different kind of environment, and the winner of the award this year is Flipkart's internet organization from Bengaluru. Collecting the award on behalf of Flipkart is the Director of Environmental Health and Safety, Mr. Srinivasan Ravi. Over to you, Mr. Ravi.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great honor to be here receiving the award on behalf of Flipkart family. I wanted to thank IOD and Golden Peacock Awards jury team for this recognition. This recognition will definitely make us strong in moving towards building a robust safety program by having a continuous efforts on it. And in Flipkart, safety of our employees is paramount, and we always work towards that in enhancing the programs all the time. And once again, congratulations to all the winners here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ravi, and congratulations to Flipkart on the receipt of the award. We move on to the engineering sector, and the winner of the award this year, the Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety, goes to Bosch Rexroth of India from Ahmedabad. Collecting the award on their behalf is the plant technical head, Mr. Mallikarjuna, who comes from Bosch Rexroth. Over to you, Mr. Mallikarjuna. We can only see part of you.
Yeah. So, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, yes.
So, before we start the video, so maybe good evening. First of all, thanks a lot from our Bosch Rexroth team for this wonderful award, and I really thank the organizing committee and also the jury members for giving us a platform to showcase the safety practices which we are doing, and also the initiatives which we are as an organization we are doing also in the company as well as outside also. So Also, this platform gives us a lot of opportunities to learn from each other, and also as an India, as an organization, we can also grow and implement the best practices across all the organization. Thanks a lot. And I also invite my team to take this award, because this safety initiative we also do with a lot of, let's say, other initiatives like near miss. We capture every incidences, we call it as a near miss, and we focus on implementing preventive measures towards it. So we have zero reportable accidents, I think, since more than 6 to 8 years. This gives a lot of confidence, and being with the flexible labor model, which comes on a short term, and we need to really take care of them on any of the activities. So thanks a lot, and good luck to all, and to the members as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mallikarjuna, and congratulations to the entire team on winning the award. Thank you. We move on to the engineering explosives sector, and the winner of the award for occupational health and safety for 2021 is GOCL Corporation from Hyderabad. Collecting the award on behalf of GOCL Corporation's Hyderabad operation, formerly the Gulf Oil Corporation, is Mr. Pankaj Kumar, their Chief Executive Officer and whole-time Director. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, good evening all. It's a great honor to receive this award, especially for an industry like ours dealing in explosives and energetics. It's of utmost importance that safety is given the prime importance. I'm glad to say that we have a wonderful team here who have worked very hard for this award, and this will definitely provide an encouragement to them to maintain the highest standards of safety. I thank the jury of Golden Peacock and hope to get more awards for this company in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kumar, and congratulations. I think the statistics bear out the justification for you receiving this award. Nearly 2 million accident-free man-hours is really quite an extraordinary achievement. Congratulations. We move on to the fertilizer sector, and the winner of the award this year in the fertilizer sector is Indorama India, Medinipur from West Bengal. Collecting the award on behalf of Indorama is the General Manager of Production, Mr. Bhaskar Datta. Over to you, Mr. Datta.
Am I audible?
You are indeed. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely thank the jury for bestowing this prestigious award to Indorama India and received this award on behalf of our team. One of our key principles is people first, and safety has been of our value over the last 30 years. Many program runs in-house help in achieving high level of result in safety in operation. This acknowledgement of a robust system and sincere deployment will act as an impetus to further this cause. It will also keep the team Indorama motivated to be continuously in safety. Our target is zero harm, and together we'll make it happen. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Datta, and congratulations again to Indorama on winning the award. We move on to the FMCG sector, and the winner of the Occupational Health and Safety Award this year is Britannia Industries from Bidadi in Karnataka. Collecting the award on behalf of Britannia Industries from Karnataka is their factory manager, Mr. Sarav Agarwal. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Hi, good evening, everyone. On behalf of Britannia Industries Limited, I would like to thank you, IOD and the jury members, for honoring Britannia Biddi Factory as a winner of Golden Peacock Occupational Health and Safety Award for 2021. At Britannia, the safety of our people is always paramount. We adopt a zero tolerance approach to any lapse of safety and constantly strive to provide a secure eco-space for our people to work and thrive in. The unflinching dedication of the factory team, coupled with the mentoring and experience of our leadership, contributed to the stellar output. With sharp focus and commitment to value the safety of our people and ensure protocol at every process, initiatives were taken and continue to sustain in form of campaigns, improvements, council calls, trainings, etc. Challenging all the odds and keeping the workforce strong and protected even in the face of adversity, the team came together yet again to make things happen. As an outcome, Biddi Factory did not have any recordable injury for the last year. While it is of immense pleasure for us as an organization to receive this recognition, it is also a testimony to the rigor, discipline, and hard work invested by the entire team and the value we have built as a competitive advantage while driving our safety agenda even through this stellar rough weather. Thank you once again for this prestigious award. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to apologise. I seem to have got a technical problem at my end. I've lost all communication with the IOD team. So I'm hoping that somebody from their end is tracking the video and we'll be able to step in for a moment or two while I manage to reboot everything at this end. Something seems to have gone significantly wrong with the computer. So IOD, can you acknowledge that you're in control, please?
Dr. Wilson, you may please continue.
Can I be heard? I'm just checking if anybody can actually hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Excellent. Okay, right. Well, my apologies for that, everybody. I have absolutely no idea what happened there, but the technology got on top of us. So apologies for that. I'm not sure whether anybody continued after I finished. So I'm going to assume that we haven't yet heard from the Mining and Metallurgy Award winners. Let's hope for that. So continuing the Occupational Health and Safety Awards for 2021. After that brief interruption, the winner of the award this year in the mining and metallurgy sector is the Odisha Mining Corporation from Bhubaneswar.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Is that Mr. Mohanty?
Yeah,
I'm sorry that you.
Mohanty, Director Technical Operations, Odisha Mining Corporation Limited. It's a great pleasure and privilege for me to receive the much coveted Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety on behalf of Odisha Mining Corporations. As far as occupational health and safety is concerned, Odisha Mining Corporation is doing a lot of innovations and digital interventions in the occupational health and safety. Over the last few years, Odisha Mining Corporation has won various Golden Peacock Awards, such as Corporate Social Responsibility Award, Sustainability Award, Innovative Product and Services Award. This Occupational Health and Safety Award adds one more feather in our cap. Winning prestigious Golden Peacock Award not only adds credibility to our achievements, but also it helps us in learning various industry best practices. I am glad to share with you that Odisha Mining Corporation is celebrating this year as a year of safety, FY22. Our theme for the safety is Safety First, Avoid Worst, in which every month we are celebrating each and every safety slogans and each and every safety activities are being done. So, health safety is the core of our business. We are undertaking a lot of initiatives, other initiatives also for the safety and safety purpose. Many thanks to the team IOD for recognizing our achievements and conferring this award. We'll keep on participating in various Golden Peacock Awards in coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mahanti, and apologies in particular to you for the interruption to the awards then. I really have no idea what went wrong, but thank you very much indeed for picking up and carrying on. We move on to the next sector in the Occupational Health and Safety Awards, which is the oil LPG bottling sector. And the winner of the award this year is Hindustan Petroleum's Panagar LPG bottling plant. Collecting the award on behalf of HPCL's Panagar plant is Mr. Ramchandra Saha, who is their Senior Plant Manager. Over to you, Mr. Saha. I think we've lost Mr. Saha there, so congratulations to HPCL. Doesn't look as though they were able to get through to us this evening, so let's move on to the next winner in the oil production sector. The winner of the award this year from Cairn Oil and Gas Subali's terminal is Vedanta. Collecting the award on behalf of Vedanta is Mr. Viresh Patel, the installation manager. Over to you, Mr. Patel.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. First of all, let me thanks to Executive Director, jury members, and entire team from Golden Peacock Award to honor Vedanta Limited Suwali operations with this prestigious award. As an installation head, I assure you that safety is a topmost priority for our operations. Zero harm and zero waste is our goal to achieve, and we are working towards that. Safety overrides all our decisions. Once again, thank you very much to entire Golden Peacock team for this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Patel. Congratulations to Vedanta, a very tough environment to be operating in occupational health and safety, and you seem to be winning the battle, if you like. We move on to the 12th sector for this award, which is the packaging sector, and the winner of the award from Bengaluru is Manjushri Technopack Limited. Collecting the award on behalf of Manjushri Technopack is their Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Anil Tomar. Over to you, Mr. Tomar.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely honored to be receiving the Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety in Packaging Industry category. I'm grateful for the recognition we have received, and I congratulate all the other nominees as well. A very special thanks to IOD for selecting us for such a prestigious award. And of course, thank you to all my colleagues here at Manjushri who were able to execute our vision of injury-free workplace and safe workplace. MTL is leader in rigid plastic packaging in India, and we have more than 15 plants across India. Through plastic packaging, we ensure safety and performance of thousands of products for hundreds of our customers. At MTL, health and safety of our teammates is our top priority, We are a learning organization and we continue to motivate our teams to identify risks and to implement innovative safety solutions. As I receive this award on behalf of all my MTEL colleagues, we are inspired by winning Golden Peacock Award and we're committed to rise to the challenge of occupational safety and health, especially during this pandemic situation. Thank you, jury. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Tomar, and congratulations to you and your team who are clearly assembled behind you. Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations to your organisation. We move on to the paint sector, and the winner of the Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety in the paint sector for 2021 is Asian Paints Limited's Patancheru plant from Hyderabad. Collecting the award on behalf of Asian Paints is Mr. Sunil Padnaban, who is the Associate General Manager. Over to you, Mr. Padnaban.
Hi, Graham. Good evening. Good evening to all the winners of the award today. So it's a great honor for Asian Paints Patancheru plant to receive this award. I dedicate this award to my team, my employees, and my people who are there in this plant. And this is a commitment which Asian Paints has taken towards safety. So we have a demonstration of unflinching commitment towards safety and environment. And this is a global benchmark we are working for. And we are also on a journey towards behavioral-based safety, where we have a mascot called CHAMP. So we are all taking us as champs towards safety. We have already won a Golden Peacock Award in 2011 for environmental management. And we are British Safety Council certified plant for last 2 times in 2003 and 2005 for this Sword of Honor. And we are also in a journey towards TRFR and TSR reduction, which is a kind of a world-class benchmark for the injury reduction. And we are also doing this process safety, the process safety management. And we are also taking care of people in all walks of life, irrespective of the people who are coming within the plant, the contractors, the employees, the visitors, and people are traveling from our plant to their homes as well. So it's a great honor and it's an accreditation for us, the testimony of our safety performance. Thank you, Graham, and thank you, IOD.
Thank you very much indeed, Sunil, and congratulations again to Asian Paints. Obviously an award very well deserved. Congratulations. We move on to the 14th sector, the petrochemical sector, and the winner of the 2021 Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety in that sector is the Supreme Petrochem Limited from Raigad. Collecting the award on behalf of Supreme is their Director of Operations, Mr. Mujumdar. Over to you, Mr. Mujumdar.
Yes. Good evening, honorable jury members, office bearers of the IOD, and distinguished guests. On behalf of the entire team of Supreme Petrochem Limited, I thank the Institute of Directors for awarding the Golden Peacock Occupational Health and Safety Award to us. We are recipient of some other awards also, including the Sarvashrestha Suraksha Puraskar by National Safety Council, as well as the National Safety Award by Ministry of Labour, Government of India. This very prestigious Golden Peacock Award further adds to the institutional recognition of our efforts and encourages us to excel further in this field of occupational health and safety. At SPL, we have worked for more than 21 years without any lost time accident. Apart from the development and implementation of systems in accordance with global standards, the real credit of this achievement goes to the safety culture built across the organization. While safety performance can be improved by adopting various standards and tools, continual improvement, which is very important, and sustainability can only be ensured by inculcation of safety culture, wherein every team member respects, adopts, and takes ownership for the implementation of the OHS policy and contributes for continual improvement of performance of the organization in the field of occupational health and safety. QRA, HERA, HAZOP, CRA, CMOP, PSSR are all part of the safety system, which ultimately form an integral part of the safety culture. So it is because of such safety culture that we could successfully manage to keep our plant operating even safely, even during the entire pandemic period. We were continuously running the plant without stopping. So that was only possible for this type of safety culture across the organization. I compliment the entire team of SPL on this achievement, and once again thank the IOD for encouragement given to us through this coveted award. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mujumbar. I do apologise. I'm really rather taken aback by the 21 years. That is an incredible achievement. On any scale, I think that's a global achievement. So congratulations. Wow, that really is quite taken the wind from my sails. Congratulations. We move on to the 15th sector, the pharmaceutical sector, and the winner of the award in occupational health and safety this year is Aurobindo Pharma Limited from Visakhapatnam. Collecting the award on behalf of Aurobindo Pharma is Mr. Sampath Reddy Edunuri, who is the General Manager of Environment, Health and Safety. I apologise. Over to you, Mr. Edunuri. Do we have Mr. Edunuri here?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Great.
Yeah, good evening, all the dignitaries and all the members attended this award ceremony. On behalf of Aurobindo Pharma, it is great honor to receive this prestigious award in occupational health and safety. We feel proud to say that we are deserving this award for the continuous efforts being made in occupational health and safety. I would like to thank management of Aurobindo Pharma for their continuous support in OHS made us to achieve this award. Without their support, we would not be stand here now to collect this award. Since all the employees spending significant amount of time in the plant, management of Aurobindo Limited ensuring continuously that the employees are working in the right state of mind and leave home in complete healthy mind. Health and safety systems have been implemented to ensure safe working conditions for the employees. Aurobindo Pharma has its own list of risks. Those are addressed for the safety of the employees. Management of Aurobindo Pharma Limited gives top priority to OHS needs and applying workplace healthy and safety measures of our employees. It is also mandated by law to make sure that the employees are aware of all the safety measures. If the workplace is not capable of keeping the employees fit and healthy, then there will be issues and hence costing a lot to the company. The other costs that the company will bear is a loss of skilled labor, reduced productivity, loss of business reputation, etc. To cut these additional costs, management of Aurobindo take occupational health and safety on high priority and ensure the good health of the employees. Last but not the least, some of the HSE features like the management commitment towards the achieving objectives in the AHS policy, detailed planning process available for accident and ill health prevention, keeping line managers responsibility towards the health, safety practices, procedures, and resources for developing and implementing, reviewing, and maintaining the AHS policy, robust process available for systematic identification, assessment, and control of occupational health and safety risks, effective available of self-check procedures, continuous management oversight of occupational health and safety risks and control, availability of systems to respond effectively in case of any emergency, We are adopting these features and also following system-driven approaches rather than personal approaches made us to achieve this award. Once again, thanking IOD for giving this opportunity, and thank you all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edunuri, and congratulations again to Aurobindo Pharma on the pharmaceutical sector award this year. We move on to the power generation sector, and the 2021 Golden Peacock Award for Occupational Health and Safety goes to JSW Energy Limited from Mumbai. Accepting the award on behalf of JSW Energy Limited is Mr. Prashant Jain, their Joint Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Over to you, Mr. Jain.
So this is Rakesh Mehta, I'm the head of HR. Mr. Prashant Jain could make it today. So first of all, I would like to thank the jury of Golden Peacock for giving us this prestigious award. And we are really honored to receive this. And I'm receiving this award on behalf of each and every employee in the company who are so committed towards safety and are always raising the bar of safety on a daily basis. Just to give you a flavor, in fact, we have a very robust safety framework, safety practice, safety management system, and which focuses both on the employees and also the contractors. We have a very robust system for the contractors and the assessment of the contractors as far as safety processes are concerned. We are on a journey of behavior-based safety, and we are always raising a bar as far as the entire environment of behavior of safety is concerned. There is a very robust audit process which keeps us in the check as to where we are moving towards in our safety journey. So this award really means quite a lot to us, and this would really help us in raising the bar further. And I received this award on behalf of all the employees. And thanks very much again to the Golden Peacock jury. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to JSW Energy on winning the award in the power generation sector. We move on to the power equipment sector. And the winner of the award this year for occupational health and safety goes to ABB Power Products and Systems, now Hitachi Energy from Bangalore. And collecting the award on behalf of Hitachi Energy should be Mr. Mukesh Arora, who is the Head of Health, Safety, Environment and Sustainability. And here he is. Mr. Mukesh Arora, over to you.
Thank you, Graham. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely honored on receiving such an important award, Golden Peacock Award on Occupational Health and Safety. I give thanks to all jury members on behalf of my team who contributed to win this prestigious award. As Hitachi Energy is a mission-critical infrastructure provider, HSE and sustainability is at the forefront of everything we do. And the safety of our people is our license to operate. We strive for continuous improvement as we make HSE as a part of our DNA. We see success as when our people go back to home safely and happily every day. In Hitachi Energy, sustainability is about balancing economic success, environmental governance, and social progress to benefit all our stakeholders. Our products, systems, solutions, and services are designed to improve our customers' business centered around improving grid reliability and increasing industrial productivity while lowering environmental impact. Winning this award would not have been possible without the inspiration I have received from my seniors and colleagues. I would like to make a special mention of and Venu, our country managing director, Raja, our country HR director, and Arun, ex health, safety, environment, and sustainability head, who has been mentor throughout this journey. On a closing note, I want to thank the Institute of Directors leadership team who have introduced Golden Peacock Awards and have become global benchmark. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Arora, and congratulations again to ABB Power Products, or as they are now, Hitachi Energy India from Bangalore. We move on to the final winner in this series, the real estate and construction sector, for the 2021 Golden Peacock Award in Occupational Health and Safety, goes to Shapurji Palonji and Company, Forbes Visinia project in Mumbai. Collecting the award on behalf of Shapurji Palonji and Company is their Mumbai Regional Head and Assistant Vice President, Mr. Sandesh Vaivude. If we can have Mr. Vaivude over here, please.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Perfect.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I, Sandesh Vaivude, Assistant Vice President, Mumbai Region, on behalf of Shapurji Palonji Visinia project, wish to thank Institute of Directors on such an important and momentous occasion. We are deeply honored by this recognition. During our existence of over 156 years, Shapurji Palonji came across many glorious moments, which includes recognition of capabilities, beliefs, and practices in the form of felicitation and awards. Strong faith in HSC is one of the bedrock on which glorious history and prosperous future of Shapurji Palonji stretched firmly. Today is one of such glorious moments where our beliefs are validated by Institute of Directors in the form of Golden Peacock Award. Institute of Directors does what actually Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Science do for movies in the form of Oscars. Golden Peacock Awards are the Oscars for sustainability and excellence in business. We feel deeply honored by this recognition, and on behalf of our Visinia project team, Mumbai Regional Office team, and entire corporate team, I want to thank the Institute of Directors and the jury of this recognition for this recognition. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Vaivude, and congratulations to Shapurji Palonji for winning the award in the real estate and construction sector. That brings us to the end of the Golden Peacock Awards. As such, we still have one more felicitation to present, but can we just at this stage offer a heartfelt, warm and very, very profound response and greetings to all of the winners from the awards this evening. Quite an amazing set of achievements. So well done, everybody. Very, very well deserved awards. I said there was one more thing to talk about this evening, and that is that we have the IOD's Corporate Book Excellence Award. This is a very new and very different award for the IOD. Writing is a very challenging and time-consuming process for many authors. And so what can we do to try and make this more effective and to bring innovation in writing skills? The IOD has instituted their Corporate Book Excellence Award to try and promote excellence and innovation in writing about corporate governance and board-related topics. It's going to be an Indian National Book Award competition. It's dedicated to providing authors and publishers with the opportunity to showcase their publications on all sorts of areas related to corporate governance at a global level and on a national level. Their commitment is to try and promote outstanding publications. And as such, I'm very pleased to announce the winner of the IOD's Corporate Book Excellence Award for 2021 is a book entitled The Made in India Manager. I believe we have a video to accompany this. So if I can ask you to show it.
The Made in India manager is published by Hachette India. It's authored by Mr. Gopal Krishnan, who has been corporate advisor and former executive director and board member of Tata Sons, and has been co-authored with Professor Ranjan Banerjee, who is the Dean and Professor of Marketing at the BITS School of Management. They are both stalwarts of Indian business and academic achievement around the area of governance. They examine a very little studied phenomenon of innumerable instances of chief executive officers born in India who are leading the Standard & Poor's 500 companies. They present a compelling argument that a unique combination of factors has actually led Indian management thought and practices to become a soft power with the potential to decisively impact global managers of tomorrow. Written in a very readable, anecdotal style, the book is anchored in Indian tradition and culture, and it comprises a very astute business sense, a sharp competitive instinct, and the ability to think in English and act in Indian, which make for a unique skill set, equipping these people for positions of significant influence and power around the world. They are truly made in India managers. So if I could request Sriti Jaguri, who is the head of product and marketing at Hachette India, to take the stage and share a brief acceptance remarks with us. Over to you, Riti.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and good evening, everyone. It's an honor and privilege for me to accept this award on behalf of our authors, Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan and Mr. Ranjan Banerjee, and the entire team at Hachette India. We've known for years that women and men brought up and educated in India have made their mark as corporate leaders in companies across sectors. But the idea that a particular set of factors to do with our heritage, culture, social mores, and education coalesce to create great leaders who excel in effective decision-making, weathering storms, and setting examples has never before been examined in depth. When Mr. Gopalakrishnan presented the idea and brought Mr. Banerjee on board to provide a different perspective from his own, we knew we had a winner on our hands. A big thank you from the authors and all of us at Hachette India to the Institute of Directors for this award and for recognizing the value of the book and its contents at a time when more and more corporates across the world are appointing Indian nationals as CEOs and MDs and heads of key divisions. More power to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Riti Jaguri, and congratulations to the authors. Definitely a book that I think we're all going to be interested in reading and observing, and fascinating thesis. Thank you very much indeed. So that brings us to the end of the bulk of our proceedings this evening. I have the last opportunity to congratulate all the award winners, all of our distinguished speakers for sparing their time and sharing their thoughts. And I'm going to hand over now to Pradeep Chaturvedi, who is the IOD's Vice President, for him to deliver a vote of thanks and closing remarks. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Graham. You have done a wonderful job. You have presented the whole gamut of the award winners, giving them appropriate salutations. And we are really proud that outstanding companies in India could be recognized. They too, when we were discussing about the takeaways from COP26 and steering the board towards effective climate governance, many of these companies who have been awarded, they have done work which could be benchmarked with other global companies, and we are really proud for the outputs that we have received from them, and we wish we could have spent more time describing what they have done. Now, today we have IOD is quite proud that we had a discussion in the forenoon focusing on the outcome of the COP26. Some of the people feel that COP26 did not deliver the kind of output that were expected. But then if you have a look at the international conferences that have taken place over the last 30, 40 years, you never get all the 100% outcome as you expect. But if you look on various things, some people go out with that the COP26 reality check shows that pledges made would result in a temperature rise of about 2.4 degrees centigrade from pre-industrial levels by 2100, rather than the hope for 1.5. And also some people say that 2030 pledges are not delivered, the rise could be higher, but even if they're delivered, it would be 1.8 degrees centigrade. But then they forget that if the pledges are overdone and companies go into the overdrive, the results could be much better, and you might even be able to contain the temperatures down to on the path which will take it out only to 1.5 degrees centigrade. But this also shows the outcome also indicates that the countries, although there have been last-minute changes in the statement, but most of the countries can read what they were expecting out of the COP26. They need time. They need time to develop technologies. They need time to develop finances, and they need time to really think about the net zero pledges. And the best part is that all the countries have talked of the carbon neutral path, which is far more important. You see, net zero doesn't mean that you are all carbon neutral. You could be polluting and buying the credits from elsewhere and ultimately get to the net zero. But the carbon neutral path is the one which says that you will not be producing carbon dioxide, or you'll be using the path where the carbon dioxide production would be very low, and the whole process would be sustainable. We are not going to harm the natural resources. And that is what is really done. But there have been quite a promising progress in Glasgow with regard to net zero pledges, deforestation, methane emission control, and the availability of the private investment for climate-related projects. Some of you will remember that in 1992 Rio conference, and later at the 2012, that is Rio Plus 20 conference, everyone realized that it is the businesses and the industries that have to play a much bigger role. And more 3,000 industries, worldwide businesses, have signed the pledge for the net zero emissions by 2030, which in itself is a big thing. And they are also saying that they're going to promote their companies, their suppliers, the whole supply chain, their vendors, also to be on the same bandwagon. That means if you look at the whole impact, it will be much greater than what you're seeing. More than 100 nations have pledged what could be really taking us to the 1.50 path. In this respect, our discussion this morning were really of a remarkable level, where we had our distinguished Professor Thomas Heller talking about how do you account for the risks, how do you account for the financing, the technologies that are required for controlling our carbon emissions and moving on to the net zero, and very ably supported by the studies done by ACCA, which really goes out to prove that what has been presented is supported by the scientific facts and the data, and it's not just merely a statement, a political statement. That means we have verifiable and monitorable results, and we are certainly moving far ahead. And I'm sure, I mean, these experts did a wonderful job about it. The key takeaways from COP26 and steering the boat towards effective climate governance session also gave us an overview of what all the companies are doing, what all the companies are moving on. We had the government's participation as well as some of the companies and the groups who have really involved, and again the scientific and data analytics that were being presented, and that gives us a much more firm output consciousness that we are on the right path. And this is what IOD has been playing around, and IOD has been pleading that this is where we should be going. And the last session on creating a cyber secure ecosystem for the power sector was really a wonderful opportunity to really get into the cyber security ecosystem of the whole power sector power sector, whether we remain on the coal thermal power plants or we move on to the other systems. Everywhere the cyber security is going to play a very important role for the whole economic and social development in the world. We can't be just thinking only of our country alone. We are talking of the carbon neutrality. We got to really think of the whole global phenomena. To that extent, I'm glad that now many boards have already started thinking. They have started thinking as to what kind of policies are required, what kind of policies will really be for the sustainability effort, the thrust on ESG, the thrust on financing, the thrust on technologies, and then the accepting the fact that even when we want the long-range futuristic technologies as the option, the real option, the available technologies need to be fully utilized and managed with the finances that could be made available. Now, in all, I must say that today's presentations and today's discussions really open out a very good opportunity for those who attended our conference and to have a real view of where the COP26, the COP26 took us, and ultimately it also focused on where we have the physical building blocks, the economic and societal adjustments, and governance, institutions, and commitments. These are the three pillars on which the future of whole humanity depends, and that is the basic outcome of the COP26. We have been able to do it very well, and I'm grateful that Graham did a wonderful job with presenting all our award winners and the work that they have done. I once again, on behalf of the IOD, I add our own thanks to all the award winners. But we'd like to say a special big thank you to all the sponsors who made this possible, because you can't just be doing it without it. Our principal partner is Greenco Group. Thanks to them. Our principal strategic partner is ACCA Global, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. And our knowledge partner is Ernst & Young, one of the largest professional services networks in the world. And our gold partners are Borosil Renewables Limited, Solar Group, Gujarat Maritime Board, Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited, Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Bihar State Power Holding Company Limited. And in terms of the silver partners, we had Energy Efficiency Services Limited, Damodar Valley Corporation, SR Global Fund Limited, Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, Gujarat State Forest Development Corporation Limited, Delhi Pollution Control Committee, and associate partners Odisha Agro Industries Corporation Limited, Odisha State Cashew Development Corporation Limited, Avda Group, PTC India Power Trading Corporation, NHPC Limited, Odisha Hydro Power Corporation Limited. Our grateful thanks to all these supporters and sponsors who made today's events a success. It is their real partners with us, and they have contributed a great deal in our moving forward. We look forward to their continued help and support in future too. On behalf of the IID, I'll take this opportunity to thank Graham Wilson for so ably presenting the award winners, and I'm sure your presentation, Graham, was a great sign of success for us. We look forward to your continued help and support. I'd also like to mention that the whole our events team with Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Sushil, Rakesh, and all his team, and George, etc. They have done a wonderful job. Our technical team of Ravi and others. And I must, at the end, I must also mention that our CEO, Mr. Raut, did a wonderful job in putting all the things together. I'm sure that he has burned the midnight oil. What midnight oil? He might not have slept for a number of days trying to do this. So all our Manoj, our appreciation to Mr. Manoj Raut and the whole team for managing it, and obviously our leadership, Mr. General J.S. Ahluwalia, as I did it. Our administration helped with Mr. Matthew. So Manoj, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Graham, for all this, and thanks to all those who participated on behalf of the IOD. And big thank you. Look forward to you at the next event. Thank you, sir.